Yeah, they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? Yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow it down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the fashion right. Make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the highlights with a few. You get to have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate, 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 elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, people. What is good, man? What is good? Salute. Clap it up for yourselves, man. You see the sign on the bottom. Subscribe, like, all the above. We got a lot of boxing to talk about. Man, hold on a second here. I gotta stop this thing. I gotta stop this thing. Salute to everybody, man. We back at it, man. Great weekend of boxing. Just came back off vacation with the family. Was outside, chilling by some pool somewhere, kicking it, getting some sun in, kicking it with the family. But still, boxing don't stop for me. I wish it would sometimes, right? So I can keep up with so much boxing this weekend. I mean, all day long, from the morning all the way into the late evenings. I kind of missed out on. I wanted to do a live like for the whole day, but I just had to spend that time with the family. Spend the kind of money we just spent this weekend. We don't want to spend it sitting here shooting live. We're going to take advantage of all the amenities, right? Of everything that we were doing outside. But had an opportunity to keep up with some of the fights. We're going to talk about all of the fights. We're going to talk about what happens after the fights. News cooking right now in the space. Brian Norman, Devin Haney, Bill Haney seem to almost have been derailed a little bit there, but it looks like it's coming full circle and coming back into perspective, and the fight seems to be solid and still sitting there. Just some confusion potentially, but we'll talk about that as well. We got a live card coming up this weekend. Guys, we're going to also shoot a show tonight. So tonight I will be going live again, talking about the events coming up this weekend. Today, we're going to spend a little bit more time focused on this weekend. We're going to talk about Alexander Usyk, generational talent, all-time great. We'll talk about that as well. Especially when we're talking about the heavyweight division, the history of the heavyweight division, and how the saying goes, as the heavyweight division goes, so does boxing. That was earned, right? So, to put Alexander Usyk in the same conversation with the greats, the Muhammad Ali's, the Joe Frazier's, the George Foreman's, I was gonna say Sugar Ray Robinson, but he was in a heavyweight. But when you talk about the big heavyweights, the Lennox Lewis's, right? Mike Tyson, even, all these fighters that have done so much for boxing, we're going to find out we're going to talk about where Alexander Usyk actually goes in that conversation. I definitely think he needs to be celebrated, man. What he's accomplished in this era of boxing has just been, he's definitely separated himself from all his contemporaries, right? And sometimes I think it might be a little bit too much of a big jacket that we're putting on Alexander Usyk and making it hard to just celebrate him for who he actually is and what he's actually accomplished, right? We'll talk about that. It is what it is. Bam Rodriguez, wow, man. Jesse Bam Rodriguez is just getting to the point now to where you're just ready to see him in the ring with some there's some fights you want to start seeing from him, right? He's building his reputation inside of his division. He's a unified champion now, obviously, right? A Ring Magazine champion. There's more for him to do. He has a fight coming up here also on this next Riyadh season card in November, right? Or Ring Magazine card in November. So, staying busy, being built up, but man, he's just showing so many intangibles, so many wrinkles to that guy's game, man. It's just, you want to see him in the biggest fights, but we'll talk about him as well. Great victory. 168 is staying more interesting, becoming more interesting. Diego Pacheco walks away with a victory over Trevor McCumbee. A competitive fight, but, walks away with a victory there. And now the big conversation is what's next for Diego Pacheco. This on the back end of watching Hamza Shiraz do what he did against Edgar Berlanga. It almost seems natural that you're going to see these guys probably getting ready to collide. Seems like an easy fight to be made. Stylistically, a great fight to watch. We'll talk about all of that as well, because boxing is just in a great space right now, right? Shakur Stevenson, the lightweight division is starting to pick up so much speed right now. And it's so ironic because on the back end of Gervonta Tank Davis now dealing with his personal issues that he's dealing with, that translates into inactivity in boxing as far as a boxing fan is concerned. We don't get too much into the business of these fighters when it comes to that, but as it translates into the boxing space, it looks like we're going to have to give Gervonta Tank Davis a bit of a break, not really pay attention to him as much right now. But what happens in the lightweight division, the division seems to still be moving forward, right? Lamont Roach seems to be moving away from the Gervonta Tank Davis fight for now. He's not putting all his eggs in that basket, but there are other fights out there to be made. We watched Shakur Stevenson have such a great performance also in the past weekend, and looking like he's having so much of a resurgence, right? Just being re-energized into the space. You just want to see him in the biggest fights. Abdullah Mason, we're looking forward to see what he does in November. Looking for a new WBO champion now. So we'll talk about the lightweight division too as well. Shakur seems to have a bit of a hit list now, becoming more active with the social media in a positive way. Andy Cruz in the conversation, Floyd Schofield Jr. We'll talk about that. Turki Alalshikh does an interview. Shout out to Boxing Voice, Ness over there. Ness over there doing the work. Keeping the space relevant, man. Keeping this community, the urban community, the American boxing fan community, very relevant in the space. As I gotta give Ness his flowers, man, because he really does a good job at speaking about boxing on a huge landscape, on a broad spectrum, and he keeps the community in the loop, in the algorithm. And he is, because why? Turki Alalshikh came to him, right? There's a lot of other platforms out here talking about boxing, but Turki, this is, in my opinion, I feel like it's the first real urban-based platform that Turki Alalshikh's tapped into. So it just shows you that, he's bringing the voice, right? The voice of the space. He's keeping it relevant. And Turki communicated with the space. Two-Tone had an opportunity to speak to him. I believe Round One was up there too. I'm not sure if he spoke to him, but I think he was on that panel. But Turki spoke a lot about what's going on in boxing, answered a lot of the questions that a lot of us may have had about certain things that's happened in the past involving Ring Magazine, as far as maybe Floyd Schofield Jr., and as far as Teofimo Lopez, as far as what's going on with the Devin Haney, Brian Norman situation, as far as testing in boxing is concerned, as far as what Turki Alalshikh's intentions are to this community and the boxing space in general. And I think we got a lot of clarity as well as far as where he stands on that. And to me, I walked away very optimistic about once again, I've been optimistic, obviously, on what Turki Alalshikh's brought to the game. But I've respected everybody who's had leery ideas, just wanted to see more. Just, it could go bad, as much as there's some good things coming from the inclusion or the infusion of Saudi Arabian money and Saudi Arabian interest into the boxing space. At the same time, there's also cons. There's negative parts that I think rightfully so, people have fear about what that could mean for boxing. Well, I think Turki kind of communicated a little bit to the space via Boxing Voice, and we'll talk about that interview as well, right? We'll talk about that interview, and whatever else comes up, right? This evening we'll get into the Xander Zayas card coming on this weekend with Top Rank. I think that's going to be another needle mover in the featherweight division, 126-pound division. I think it's featherweight, right? The featherweight division. The needle mover and the fact that there's a title on the line now between Xander Zayas and George Perez, and what that means for the 154-pound weight class division. And speaking on that, obviously the Sebastian Fundora, Tszyu fight, man, right? I kind of called it, I think, a little bit on that fight. I saw that kind of coming for Tszyu potentially, just with the weight. We'll talk about that fight as well. And then obviously later on we'll open up the panel and, we'll get the community to come up here, the usual suspects. I'm dying to find out what everybody thinks about what happened this weekend and what that means moving forward, more importantly, right? Because boxing continues to move forward. We watch these fights, and we get a lot of questions answered. We get a lot of boxes checked, and then we got to figure out what the next step is going to be, right? What's next for Alexander Usyk, right? What's next for Diego Pacheco? What's next for a Daniel Dubois even? What's next? The heavyweight division is also becoming very interesting as well. So we're going to talk about all those things today. Shout out to everybody who's in the building, man, who's in here right now. Shout out to Bradley. Bradley says Turki needs to give you an interview. You really support his movement in boxing. Yeah, man, that'd be nice to get one, but we earn it. I'm ready to earn whatever I got to earn, right? Shout out to the people who laid the ground down, right? You know what I mean? Like when you think about Ness, you're thinking about probably well over 10 years of boxing content creation coming from him. When you think about showbiz, I don't know how long, 5, 7 years, 10 years, I don't know how long, right? Just a long time. I love where we're moving at, where this platform is moving, but I always acknowledge that we're young. We're probably one of the youngest platforms in the space, to be honest with you. So I'm honored and just excited that people feel like they want to put me in those conversations. We're going to earn it though. Eventually, we'll earn the respect and garner the attention that we want to get, but it starts one day at a time. One show at a time, right? But I appreciate the support, man. Freaking Fire in the building, man. Walaikum salam. Good to see you in good health in the building, man. Shout out to Bradley. My co-host Ray Davis about to come up right now. Shout out to Eastside Easy, SOBTV in the building as well. Salute, man. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. A lot to talk about. Let me bring up the co-host, Ray M. F. Davis in the building. Ray, what's goody? We got a lot to talk about today. How you feeling, man?
I'm good, Clay. I'm good. I'm chilling, man. Yo, to everybody in the chat, you know what I mean? Send out my blessing to y'all. You know what I mean? Salute to everybody in the chat. I also ask y'all to, as y'all came in, to smash the like button. Make sure y'all subscribe if you haven't. And yeah, guess what, man? At the end of the day, it's all free. You know what I mean? We ain't charging nothing for it. So,
salute, that's 22. Salute.
Support the channel, man. That's it. That's all we ask. And thank you. Thank you for showing up and supporting us.
Yeah, man. It's so much to talk about, man. And obviously, I think that we can speak to the fights this weekend. Going into these fights, we spoke about it in depth last week about what we were expecting, what we were hoping to see. I'm not sure where you were with the Usyk Dubois fight. I feel like you might have been with Dubois. I don't remember. I know me going into it, I thought Dubois had a good chance of making it happen. I thought he had the momentum on his side, and I thought he got over the psychology issue. I thought he was a very confident fighter. And maybe he was a little overconfident. I don't know, right? But there was definitely a path to victory for Daniel Dubois going into this fight. If you were looking for Dubois to what some people might consider an upset or however you want to look at it, but if you were looking to Dubois to go into this fight and get a victory, there was a path for it to happen, right? And but look, man, it is what it is. Dubois gets stopped inside of 5 rounds, and Usyk just looks. I mean, he's just a special fighter, man. And I say it over and over again. These Eastern Europeans, man, they just really just making their own, like, the respect they're gaining one fighter at a time, win, lose, or draw. And that's what, and I mean that, like, even on the back end of a loss, you still respect an Eastern European. And, on the back of a loss, you look at Imam Khatiev and you go, damn it, dog, I want to see him fight more. You know what I mean? Even on the back end of a loss, right? You just want to see him fight some more. It's like, nah, bro. Even though he lost, and arguably lost, some people thinks that he won, but on paper he lost.
Right.
He still keeps the respect of the Eastern European boxer at a high level. He still makes you respect it. So Usyk just showed out and showed that he's special, man. He's really special, man. And when you look at his resume and his fight record in the heavyweight division specifically, man, there's really nobody. He's ducking nobody. He's ducking no smoke. He's handling all the opposition, and he's doing it at the highest level. He beat Tyson Fury twice. He beat Daniel Dubois now twice. He beat Anthony Joshua twice. He beat Derek Chisora. I mean, you still want to see him fight against Joseph Parker, right? You still want to see these fights happen for him. But at this point, I mean, I think, man, are we ready to just be like, damn, Usyk? Are we impressed yet? Are we impressed yet enough to give this man his proper flowers at this point? Just be like, damn, a special fighter is a special fighter, right?
Yeah. Listen, and you're gonna love what I'm gonna say. I hope you do. Matter of fact, let me put this way. I'm giving Usyk the same respect that I give David Benavidez. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is, yes, people want to see him lose. He almost got that. Like, they both got that Floyd Mayweather thing. They want to see them lose. They believe that there's people that can beat them every single fight. I'm even one of them, because I'm like, yo, it's gotta. You always try to pick the one. Right. So when I pick against them, it's not that I really feel like, yo, this is the time. This is the time. This is the time. Right. And coming off that first fight they had, I was like, yo, this dude gonna body campaign him. He's gonna tie him up, keep him close in the box. He gonna smash the ribs. Pause. He gonna break him down. You know what I mean? And once he break Usyk down, he gonna knock him out, man. Let me tell you.
But also, it's like, because you feel like the data is there now. Right. You share the ring with him.
Right.
You know where you were successful. You should be able to look back and see where you came up short. And you hope that they bring this data forward, include it in whatever the strategy is going to be going into the fight, and build off of that, right? But right. I mean, I don't honestly, and we got to talk about it on both sides. You know what I'm saying? So, you're going to give Usyk his flowers. He did what he did. I mean, first of all, going into the fight, look, you know how I always start these conversations. So I'm going to ask you, going into the fight, what was the road to victory for Daniel Dubois? What were you looking forward to seeing from Dubois? What did you think you're going to see from Usyk? How did you think the fight was going to go going into it? Without the fight happening, right. What were you expecting going into the fight?
Well, I seen the weight cut with Daniel Dubois. I thought he was going to be a little bit fast, right? I thought he was going to be able to get inside, tie up his hands. If you tie up Usyk's hands, like I said, body campaign. I just had a fact that he was going to go to the body. He's going to break him down from the inside and then go for the KO, man. And then I was like, that's the only way he has the opportunity to win. He can't box this dude. There's no way. You even put it on record in your own words. Was like, yo, is he that guy? Is he still going to be the same? Is he going to be able to box with Usyk? Because Usyk's I feel he's going to outbox him. And I'm like, yo, I see that happening as well. But I just think Daniel Dubois, having the experience, the ring experience, and sharing it with Usyk, I was like, yo, he has an opportunity to beat this dude. He just beat all these fighters, including AJ, whether AJ old or not, whatever the case may be. He went there and beat him. Like, straight up mollywopped him within a few rounds, man. I was like, yo, he got this guy. He's on a mission. This guy has showed me from that fight that he was on a mission. And then he missed a fight. I don't know if that time off paid the dividends. I don't know what it was, but he looked like a ghost in there. But I'm gonna stop there because you said what I seen from it. So
yeah, I mean, and I like that you brought up the Joseph Parker fight that he missed, because obviously when you watch the way this fight went, you gotta say, well, damn, what would have happened with Joseph Parker? But at the same time, if he would have fought Joseph Parker on the back end of a victory against Joseph Parker, maybe he'd have been even a little bit more prepared for Alexander Usyk, being that Joseph Parker would have took it to boxing with him, right? But Daniel Dubois in those three fights, when we're talking about specifically those three fights, we're talking about Jarrell Miller, we're talking about Philip Ergovich, and we're talking about Anthony Joshua. Those fights he won fighting, right? He fought those guys. There's arguments there to say that Philip Ergovich was beating the brakes off of Daniel Dubois boxing-wise until he just blew his load, right? Pause. You know what I mean? He blew his conditioning, went into question. Dubois was able to weather the storm, show that he could take a punch in that fight in particular for me. I'm like, damn, man, this dude got a real chin in that fight. So it started to become like, you're not going to stop Daniel Dubois, right? He sold us this idea of this juggernaut young heavyweight that was coming in the division that could just weather whatever storm you thought you were going to put him through. But ultimately, when it was all said and done, on the back end of after you finish doing all that, that he'd be able to just take you to that, hit that other gear that maybe you could hit, maybe you couldn't hit. But getting stopped the way he did against Alexander Usyk, it was just like, oh, damn, you know, because Usyk, credit to him, started early in this fight, right? He actually, you know, you almost want to make an argument that Usyk took the data from the first fight and was like, I don't need to feel this guy out no more in this fight. I don't need to process any data. I know exactly who this is that I'm fighting against. I know exactly how, and I'm going to expose him. We're going to start off early, and I think that might have caught Daniel Dubois a little off guard. What do you think?
I agree. I think round 10 was what it was, man. He was like, yo, listen, man, we're going right back into it. and we're going to leave where we left off because he was like, yo, this dude, and I think it caught him by surprise. Like, yo, this dude really going to stay in here and let this happen? When he, you know what I mean? He really think he going to, like, box with me? Like, is he crazy? I mean, you got a guy standing like this, Clay. He's literally standing like this, and he's all back. How far do you think your reach is to mine? Okay, Usyk was like, yo, man, go ahead stand like that. I got you. And he just.
What in your opinion, do you think there was like a lack of respect there from Daniel Dubois on the power, on Usyk's ability to hurt him?
Power-wise, yes. I think he thought his jaw.
He felt like I'm going to walk through all, like,
right.
You know, those 3 fights that I brought up, it's like, how much did they benefit him or did they hurt him going into this Usyk fight? Because he got hit with great shots against Anthony Joshua in that last round right before he knocked Anthony Joshua out. He got hit with great shots with Filip Ergovic, and he got hit pretty well with Jarrell Big Baby Miller as well. So did he get was there a false sense of like, like he had a beard on him that maybe he didn't have? I was kind of shocked to see the way Usyk was able to hurt him early. And I don't feel like he hit him hard, but damn, bro, he hurt him early.
I'm going to tell you, listen, I believe once you feel like you're not in a fight, I think we talked about this with Berlinga, right? When I said to you before, I was like, yo, when you quit on yourself,
right?
You quit in yourself and you sit there and you put your hands in your pockets and you don't feel like competing anymore, everything's vulnerable at that point. And I think once he got hit so many times and realized he was being outboxed, he just wanted to survive. He just wanted to survive. That's it.
Yeah.
And I think that's what got him clipped. And I think both shots knocked him down because of that. Yeah.
I think listen, timing is everything. And shout out to Antonio MMA, right? Because it's difficult. It's not difficult, but I know when we having these conversations, we're talking about this fight from all different angles. At some point, sometimes it may be feeling like you're taking something away from Usyk, and it's never the case, right? Once again, if Antonio MMA, if you just got in here, we spend about a solid 10-15 minutes celebrating Usyk and just keeping it 100 on the level of fighter and the special talent that he is. But at the same time, styles win fights, strategies win fights. And Usyk's strategy definitely caught me off guard a little bit. I didn't expect him to come out and start off as early as he did, and he was loading up on shots. He knew and believed. Their last fight that they had with each other, both these warriors walked away with an understanding of each other that they didn't have before they went into the fight, right?
Facts.
Usyk had an understanding when he left the fight, and if you ask me, his understanding was, I can hurt him. I don't need to waste as much time on him. And he's easy to be hit. I can hit him very easily, and I know I can hurt him. So I'm going to start early in this fight. I'm going to start hitting him with shots early in this fight, and I'm going to show you I know I'm going to hurt this guy once I let my hands go. Daniel Dubois walked away, and as a fan, you thought, okay, he was this close to a victory. You want to say that he walked away with some knowledge on how to beat Usyk. But going into this fight, it looks like he lost the respect. He didn't respect Usyk. Did he credit the stoppage win with Usyk's power, or did he say, you know what, I gave up? Did he say, my grit's going to get me through this? Usyk didn't do nothing to me. It was me who beat myself. Usyk didn't beat me. Daniel Dubois beat Daniel Dubois, and he walked into this fight and didn't have the respect I believe he should have had for the caliber of generational talent that was in front of him, like Alexander Usyk. And I think by the time he realized that he needed to respect him, I think he got clipped. And I think his reality changed. He had a reality check in, and like you said, Ray, he checked out mentally. He knew he didn't have the answers, because what he understood was, I can't continue to get hit by this dude like this. But did they work on keeping his head off the line? You said something earlier that was also very significant. You said that you saw the weight cut. And I said this on my final thoughts on the fight before the fight came out in the video I put out there. I said that I'm looking for Daniel Dubois. He checked all the boxes going into the fight. I said, I'm looking for him to come in between 230 to 235 pounds, right? He weighed in at 233. Beautiful. You could tell he's in great condition. I expected his athleticism to show up a little bit more in this fight. I expected him to cut the ring off a little bit more efficiently. I expected him to use that athleticism to cut that mid-range, close-range space to attack that body as early as possible and look to collect on those dividends in like round 5, 6, 7, you know what I'm saying, after he worked the body. But he didn't work the body at all in this fight, in my opinion. That threw me off. What do you think about that?
I thought that was diabolical in my own sense of what was his corner telling him? What was the game plan? What thoughts was going through his head? Because even after him entering the ring, and I think even after the first round, I think it was more like a get back moment. That I need to get my punches back. You know what I mean? He was going head shots the whole time. He landed some solid shots on Usyk. Listen, he popped Usyk's head a few times, but I don't know if it was like more so Usyk was like, yo, you all right, you got that. But Usyk started parrying a lot of those shots and slipping a lot of those shots because he's seen the timing. He's seen the same routine. There was no change. And I think based on Daniel Dubois, I believe that he went in there thinking that was going to work for him. And he had no plan B. And if they did have a plan B, what the hell was going on through that boy's head? Because he never adjusted. He never adjusted at all. And I think that's where we look at that whole point and be like, yo, something was wrong here. Something's wrong. Rather it be mentally or rather be mentally or just like checking out. Well, it'd be checking out, right? Either way, mentally. So, you know what I mean? Or just not listening.
Yeah. I think that what I saw in this fight, you know, and we're going step by step in this, right? So we're talking about Usyk's game plan and how it threw Daniel off. And we're talking about Daniel's game plan and how once he saw his game plan wasn't going to work out, he mentally checked out. He just kept looking for his father a little too much in this fight for me. He kept looking to the corner, even on a decision as to whether or not he should get up or not. He was staring over there. So what did it show me? It showed me that mentally, and shout out to Antonio MMA, who's speaking towards that a little bit. You know what I mean? Talking about the potential mental disorder, or I see Ross Scott speaking on that 50% chance that he's probably on some sort of the spectrum there. When the fight becomes cerebral, when it's time for Daniel Dubois to change and adjust to adversity, he doesn't seem to have that. That seems to be his Achilles, right? So if the game plan is working, he has no problem working the game plan through to the end. But once things change in the ring, he doesn't have the ability to do what we might see a Terrence Crawford do, or obviously Alexander Usyk do, or Tyson Fury do, or, you know, all the cerebral fighters, Shakur Stevens. He can't adjust. He needs to be guided and he needs to be adjusted. I also thought it was very confusing in that corner, watching the father and Don Charles, you know, trying to guide him. It seemed very noisy. You know what I mean? We watched Tyson Fury kind of go through that a little bit when he was dealing with what's my guy's name? Sugar Hill and his father. As a father and him were just being, but Tyson Fury is cerebral enough to be able to take what he needs and tune out the noise and go in the ring and implement the best possible
experience.
Right. And Daniel, I don't think that benefited him to have all that confusion there. He's the kind of person who needs it a little bit more structured. That also, I think Daniel Dubois just had a moment like where he checked out and realized that, look, I'm not getting it from my corner. I don't know what to do. And he keeps on hitting me. I don't know if I want to be in here anymore. And that grit that we thought he got over, that hump we thought he got over from the first time they fought each other, we thought in these last 3 fights that there was a new mentally recalibrated version of Daniel Dubois that would have more grit in this fight. And it does seem like he mentally checked out in this fight. That being said, though, moving forward from there, now that we see what ended up happening, what's next for Usyk? What's next for Dubois? I mean, what do you see in the future.
Definitely got to see Joseph Parker get his shot. Well deserved at this point, especially after getting skipped over. That's definitely what I see for that. Especially him missing the opportunity to fight for this opportunity. So definitely got to see him getting in the ring. As far as Danny Dubois, he needs to go fight somebody significant. I think he does need to bounce back. I think Derek Chisora would be a great rebound fight.
And good money.
Right? And yeah, exactly. But at the same time, I could see him fighting your boy. I always forget his name, Clay. We just talked about it this morning.
Salute Echo.
What's his name? The body snatcher, man. What's his name again?
G?
Yes, Cabiel. And we just talked about it. And I could see him getting in the ring with him. He didn't fall too far from the tower. He was a champion, right? So he just got beat by a better champion. So I would like to see him go with somebody that's going to stand in front of him and attack. Even though Ajit got them long arms and he attacks the body from a distance, at the same time, he's standing in front of somebody like a Danny Dubois. So it'll be a better fight for him, I think, matchup-wise. But, yeah, as far as the Chisora fight will be really good because, like I said, it's a money fight. It's a home calling for him. And it puts more, I think it puts more confidence in his pocket. And he'd just be, second or third best fighter in the division based on the results of Usyk and Joseph Parker at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
You brought up Ajit Caballon. We're going to talk about him a little bit, too, because there's a little bit of a potential issue that might be popping up in the WBO conversation as far as who's going to fight Alexander Usyk next. As much as it seems like clear as day that it should be Joseph Parker next, there's a bit of a conversation going on here. You know what I mean? A campaign going on right now between Ajit Caballon, who's looking to be next because of where he's ranked, and because he has his interim title. And then obviously, Joseph Parker's right to fight him next, being a WBO champion. There's a conversation going on there. But I also want to say that I wouldn't be mad. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't be mad to see Alexander Usyk retire. First of all, I want to say that
if he does,
if he retire, I'd be okay with that, right?
Mad.
Yeah, I definitely think.
You know what we forgot to mention? And I asked you this yesterday, and maybe the chat elaborate. Is he 3-time undisputed champion or is he 2-time?
Well, he's 3-time.
But they didn't garnish. Nobody garnished that respect for him like they did Canelo. Is what I'm saying.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No one made an announcement. Nobody made an announcement on that. So
he's definitely 3 times.
I know he is. I feel that he is.
He's super decorated, man. The guy has accomplished so much. And in the conversation about, all-time great, oh, man. In the heavyweight division specifically, man, I mean, hard conversation to have. There's an argument there to be said that you let me know if you agree or disagree with this statement I'm about to make. There's an argument there to be said that Alexander Usyk has achieved everything there for him to achieve, right? There's nothing left on the table for him to eat, right? That being said, doing everything he can do, is there anything that he could do to make a legitimate conversation or put him in that all-time great heavyweight conversation?
No, he's there. He's definitely we look amongst the greats in history, right? I mean, it goes back so far. Heavyweight boxing has always been prestige, but even though it's been prestige, a lot of those guys walked around with losses. A lot of guys walked around with certain accolades and certain fights that captivated the fan base and put them in those spots. But when you talk about the accolades and what that brings to the table for all the fighters, for all the people in history, Usyk is one of the best. I believe it's top 10, maybe top 15 of all time. Because remember, boxing was heavyweight for a long time. You know what I mean? It went the way of the heavyweight. And now that the heavyweight division has come back, he's definitely in the eyes of me personally. And I don't know if Echo or Rosclott, historian-wise, those guys stay in the history books, boxing librarian, things of those guys. If they ever wanted to chime in and say that he belongs in the top 10, top 15 of all time of heavyweight boxers, because he has so much he has done. And the fact that he came from cruiserweight, I mean, do I put him above Evander Holyfield? That's a tough choice. Why? Because Evander did the same thing he did. Evander was undisputed, both divisions. It's a tough choice. And
Are the dancing partners just limited?
That's what I was going to say. Evander fought everybody. So
right.
can I shame him for that? You know what I mean? So it definitely hurts to say that, but we have learned what the heavyweight division was, Clay, through Alexander Usyk and the challenges that set forth for him. And because we learned who these guys were, we've seen the skill set and the ability, and that he's light years ahead of everybody in that division. And you have to give him his flowers for that, man. At the end of the day, I think he's definitely especially at this era, he's definitely top, probably number one in this era heavyweight. I mean, I definitely have him over Deontay Wilder for sure. But a lot of people don't feel that, you know, that's the case. He beat Tyson Fury, who beat Wilder. I'm not saying triangle theory, but he beat Tyson Fury. AJ, he beat AJ. Like, he beat everybody that was in front of him from the top to the bottom, man.
And he beat him twice.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Both of them. All three of them.
Yeah, bro. And he's probably going to end his career undefeated, right? So, man, bro, it's going to be an interesting conversation for the panel later. I know it's hard, like I said, because when you bring him into this conversation, it's like, but at what point are we going to have the conversation? If it's not the time now, who else is there left in front of him? He's 38 years old. He's accomplished all these fights. He just beat a young, what people were considering. I know, me personally, I thought Dane Dubois is a leader in the new era, right? I mean, he just did him easy. He handled him easy.
He went as cool as Mike Tyson in that fight. That's what he did.
Right, and he didn't just use his athleticism in this fight. He was punching early. He was punching early. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting conversation. I don't want to get too caught up on it because we're going to have it on the panel. I'm looking forward to have the people in the building to speak on it. The Ant McQueens, the Echoes, the Ross Klotz.
ETV.
ETV, if he's in the building. I'm interested in everybody's perspective on this topic, man, because at some point or another, I mean, one thing's for sure, two things for certain for me. And shout out to, I guess, Shelton was speaking on it. As far as generational, as far as this era is concerned, no question. Best heavyweight boxer of this era. That's a fact for me. I mean, feel free to disagree and push back on anybody in the building. I mean, it is what it is for me when it comes to that conversation. But the big conversation is the all-time situation. And it's hard to not put him in the conversation for me. Am I putting him over these guys, the Alis? No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. But does he belong in the conversation with them?
Yes.
Does he belong to be next to them and be in that conversation of all-time great heavyweights?
And with all due respect to the Butcher, it's a different era, man. These guys fought 4 or 5 times a year. The Butcher, you know what I mean? They don't fight 13, 14, 15 round fights anymore. And they don't fight that many times a year anymore. So, I mean, yes, there was a lot of defenses and a lot of fights going on in their lifetimes and within a year. These guys spread out to 2 to 3 fights a year now, due to health and all that stuff and all the regulations and the doctors' safeties and recalls and all that stuff. They do all that now. They didn't do that back then. It was fight for the money. And it was making 20,000, 10,000, you know what I mean? Times are different. Now these guys are getting paid way over $1 million to get in this ring, you know what I mean? Millions of dollars to get in this ring, and they got their, you know what I mean? They put their safety first, and the doctors and all the commissions are in line for that. So it's a big difference with these guys fighting, him defending 8 times and these guys defending 10, 15 times when it was a different time and era. We got to put that in perspective as well.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. It's a great argument to even be having, and you know, I think that's accolades within itself. The argument within itself is an accolade for Alexander Usyk, right? Just the argument within itself is something that you got to give Usyk his flowers, and I think without a doubt we're giving him his flowers today, one way or the other, whether or not somebody believes he belongs somewhere in the conversation or he doesn't. Just the fact that the conversation is happening, you got to celebrate Usyk, man. And as far as, like I said, this era of boxing, heavyweight boxing is concerned, watching heavyweight boxing, man, Usyk is the top of the food chain. I mean, over all your favorite heavyweight fighters today.
Right.
You don't. Who do you see beating Usyk today? I think he dusts his Deontay Wilder. He just handles him easily. I think he handles. He's shown already Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, Dane Dubois. I think he's going to beat Joseph Parker.
Right.
I think he did. You know, what I mean, I think he destroys Dillian White. We've seen him fight Derek Chisora. I think what's out there for him. There's nobody in the heavyweight division right now who beats Alexander Usyk. He's earned the respect right now to where if you're going to beat him, you're going to have to beat him to show me you can beat him. That's how good he is, right? I just can't I can't bet against him. You just got to show me. You know what I mean? I feel the same way about Terrence Crawford. You know, you just got to beat him. I know Canelo, this, that, and the other, but I can't bet against him. For me,
you can't box with this guy. Nobody in the division can box with him, hands down. I salute to Miss Rain in the building. Listen,
hold on. Go ahead, handle that. I got
definitely. Go ahead, get the daggone door, bro. Just kidding. Listen, at the end of the day, man, like I said, I think the only person that may is a GKBL because he's a body attack. Like he attacks the body, he has a range on him to do so. But Usyk has such a fluid movement. And he shows that he has a great timing. He has a great ability to move around in the ring. He has more opportunities to withstand these guys, man. Like I don't, Roscoe, you silly, bro. Anyway, you wanted to say GD, right, Dor? But I get it. Y'all clouding him right now. Leave Miss Rain alone, man. She trying. You know what I mean? She got bags in her hands, man. She had to text with the bag. You know what I mean? Let her do her thing. But anyway, you know what I mean? It's a lot of guys that that we got to look at and give praise to, man, in this heavyweight division currently. But Usyk is just the king. He's the top of the mountain, man. I mean, maybe what's the dude that cruiserweight right now? You got Joe Bataille. He might be a guy that might come up and give him a challenge because he's a smaller fighter. He has to move.
You brought up something I wanted to bring up right now.
Oh, man. You told me keep going. So, yeah, I'm glad you did.
No. I'm happy. No, do me there. I just want to let you know the Joe Bataille. I think I'm going to just say that Usyk at this point has proven so much that now it's about special fights. It's not about mandatories anymore at this point in his career, right? Like, there's nothing left for him to prove. For him now, it's kind of like Terrence to a degree. Special fights. I want to do something special, something hard, difficult, something challenging, something that's going to go in the history books and add to my legacy. The paydays are clearly there already. Turki Alalshikh is in the Alexander Usyk business, period. He's going to get paid no matter who he fights damn near. Right. The question is, who's going to give us, the fans, the fight that we want to see that just challenges Alexander Usyk and just historically does something significant. And there's a certain little bit of a thing for you. I'm kind of looking for that young fighter to come in and kind of get the torch passed over to him a little bit. Right. You know what I'm saying?
And I promise you, Clay, you know who I would think would have gave him a good fight, but he just showed that he just don't have to, he quits too, was Jaron Anderson. He's a great boxer. He's a good mover. He would have gave him a good boxing match, but would he have been able to withstand the punishment, getting punched back and being beat to the punch or things of that nature? We have been able to stand and accept that he's getting hit in the face, you know what I mean, more than he should have. We don't know that, you know what I mean? But when he was back before he got beat by Bacoli, before he quit in that fight, and he showed some quit in his last fight, I would have said, he would have been perfect candidate to fight Usyk because he has a great boxing background. Like, he's very fluid. But, you know what I mean? There's nobody. I'm looking at the list right now, Clay. There's nobody on this list.
For me, if Jairo Bataille is not able to get that unification with Little Ramirez, I think Jairo Bataille is a great fight for Alexander Usyk. Now, I know it's like, where is he? You know, you're going to give him a championship fight, give him a shot at undisputed over Joseph Parker. That's crazy. I'll be honest with you. I think Joseph Parker should get the fight next. I ain't going to lie to you. Right. But I think that's just off the strength of, it's just, for me, Joseph Parker's old, just like Usyk. And to see Usyk retire at the end of a Joseph Parker fight, it's just kind of like,
Says nothing. Yeah, it's a bad walk.
I want to see the torch get passed a little bit. I do. Right. I want to see the torch get passed. I want to see some young fighter come and take the reins a little bit. I thought Daniel Dubois would do it. I don't know if Jai Patai would do it, but I'll tell you this: Jai Patai is a great boxer, man, and he's got a lot of athleticism. You know what I mean?
Why your boy trying to get Wilder killed, bro?
No, Wilder has no chance, bro.
Yo, why is Freak trying to get Wilder? He said
Wilder doesn't even have a puncher's chance anymore, in my opinion. Wilder isn't even letting that hand go anymore, the right hand go no more like he used to. It's like I don't even see it anymore.
Bro,
he would get demolished, bro.
Yo, you thought he was spinning around with Zhang?
Listen, he would get knocked out worse than what he did against Tyson Fury. Because with Tyson Fury, there was an argument there, in my opinion, to say that the conditioning played the factor, right? Like Tyson beat an exhausted Deontay Wilder. I think Usyk would legitimately knock him out inside of 3 to 5 rounds. I think he would get hit with too many clean shots on the chin. I don't think he'd be able to.
Bro,
that's what I believe.
He'll knock him out quick. Yo, he playing with you, Clay.
Yeah. I see him doing what he does. Matthew Manhunt Walter, salute to you, by the way. He says he needs to fight Moses.
Not yet. Moses
not
is
yet.
coming.
By the way, I think Frank Warren spoke on it, and I think he knows he's keeping Moses clear of that.
Yeah.
He doesn't want him near him right now. He doesn't want him near him right now. I don't know, man. It's gonna look. We're gonna watch. We could speak on it and we could speculate on it as much as we want. I think we won't see Alexander Usyk back in the ring for about another 6 to 9 months. That's what I would think.
There's always that Buster Douglas fight out there for him, Clay. We don't know. There's always
for the next 6 to 9 months, I don't expect to see Usyk in the ring. That being said, Joseph Parker is next, would consider be next. But what is Joseph Parker going to do? Is he going to wait another 6 to 9 months? Because that means he's been out the ring for arguably a year, right? So is he willing to stay super inactive on the back end of getting the Usyk fight? Usyk is probably not fighting until
February, March, right?
Yeah, 2026, right?
There's more, Clay. There's more. So you got the WBO and the WBA interim guys looking to make this fight, right? I'm sorry, WBC, excuse me. Looking to make this fight. They're looking at each other very hard. They really pause on that. They really want these this type of fight to go on. They both want Usyk. Why not have at it? Why not let them two go at it? It was supposed to be.
That's we're going into the conversation, right? That's exactly where I was hitting.
Absolutely. I got to beat you there.
All right.
Yeah, that's brainstorm.
So Joseph Parker he can, but he shouldn't, or should he? I don't know. But at the end of the day, if Usyk's not fighting for the next 6 to 9 months, Joseph Parker has a decision to make. Does he sit there and just wait 6 to 9 months with Usyk and fight him there? I don't know how old Joseph Parker is. I know he's in his 30s. Or does he make a fight happen in between? And if he does make a fight happen between, who does he fight next? What makes sense for him? He threw out the Derek Chisora fight, right? They threw it out there. I thought that was going to be the fight to make. The boxing space was like, we don't want to see that nonsense.
Wow.
Nobody wants to see that fight. So now Derek Chisora is off the table. Who does Joseph Parker fight next? The argument is Ajit Kabayel, clearly, right? Or Moses Atuma, who's right there behind him on the ranking. So does Moses Atuma fight? Joseph Parker, or does Joseph Parker fight Ajit Kabayel? And I think that's interesting because I'm telling you, I think either one of those guys would beat Joseph Parker. And I think Joseph Parker risk losing his spot if he fights either one of them. I think Moses beats him.
He has to take a shot.
And I think Ajit Kabayel beats him.
Right. He has to take the opportunity. Either way, he has to. And you know what? Ajit, I kind of want to say I'm relentless to say that will happen. Because every time we shoot down Joseph Parker, every time we shoot him down, he finds a way to win.
I haven't shot him down, and I don't think he's fought. I'm telling you, I already talked to you about this. I don't think his last 3 fights are as significant as people say. I think they're more names than challenges. And I think, once again, a false sense of accomplishment, the same way as Daniel Dubois walked into that Usyk fight, this second one, with a false sense of who he thought he was, and he ended up getting a reality check. I think Joseph Parker fought a Deontay Wilder who wasn't dialed in, who was completely not himself. I think he fought a Zhang Zhang that was old and had no conditioning and became a Chinese Deontay Wilder, somebody who had a powerful right hand. And once Joseph Parker was able to turn it into a cerebral, athletic fight. Zhilei Zhang showed that he wasn't that guy on a cerebral level, right? I don't think and I think he fought a Martin Bakole who was super out of shape, not ready, and arguably, me and you saw the fight. Was putting hands on that boy Parker until he got hit with that shot.
Yeah, he
was putting hands on him. You know what I'm saying? Until he got hit with that crazy shot on the top of his head, he was putting hands on him and he was out of shape.
I hit with the Donkey Kong barrel.
And then listen, the way Martin Bakole fought against F.A. Jagba doesn't make the Joseph Parker fight age any better, because it just showed that the money might have went to his head, that the status he got from beating Jaron Ennis, he wasn't the same fighter. I don't want to take those victories away from Joseph Parker, but I don't think those victories dictate what he's going to look like in front of a young, motivated Moses Atuma or a young, body-snatching Ajit Kabayel.
Right.
Those fights tell us what he's going to do against those guys. I don't know.
You're right. That's a good point. Those are great points.
So where is Joseph Parker at right now? Because he's earned the right to fight Alexander Usyk next, but he has to work on Alexander Usyk's schedule. If Usyk is not fighting for the next 6 to 9 months, does Joseph Parker lose that energy and that momentum that he's built for himself? Does he need that momentum to carry over into a fight against an Alexander Usyk to give him his best chance at winning? Or listen, he also is there with Andy Lee. I mean, Joseph Parker is a great boxer. He's got his resume speaks. Those last 3 fights are his last 3 fights, but he's also fought Anthony Joshua. He's also, you know what I'm saying? He's had other fights where he's competed at a very high level. At 33 years old, what kind of 33 years old is Joseph Parker? We see what kind of 38-year-old Alexander Usyk is. You know what I mean? So,
well, experience helps, Clay, at the end of the day. But does experience help you, you know what I mean, when it's somebody else with experience? So, I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. It's the will of the masses right there. I get it.
Roscoe says being out of shape doesn't mean you can't take a punch. No, 100%. He hit him with a heavy shot. But Bakole was there.
Yeah.
Because there was a lack of defensive responsibility that Martin Bakole put himself in, exchanging with Joseph Parker the way he did. He didn't, like, Usyk is not going to be there for a shot like that. Moses Atuma's not going to be there for a shot like that. Ajit Kabayel, maybe, right? Because we saw Zhilei Zhang land a significant shot. But that shot was a crazy shot right on the top of the head and knocked him off his equilibrium. Much respect to Joseph Parker. But before that actually happened, we saw Joseph Parker, in my opinion, we watched Martin Bakole, boxing the brakes off of Joseph Parker. How do you feel about that? Am I right, Ray? Was not Martin Bakole winning the boxing match with Joseph Parker in that fight until that happened?
He was beating him up, bro.
The jab was just like couldn't miss, like a laser guy.
I was gonna say he had him like, it was like he wasn't even in the corner, bro. He was just like stiff. He couldn't move.
Mm-hmm.
Cole cut off every little spot, was standing right in front of him. And when he started getting to his power shots, that's when he got hit. You know what I mean? Because he got comfortable. And I think Joseph Parker threw a hit, we call it Hail Mary. And
he threw a get up off me shot. He threw what the hell? He threw a shot like just to stop.
And it landed.
And it landed on the top of his head, because Bakole was it was. Shout out to Joseph Parker. I don't want to take away from the victory, but I'm talking about moving forward. What did I see in that Martin Bakole fight that translate into something that's going to be official against it? Not to mention Joseph Parker was fat in that fight. He came in way too big, in my opinion, and he was getting ready for Daniel Dubois, and he wanted to be able to absorb some punishment from Daniel Dubois and weather that storm, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know what that translates into. It's going to be interesting to watch it, because Joseph Parker does have a decision to make. I don't know who he fights next. If he is trying to stay busy, who does he fight next? Derek Chisora is not on the table. And what is he going to do? Fight some like a Terramana or something? Somebody who's like a top 15 fighter just to stay busy? Maybe that's a fight he takes. I don't know. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But those fights that he got into, I don't think get him ready for Alexander Usyk, and I don't know that they get him ready to beat these young fighters. I think Moses Atuma and Ajit Kabayel are here to take the division. You know what I mean? They want them. They're part of the new era, man. They're young. They're full of motivation. They punching hard. They got great IQ. it's not the same fight. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yo, this StreamYard is killing us, Clay.
Is it? The guy that's frozen?
Bro, I done froze about 20. I'm in the Matrix right now. For real.
Yeah, it is what it is. Let's continue to move the needle a little bit here. That moving away from that fight a little bit, jumping into, let's talk about Manny Pacquiao and Mario Barrios a little bit in the welterweight division and what's going on with that situation. So, going into this fight, not excited about it, right? I wasn't. And why weren't we excited? Because when we're talking about the welterweight division, we know there's a lot of unfinished business and things that need to be happening. And when we're watching Mario Barrios fight Manny Pacquiao, coming off of a draw fight against Abel Ramos on a Jake Paul card, there's a little frustration that could settle in there. We watched the WBC move Manny Pacquiao into position to fight for a title in the division. Meanwhile, we want to see unifications. We know there's mandatories there. There are fighters there that Mario Barrios should be in the It just seems like Mario Barrios hasn't been in the conversation of the welterweight division as a champion. What do you think?
Yeah, it's weird, bro. It's weird to say to me because I had high hopes when he beat Usyk. It just lets you know.
Usyk.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry. Ugas. Sorry,
right.
my bad.
Right.
He beat Ugas. I had high hopes, especially coming off the close near win with homeboy one time, right? Keith Thurman. So I'm like, yo, you know what I mean? He's looking like he's gonna carry the torch. He's gonna do a good job up there. You know what I mean? He aged well coming off the Gervonta Davis loss, being out on a hiatus, coming back and moving into that position. Gets out there, puts on a performance and it was a tough fight even with Usyk, but he dominated the fight because Usyk put hands on him too, but he dominated the fight. You know what I mean, to say the least. And then him moving forward, lackluster fight. People had questions. Next fight, lackluster fight. People had questions. Next fight, draw. People really question it. Next fight, draw. So he went from Usyk to 2 wins, barely, right? People question these wins because his eyes were swollen up. And the second fight after Usyk, remember, he couldn't even see how both his eyes was all swollen up.
Right.
Then he fought again after that. Last fight before Manny Pacquiao, and people were questioning it. And all these hiatuses in between. Matter of fact, forget about the fighters. Let's talk about the time periods. He had this belt for 3 years, and he only had 4 fights since he had the title. Right. 3 fights. Excuse me, 3 fights because he won it with Usyk, right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, it might be 4. Pacquiao might be 4, whatever the case may be. But regardless, he's not looking to push the envelope. He was supposed to fight Stanionis. Never happened, never came to fruition. Always pushed aside. Then these people looking for him to fight Boots. Never happened. They were talking about Conor Ben. Never happened. And people are reaching out to his team. And he actually was on the record of saying, he had a lot of people approach him and he was willing to take certain fights, but he didn't. It don't matter what you're willing to do, it's what you didn't do. And I think when you pick a Manny Pacquiao because it's a safe bet or cherry pick going wrong, that's where,
or at least the money, right? Maybe he was a money.
There you go. Now this more becomes a money fight because you know what? I think it sounds good. It was a selling point for the PBC. I think they kept him out of the way of certain fighters. I think they're honoring him as a champion. I think that they're trying to keep that belt around his waist or keep it on their side of the street. That's my opinion. They're avoiding certain fighters in the game, bro. And I just think it's crazy right now for them to do so. I mean, you had a guy move up in weight, the guy that everybody wanted to see. They've been talking about it since Devin was at 135. He was at 140. They've been talking about that fight. The guy was number 1 in your division. He was looking for a fight, and you took the Manny fight, even though it was in talks already. It was revealed by Blue or somebody else that it was already in talks before that fight was even thought of. But it's just crazy that you avoided Jaron Ennis, bro.
Well, what I understand, the Manny Pacquiao Barrios fight happened on the night of the loss against Abel Ramos. Well, the draw against Abel Ramos, right? So that night, Manny Pacquiao's wife told Manny that I think you could beat this dude. You should fight this dude. So it was on that night, Manny literally called right there to Mauricio Suleiman and said, "Listen, man, I want to get a shot at this dude for his title." And that's when all the pieces started to move after that night. But I think that the PBC, and I'm reluctant, right?
But Barrios or PBC? I just want to make sure so people understand where we're coming from.
Listen, I'm getting to the point to where I'm getting past the silliness of it all, and I don't care anymore too much what people think about these points that we make in these conversations that have aged like fine wine as the days have gone by. There's something going on with the PBC. This card, first of all, just in general, $90 pay-per-view on the same weekend, on the same day that you saw Bam Rodriguez fight, Diego Pacheco fight on the same card. You watch Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois fight for undisputed. You paid $34-$40 for that. There's something going on that there hasn't been an adjustment to the way that they're delivering these fights to us. And when you watch the movement of Sebastian Fundora vacating a title to make this fight with Tszyu, a fight that I just felt like was not
crazy
there anymore. I feel like once Tszyu lost against Murtazaliev, that fight against Sebastian Fundora, it lost the steam on it. It just wasn't more important than Sebastian Fundora chasing unification fights or defending his title against Xander Zayas, and then the next fight being a unification against a Murtazaliev or even a Johannes Ellis. I don't know. Johannes Tellus. I don't know, right? There's definitely been a protective custody issue going on with the PBC and fighters like Mario Barrios, who's just been strategically being moved and not being in the conversation of what's really going on in the welterweight division. He's not in the welterweight division conversation the way he should be. And here we are now with a second fight that he runs a draw. Abel Ramos draw. Now this fight draw. Weird, bro. The next fight for Mario Barrios needs to be a significant fight in the welterweight division. It needs to be a fight that holds weight in the welterweight division, in the present day welterweight division. Or vacate, leave, do like you said, in other conversations, go to 160, go to 154, whatever it is that you plan on doing if you're too big for the division. But the fight wasn't significant enough. That being said, a Manny Pacquiao who hasn't been active in about 4 years comes in to fight a Mario Barrios, quite frankly, one of the weakest champions in boxing today, if not definitely the weakest champion in the welterweight division, and he damn near. A lot of people felt like, first of all, was it a robbery or was it okay for it to be a draw?
No, it was definitely, in my personal opinion, even though I picked Pacquiao to win, I think Pacquiao won. Do I think it was a robbery? I can't say it was a draw, so it's definitely not a robbery. I mean, but it was definitely not the way the fight should have went to the winner. I don't think Barrios showed enough. I think Manny took the belt from him. And it didn't look, and regardless of everybody saying, well, Manny looked like he was telling him to stop hitting me and this and that, maybe he was. Whatever the case was, Barrios let off. I mean, your job as a champion is to get through the fight and beat the opponent, defend your title. And it don't look like he did a good job defending his title. And this is like the third fight, like I said, in a row. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think Manny Pacquiao won the fight. I don't think it was a robbery, but I think it was inconvenient for boxing. I think it was a black eye on boxing to see a fight like that. I think I would have rather seen Manny Pacquiao walk away with that title because I know that he's going to fight. You know what I'm saying? Whoever's there to fight, and I think he would have moved the welterweight division forward. I think Mario Barrios's handlers, and I'm not going to even put all the blame on Mario Barrios. I'm not, because we know the way the politics are on the side of the street that he's in. You know what I mean? We know the politics and the way they play over there, but I don't think the welterweight division or boxing benefited at all from a draw. And more importantly, Mario Barrios keeping his welterweight title. His next fight needs to be a significant fight. I'll be honest with you, unification. I want to see him fight the winner between Devin Haney and Brian Norman. Period.
It's not going to happen. He's going to fight Rolly Romero. He's going to fight Rolly Romero.
Or fight Rolly. I don't care. Fight Rolly. It's all good. Rolly has the title. Fight Rolly.
Right. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be an in-house fight. Who else are they going to fight? You know what I mean?
Elder, who's the weakest current champion? Wilibaldo Garcia at 115 or Mario Barrios? I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with Wilibaldo Garcia, so maybe he's the worst champion. I don't know. You might be right. Maybe that guy. I don't know, L-Dub. I got to look into him. I'm not familiar with him. You know what I mean? But he's up there. Mario's definitely up there, bro. I'm sorry. Weak. Weak. Shout out to Mario Barrios. Nothing personal. Just a champion who I find, it's hard to respect that WBC title around his waist. It's hard to do it. He's not defending it and fighting against anybody. Yeah, he's not defending it and fighting against anybody significant in the JAG, just another guy, or regular fighters that he's been fighting against, as far as Abel Ramos is concerned, as far as Manny Pacquiao, 4-year-old. I'm not saying Manny Pacquiao because it's hard to say regular with a fighter like him who's literally in the International Hall of Fame right now as we speak. Right. But just being as old and aged out, inactive Manny Pacquiao, to run both those fights to a draw, weak, bro. Weak. Right. It is what it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say you already draw with Abel Ramos, so they're not gonna give him that. Yeah, maybe they give him the Abel Ramos rematch.
I don't want to see that.
I don't either. But maybe I'm just saying that's what they're probably gonna do, bro.
I know, but I'm just being honest.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, who can they possibly put him in the ring with?
Bro, get the winner, either Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney, or you fight Rolly Romero, bro.
They're not gonna do that, bro.
Well, then boxing has a black eye on it, on the back end of that. It just is what it is. This is not.
Maybe they're listening to us and they changed their mind.
Listen, boxing deserves better than what we're watching happening at this point with Mario Barrios, and specifically with that WBC title that he wears around his waist. Right. It deserves better than that.
You know what? Who? Oh no, that's bro. I was gonna say, no, he's not even in that sanction. So, I mean, shit, you got him. Some
it needs to be a significant fight.
Conor Ben, but if Conor Ben don't get this fight, maybe make the fight with Conor Ben. He's ranked high enough. Fine, right? I'll say but fine. It's not an exciting fight, but it gives us an opportunity.
It's cool fight. Conor gonna show up,
but it gives him an opportunity for the belt to move forward.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fine.
Right, yeah, so
I'm saying fine. I'm saying fine, right? But I'm saying fine. In there's a cynicism to my fine, which is, bro, there's fights to be made.
Right.
Is it make the fights?
He's not
going. Don't go out like this dude who's just make the fights. That's what I'm saying. There's fights.
You don't want to pull people up for 140.
Yeah, make the fights, man. There's fights to be made. Make the fights at this point. You've been riding around. You did the Abel Ramos. You did Manny. There's 2 draws. Nobody's excited. Make the fights. It is what it is. Let's move forward, though.
Yeah.
Let's move forward, right?
Get off that train.
I'm not. It is what it is. I don't think it gets too much deeper than that, right? Not impressed.
Yeah.
Mario Barrios, not impressed. Manny Pacquiao, I am impressed.
Yeah.
To see Manny Pacquiao come in off a 4-year hiatus like that, of his last fight he had for an exhibition fight, we saw how he looked. And terrible, for him to damn near be a WBC champion in today's era of boxing is impressive for him.
And I think that's why he got the nod. I think that's why they made it a draw, because you can't get this guy who just literally lost to a kickboxer, right, in an exhibition, a championship fight in a sanctioned boxing match. You know how that's going to look? That's cool.
Yeah, man. Just do something.
It's crazy work.
Do something special, or you're gonna be left to the side, and we're gonna it's not good. And I had respect for Mario Barrios, and I liked Mario Barrios coming up into the welterweight division. I'm like, all right, cool, man. He just always showed up as a fighter who's willing to. He's always a fighter who showed up as somebody who's willing to fight anybody and everybody. He just looked like that guy. I always say with Mario Barrios, worst case scenario, great dance partner. That's how I looked at him, because I just knew he was coming to fight. But the way he's being handled and moved right now, there's a bit of frustration. There's a bit of frustration.
Move to 154.
I mean, whatever. I don't give a shit. I'm be honest with you. I'm not happy with what's happening with that WBC title and with him in the welterweight. I don't give a shit. Right? So it's like one way or another. Do something significant or move out the way. I want to see the division move forward. I want to see unification fights. I want to see fight challenging fights. Dude, fight Rohan Polanco. I don't give a damn. Fight somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And somebody fight a fight that is significant for the welterweight division, that moves the conversation forward, and stop babysitting this title and keeping it over there on that side of the street, it's looking bad for boxing. It is what it is.
Shit, I don't care if he fight Ryan Garcia. It's more exciting than Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? But moving forward,
go ahead.
I want to go into a significant fight.
Yeah.
A fighter who I think is just been showing up every single time he comes into the ring and is getting to that point to now where I've already said it before, but I'm going to say it even more confidently now. But that being said, it comes with a whole new set of things on the table. We just watched Jesse Bam Rodriguez make easy work of a fighter. What's his first name? I know Kafu is his last name. What's his first name?
Kafu.
It's his name.
Fumele
Kafu, right? Fumele coming out of Africa.
Ghana, not Ghana, South Africa.
Yeah, South Africa. I think he's like Johannesburg or something like that. Man, listen, man. Bam Rodriguez is just a special fighter.
Level.
He's a special fighter, bro.
Good? Pound for pound, in my opinion, number
Hold
one.
it down for a second. Go ahead. Talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing. I think he's right now. I think he's pound for pound number one. I think he's beat. I think he'll move up. He already moved up already and beat this division after he left his last division. He's moving in to take all the belts. I definitely think he's pound for pound number one over everybody. I think he can go all the way up to, and we talked about it because of his height, maybe 130 and be dominant. At least get good fights in where it starts getting trouble for him. I think he gets trouble to everybody at 126. That'll be where it actually starts getting trouble. 126. But 122, I think, man, a lot of these guys, they're talking about like what's the name he's inducted, man? Nakatani, man. Like this dude, Junto, they talking about Junto, they talking about like all these guys is moving away from him. Nobody wants to work, nobody wants to magic with this dude's hands, bro. Bam Rodriguez is something special. And I was talking to Clay earlier and I said, you know what's funny? Now we have to give Estrada credit for that fight with Bam because everybody was like, yo, Bam got knocked down and whatever the case may be. Yo, you have to give credit where credit's due. Estrada was in that fight for the first couple rounds and he put Bam down. So, you know what I mean, just to say the least, that he was able to rock with Bam for a little bit. I don't think everybody wants to see that fight with Chocolatito still. I don't know if that's he washes him out the water. Nonito's back in the mix. I don't know if they're at the same division. I think they are at 118 with each other, or whatever the case may be, or 115. So I think he should move up to 118 if he doesn't get all the belts. I think Nonito just moved up to 118, but that'll be a good fight to have. There's so many opportunities for this kid, and I just think that this kid he's really the goods, bro. He's really the goods, and I'm telling you, keep your eye on Jesse. Bam Rodriguez is the goods. I think he's the next generational talent. He's going to be somebody to be watching for going forward. Oh, Clay ain't back yet, my bad. So I mean, the fight that we seen the other day, man, he's like, yo, he literally set that boy up, man. Kafu was set up from the gate, like he led him into the traps, boxed him to the corner, and just knocked him out. It was crazy. It was like pieced him up better than anybody I've ever seen before. Anderson doesn't have the stomach for a hard fight. Oh, Jared Anderson. All right, thank you. You said Anderson. I'm like, who are we talking about? But I got you. But yeah, man, Bam is back. I'm back. You back?
I see. I heard somebody bring up Anderson now. I don't want to get away from.
No, I'm not. I'm going back. I was reading it. But look, I was reading the Bam. I was talking about Bam, right? Check it out. And I closed off like I was passing it to you. And I was like, oh, shit, Clay ain't even here. But go ahead, man. I don't know if you heard what I said, but go for it.
Bam, for me, has crossed over. He did. I already saw it. Look, if as a community and as boxing fans in the building right now, if we've not learned anything from, let's say, the Edgar Berlanga fight that happened recently with Hamza Shiraz, is that until your favorite fighter is fighting the best, you don't know who your favorite fighter is. The eye test can take you into places where you're just like, man, this guy, I have so much. You look at Abdullah Mason, for example, and you're like, man, this dude's probably like one of the best lightweights in the world right now. One of the best fighters in the world right now. Jaron Ennis, one of the best fighters in the world right now. Look at him. Edgar Berlanga knocking 17 people out in the first round. I don't know anybody who thought he was one of the best fighters in the world. But if you did, I could see why you did, because all those knockouts, right? The reality is, until they're tested, you don't know who they are. Abdullah Mason has a job to do on November 22nd against Sam Noakes to become a champion, to pass the eye test. We've seen him do well with the fighters that he's fought against, but none of those guys are generational talents, and they're not his peers. They're not the fighters that we need to see him perform against in order for us to give him tried true accolades. The eye test is great, though. That's what we do. Bam Rodriguez is crossing over from the eye test. He's gone into
significance, bro.
Special fighter conversations. He's gone into that conversation. That being said, it comes with a whole new set of problems, right? Potentially. And what are the problems? There's nobody in his weight division that's going to give him any issues. He's a lineal champion. He's a unified champion now. Shout out to him if he wants to become undisputed. That's an accolade that I never get in the way of. Like Jaron Ennis, I wanted to see him go 154 a long time ago, but when I saw that he was on a mission to unify and chase undisputed or chase these unifications and lineal champion accolades, I got out his way and I said, nah, bro. Every fighter has their personal bucket list of things that they want to achieve. I'm not going to get in the way of that. He achieved what he wanted to. He's satiated his 147-pound dreams and aspirations. He's done the best he can do there. He's up at 154. Let's get it. Let's move forward.
Right.
Bam is getting into that conversation where it's time for the challenge, man. There's big fights. There's big fights to be made for Bam, man. We know. We want to see Bam in some big fights. I want to see Bam in there with a Nakatani. I want to see him in there with a monster in the way. You know what I mean? I want to see him in there with, like, I heard you bring up one, as I was coming down the steps, I heard something about 126 pounds. I'd love to see him in that division doing some great work in there, right?
Right.
There are fights to be made for Bam Rodriguez, and I'm ready personally as a boxing fan to see him up there. You know what I mean? This next fight he has right now is going to be a great fight. Who's it he's fighting next again? It's who's he fighting next again? Hold on a second here. What's the guy's name again? Is it MJ? Is he fighting MJ next?
I think so. I think it's supposed to be MJ.
Is it MJ?
I'm talking about not
Bam. Who's Bam fighting next?
Bam? I thought they said MJ.
Isn't it MJ?
Yeah, I thought that was supposed to be the fight they're supposed to be having down at hold on.
Somebody help me in the chat. Is he fighting MJ next?
I think go to Ring Magazine. I think it's announced there on their page. It's supposed to be the fight.
Nowadays, it's best to just go to X, man. The way these things
do that
work.
too.
Let's see here. Oh, who's he fighting next?
Yeah, I think they're talking about unification, so it got to be MJ, bro.
I think it's MJ. I'm pretty sure it's MJ. I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
You put it out. You know what it might be? Boxing scene.
Where?
Boxing scene might. If you search boxing scene and type in Bam's next fight or whatever, it might show
Echo
you.
says yes. Yeah, everybody's saying it's MJ, right? That's a fight. That's a fight there left for him to make. I think that's a great fight for him, and I'm expecting him to win that fight. I'm not gonna lie to you. But after that, I want to see him move up, man. He doesn't need to become undisputed for me personally. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm ready to see him move up, man. Special fight, man.
Yeah.
Special fight.
That's gonna be a tough fight for him.
But yeah, I know. I feel you. No, without a doubt. And I think this fight's gonna solidify him. It's gonna solidify him as a fighter who's just special. For the people who don't think he is yet. I think he's special right now. Just a privilege to watch him box. He's literally one of those fighters that you love to watch fight because the way he sets his shot up, he's athletic, he's cerebral, he punches hard. He looks for the knockout, he pushes for it. He can win the fights a lot easier than the way he's winning them, but he chooses to give the show. He chooses to deliver the performance that just makes you a fan of him, man. He's a small fighter, and the small fighters, it takes a while for the casual fans to cross over and get on this Bam Rodriguez train, you know what I mean? To just enjoy the sweet science to enjoy that action that he delivers in the ring. But that's why at the same time it's almost wasted at his weight class a little bit. It's almost wasted a little bit. Like, let's bring him up. Let's bring up the 122. Let's see him work in 122, do the work there, fight the fights that are there for him. It's going to be a lot of Japanese fights, but let him get that international love. Let him get the Monster Inoue accolades, you know what I'm saying? And then ultimately 3 fights into 122, bro, go 2-3 fights in, 126, baby. Get in the same conversation, Monster Inoue. I think you can get it. I think him and Monster Inoue be a great fight. Am I bugging?
Nope.
Right? But yeah, up there making excuses for Zhang, Cody, and Wilder. Nasty work. I'm sorry, Shelton. That's how I feel. I'm not making excuses. I'm keeping it real, man. I know. Listen, man, the conversation is so sensitive when it comes to that. I get it, Shelton. I ain't even mad at you, bro. Like, I get it, but I'm just being honest with how I feel about those victories for Joseph Parker. I feel they're great on paper, but I feel like we watch those fights. We know, man. We know.
Right.
If you know, you know. We know. If you watch those fights, you know. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Right.
It is what it is. Adam says, I want to see Bam Inoue Nakatani at 130. Eat some meat. Eat some meat. Pause. Yeah, you want to see all those guys in the same ring. You want to see Nakatani.
Not at 130, though.
Not at 130. I think 126 is probably where it should be.
Yeah. I mean, Inoue maybe at 130, but Nakatani, all these guys, no.
Yeah,
126, 122, 126.
Let those happen 122, 126 all day long. I'm 100% on the same page as you, man. By the way, I haven't said it. I don't know if guys, make sure we're hitting the like button as we come in the building. Let's make sure we're doing that as well. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that, man. Claymore Rain, Inoue, 32, who'll be close to 35 by the time. Hey, man, it is what it is. We just watched Alexander Usyk defend and become a 3-time undisputed champion at 38 years old. We just watched Manny Pacquiao arguably beat Mario Barrios at 4 years old, however old he is, 44, 46 years old. And
really, to put a really good question out there is, Inoue's been showing his best work in the last 3 years. So you have to give him credit, because no one knew who he was 4 years ago. Yeah. So now he's starting to show his work, and he's showing that he can fight on a higher level in this part of his career. So hopefully he is able to sustain that for a couple more years. Up to 35.
And if the fight doesn't happen between Bam and Inoue, I'm okay with
I'm
that.
I'm not mad with that. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad.
I'm more so wanting to see Bam fight better competition and challenge himself a little bit more at those weight classes as well. There's fights there to be made regardless, one way or the other. There's fights there to be made. You know what I mean?
And I'll be with you on that, because I don't even think Tszyu will be around for Bam when he get up to there. So,
no, he won't.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of revolving doors that you'll never see certain fights that you may want to see because of the time period and the weight.
I bet you Nick Ball will be there.
That's where I was going to go with. But Nick Ball will Nick Ball be too old?
Hey, bro, that's not a problem.
I think he's gonna.
How old is Nick?
No, I'm talking about ring age, because he's in some fights. Every fight he's in some fights. He's competitive, and I think by the time Bam Rodriguez gets up there, he might be a little bit too beaten up, battered and bruised at that point. So,
Shelton,
see.
what do you mean? Did all that boxing Bacoli was doing matter? What do you mean as far as against Joseph Parker?
Yeah.
I think it did until it didn't. I think it did until it didn't, right? Like, I think, listen, man, he got hit with a shot that he didn't see coming. It was a crazy shot. He was out of shape as well. You know what I mean? I think he should learn something from that. You know what I mean? I think you saw him carry that energy a little bit into the F.A. Jogba fight, just a little bit. He tried to box a little bit more in that fight, and that fight became way more competitive than it probably needed to be.
Right.
Yeah, man, listen, man, Joseph Parker gets the respect for beating these fighters. I just don't know that those fighters who they were in the ring the nights he was fighting against them, I don't know how that translates into fights against, like I said, the Ajit Caballeros, the Moses Atumas in that division. I think he's a great fighter. Joseph Parker's a top level fighter, but I definitely don't think it translates into him fighting Alexander Usyk either. So it is what it is.
No, absolutely not.
It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, Bam Rodriguez, great victory. Looking forward to see what he does next. I just wanted to give him his respect. Special fighter. Man, bro, what a privilege it is to watch him fight, man. Right there in the same conversation of Alexander Usyk, because I love watching him fight as well. And I love watching Bam Rodriguez fight, man. It's just it's you know, Shakur too. I know a lot of people. I love watching Shakur fight, bro. I think he's such a cerebral fighter. I love watching him fight.
His defense is captivating more so than his offense. But yeah, he can be cerebral when he needs to be.
I don't know. He just kind of. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. It sounds like he just kind of like dismissed him a little bit, or
no. I'm saying Shakur's defense is that's what people pay attention to. Like he's usually the less, you know what I mean? Like the pay to hit him a lot, right? But he usually doesn't get hit that much or get boxed on that much. Let's put it that way. Where people are throwing a lot of shots at him. He's usually able to evade a lot because of his defense. I predicate his defense to his cerebralness. Definitely. The way he moves, the way he responds, his counters, everything. That doesn't mean that I don't think Shakur's a good fighter. I think he can be
a fighter, but you put a little in there. And
I said that I was giving him more of an offensive style fighter.
He's like, he could be cerebral when he wants to be, and
because he can be offensive. We've seen him do it. I'm just saying that he doesn't go out the box. He doesn't come out defensively. I mean, offensively.
He did against this fight against Zepeda.
This fight he did, right? What did he say? He said, "I don't want to do that again." So,
he doesn't want to get hit again like he was getting hit. Right. He doesn't want to fight that way, getting hit, sitting on the rope.
Because he was all offense, right? He was more offense than he was defense. Never mind. Hold on, you're right again.
I think he can be offensive and not get hit as much as he did. I think Zepeda is just a different animal. There's not a lot of fighters in the lightweight division who fight like Zepeda, pushing forward the whole time, 100+ punches in a round. Yeah, but they're there, but they're not a lot of them. Like if he fights against Tank, he's not going to look the way he did against Zepeda. If he fights against Abdullah Mason, he's not going to look the way he did. If he fights against Floyd Schofield, he's not going to look the way he did. Those guys aren't shooting 100 punches around. So he can be offensive still and not look the way he did against Zepeda. Zepeda was it is what it is.
I mean,
great. No, I'm not gonna let him get away with it because he was dismissing him. He was kind of.
I was not dismissing him. I was recalibrating my thoughts to say that I think he's more defensive than offensive. That's all I was saying. But it's okay. I'll accept it.
What's the word? What's the word? It's not dismissive is the word as well, but also, what's the word?
A word. It's
hold on, no, wait, hold on. It's not dismissive. Dismissive is a good word too, though. But there's another word, almost like short selling. You know what I'm saying? But just a little bit like under. Shakur Stevenson is a top level fighter, pound for pound fighter, bro. He's at the highest level of the conversation when it comes to boxing, in my opinion.
Okay.
I put Shakur Stevenson at the highest, you know what I mean? When you talk about boxing, just off the strength of the sweet science, hitting, not getting hit, talent, just cerebral, Shakur is at the top of the conversation. He's right there next to the best fighters in the game.
I'm going to tell you right now, I think he's the best musician in the ring. He's the one guy that really doesn't have great footwork. Now, I'm not going to lie on this. He doesn't have great footwork, but he is able, waist up, that kid moves without getting hit in that pocket, bro. Like, he doesn't move his feet much, and if he moves his feet, he backs up. He backs straight up. Or he slides at distance. He never slides up close. As a Zepeda fight he did, but he never does that. Usually, if you watch his fights, he's usually at a distance when he's rotating left to right, and he's sliding out, and he's changing angles. Whereas he uses a lot of, like, moving his head, and he slides his hips over very well, when he's in the boxing match. So I think that plays a good part of upper body movement. But if people were really just to watch waist down, they'd be able to line up Shakur and trap him in the corner easily. I mean, I'm not a boxer.
But we're talking with Shakur. One thing I with the fight against William Zepeda, and Shakur's been saying this for a very long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once again, a fighter who's earned my respect inside the ring, but never had that dance partner to challenge him. The eye test thing, right? He finally had somebody like a Zepeda who kind of forced him to be a different person. And what Shakur's always said is, I can do it all. You don't see me doing it isn't because I can't do it. It's because I don't gotta do it.
Okay.
So that being said, what Shakur's earned as far as respect from me is it's about the dancing partners. That if you put him in a situation, I don't see Shakur getting caught or stuck anywhere he don't want to be. He's just doing like Gary Russell said. I'm not pulling out the hammer when all I need is a screwdriver. I'm just not doing it. But don't think I ain't got a hammer. You're wilding if you think I don't got a hammer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I agree with that. I'm dominating these dudes.
I'm dominating these dudes the way I'm doing it. But against Williams Zepeda, he showed, I could do this.
You're right. Listen.
And people thought I couldn't do it. People didn't think. Here I am doing it with the bad hand.
I gave him credit for it, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, wow. I watched that fight. I was like, yo, this dude.
Walaikum salam, man, Tom.
Like, he doing his thing, bro. I was literally like, yeah, he doing his thing.
Yeah. So I mean, look. That being said, since we're talking about Shakur Stevenson, let's talk about 135 right now.
Okay.
Let's talk about 135 because 135 is a very interesting division. For a moment there, I feel like 135 was the division.
Almost.
Right? With Devin there and Shakur there and Gervonta there. And when they were all there, we kind of like, we thought there was an opportunity. I think when Gervonta and Tank Davis left, when he left Floyd Mayweather, we were like, oh, man. And when he made that fight against
open up the floodgates
against Frank Martin, we thought that he was about to open it up. We thought he was about to fight the fights, and we got super excited for 135. Oh, man, he's about to fight it all. He had the list. Right? There was a list. Oh, man.
Said he wanted undisputed, Clay. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Tank was going to we knew that Tank had the keys to the city. As far as if we look at 135-pound division as a city, we felt like Tank had the keys. That all he had to do was stick the keys in the lock and open the door and next. You know what I mean? Who is it? Shakur? Let's get him out of there. Who is it? Tiafimo, get him down here. Let's get him out of there. Who is it? Is it Devin? Tell him we ready. Let's get him out of there. Who is it that you want? Tank was almost like on Oprah Winfrey. You get a car. You know what I mean? We thought it was gonna be lit.
Yeah.
We thought it was gonna be lit. I was excited, bro. Go back and check the receipts. Watch me the night when he did his press conference against Frank Martin and see how excited I was. Pay attention. I was, Hood Rich was in here. I'm like, he's here. It was Floyd. It was Floyd holding him back. He's letting it go. He doesn't care. He got the probation behind him. He went through with Turki Alalshikh, but $200+ million from Amazon. Oh, there's nothing stopping him. Now he's getting the money. We saw a lot of things that
didn't transpire.
That threw us. You know what I mean? For a loop a little bit as far as the fights being made, right? So it is what it is. But look, on the back end of a Lamont Roach Tank Davis fight, who I think not only did the boxing space call it a cherry pick, but even Vegas called it a cherry pick, right? The odds said it was a cherry pick. Okay, so there's an argument there to be said that it was a cherry pick gone wrong watching the way Lamont Roach fought against Tank Davis, and the way Lamont Roach performed in that fight. Most people thought he won. A lot of people, I'll say at a minimum, thought he won that fight. A rematch made sense. I want to see the rematch, right? I want to see a rematch. Lamont Roach brought something out of Tank Davis that I've been wanting to see for a long time. I think he forced Tank Davis into having to make adjustments. And it's just like Calvin Ford has said. I don't want to be a broken record, but I've always repeated this because it's the way I've always felt about it. But Calvin even said it as a trainer of Tank, saying that he was looking for that fighter who was going to push the button. Force Tank Davis the same way we talked about just recently, Shakur Stevenson having the right dance partner to push the button. We want to see that against Tank. And look, who would have thought it? It was somebody we didn't see doing it, but Lamont Roach was pushing the buttons and forced Tank Davis to have to go back to the drawing board and come back in a rematch to get that going. Unfortunately, in recent times, we're watching Tank Davis is going through something right now. He's going through something personal. But the personal thing he's going through right now might be derailing his boxing career a little bit, and we might have to allow Tank Davis the time he needs allocated outside of boxing to handle that. That being said, Lamont Roach has come out and communicated that he's frustrated, but it doesn't look like that. That's the next fight for Lamont Roach right now. Looks like Tank and his team have to handle that court situation. Lamont Roach looking to get back into the conversation. Activity is the one thing that drives a boxer to move forward in his career and do great things. And inactivity is the thing that derails a lot of these fighters from being who they're supposed to be. So Shakur Stevenson coming off the back end of a great victory against William Zepeda, defending his title, looking to make a big significant fight. He has some guys on the hit list now. Looks like Shakur Stevenson has a hit list now, which I'm loving. He has a hit list now, and it looks like he has the money behind him to make these fights happen.
Yes.
Lamont Roach, Shakur Stevenson, is that the next fight that needs to be made right now?
Man, you know, we talked about this yesterday, and I was like, yes and no, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said it is the fight. I think it is a fight that can be of relevance. It shares a dance partner again, and it creates some buzz. Do I think it's the fight? It all depends, because I think at the same time, I think Shakur is also putting past him that he said he wanted the belts, and he said he doesn't want the belts, but he wants to be number one. So it's a lot of moving ideas from Shakur. What I'm saying is, I think he's contemplating which way he wants to go, which road he wants to travel. If he takes the Lamont Roach fight and then he tries to push towards the Tank fight, when it gets Tank or whatever the case may be, I'm all for that. If it leads to that fight, but if it's just to go fight Lamont Roach to say, like, you know, I fought Gervonta Davis and Gervonta fought him, I beat him, he had a draw with him, just to get bragging points and brownie points, I don't think that's the way for him to go. I think he should just stay to the path of going on a championship run and try to get all the belts. But hey, either way, I think Shakur is not only number one in the division, I think he is the guy that has the keys to the limo right now, or the Ferrari, so he can go pick up and drop off whoever he wants at this point, or as you said, the keys to the city at 135. So with him having, especially with Loma retiring and all this stuff, oh yeah, he's definitely the guy that's in charge of this division.
Yeah, listen, I think Shakur right now is looking to make the biggest fights possible. That's what he wants to do. He's looking at money. I've said it before, broken record again. Once again, you guys will hear me say it all the time. Shakur's hands is got an expiration on it. We don't know when it's going to be. He's not going to say that right now, because why speak that into the air, into the atmosphere, into the universe, right? You don't speak. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. I'd be very reluctant to see to the idea of Shakur Stevenson admitting that he only has a few fights left with his hands, right? But from the outside looking in, the injuries he has to his hands doesn't look curable. It looks manageable. And right now he's managing the hands right now. But each fight, that being said, has to be significant for him. He's already communicated in interviews in the past that he's no longer enamored by the idea of the unifications and the undisputed. He's no longer enamored by it now. He's more driven. So now that he's in the Turkey side of the street, the Turkey conversation, it does seem like he's more driven towards the money side, the prize fighting side of boxing. The accolades just isn't there for him to get. You know, fighters like Gervonta Tank Davis, fighters like Vasily Lomachenko, who haven't necessarily been as open to the unification fights happening. It seems like Undisputed is more of an uphill battle, and that's not necessarily the money for him right now. The money outside of Undisputed is in making the biggest fights possible. Hence why we see him talking about fighting against a Conor Benn, right? Trying to make something big that the fans could get behind, that there's a fan base for, exciting, something that they think he can lose, imminent danger, you know, put him in the biggest fight so we can get the money. He seems like he's following his big brother in boxing's footsteps in Terrence Crawford and wanting to make those big significant fights. But at the same time, Shakur Stevenson, it still acknowledges that the biggest fight that could be made in boxing right now, the biggest money fight that could be made for him in boxing right now, is against Gervonta Tank Davis. This is, and I agree with him 100%, this is the biggest fight that can be made, in my opinion, right now. I think Shakur Stevenson versus Gervonta Tank Davis, outside of a fantasy of a Canelo Alvarez versus a David Benavidez, this is the biggest fight that can be made in boxing. But we know sometimes, I've said it before, when it came to Boots and it came to Terrence, you got to get in the way. And it does seem like Shakur Stevenson fighting against Lamont Roach is a nice chess move as far as still keeping Gervonta Tank Davis in the crosshairs of the biggest fight possible to be made. Fight the guy who arguably beat Gervonta Tank Davis.
Right.
You know, one man's trash, another man's treasure. Gervonta Tank Davis has personal issues that he has to deal with, cannot make or doesn't look like the PBC or him are willing to go ahead and make that fight happen with Lamont Roach. August 16th seems to be more than arguably out of the atmosphere of being made next right now. It seems like Lamont Roach has availability. He seems to have tapped out and moved out the way of Tank Davis now and say, listen, man, I'm not waiting no more. As he should, by the way. I think the worst thing he could do is wait. Look, man, we got 2 fighters who are available. Let's get it in. Turkey, get behind this. Lamont Roach versus Shakur Stevenson. Let's make it happen. In the spirit of, if Shakur Stevenson beats Lamont Roach, why would Tank fight Lamont Roach? It wouldn't make sense. Now you're fighting Shakur's leftovers, right? That'd be the argument, right? No, the next logical fight would be Shakur Stevenson versus Gervonta Tank Davis. The PBC seems to be having a lot more conversation with Turki Alalshikh. Once we're done with this conversation, we are definitely going to segue into the Turki Alalshikh interview as well. But what do you think about what I'm saying right now? Does it make sense? Lamont Roach next.
I'm going to say it does to the point that you're making, but I'm going to give a little pushback on that for one point. But I am also going to say that I can't see Lamont being leftovers with a draw. So we're not going to exclude that word with Gervonta. I know. I got you, but I'm saying, like, you know how that word's thrown around a lot.
Him leftover.
That word, right? No, I got what you're saying, but I'm saying that word's thrown around a lot when it comes to Gervonta. Now, what I am going to say is that only thing I have a pushback against is Shakur actually calling out Tank on fighting at 135, bringing the guy up for 130, and now he's willing to fight that same guy. That's going to actually play a big part in criticism to a lot of the fan base, regardless of how it sounds. It is a hypocritical mark. But at the same time, you are hitting the nail on the head. Why not? You know what I mean? What did we say before, Clay? If you want to fight, get in the way. That's the best way to do it, is get in the way. That's how Shakur gets in the way. And not only is Shakur getting in the way, he is the guy that is being pursued at this moment, in my opinion. He should be pursued at the division. And now he's getting in the way of Tank, who's on his own plateau. And I think that does create more of an atmosphere of them having a fight. It does build the segment of this fight having to take place. And why not? Okay, I'm good.
Yeah. It seems like the move to make. I much would rather. Now, which fight would you much rather see, Lamont or Conor Ben?
Lamont Roach, for sure. First of all, I mean, regardless of what they believe they can expose on Conor Ben, the guy's going to hit them harder than they ever been hit before. And I don't want to see a Jamar Charlo situation with a lightweight fighting the middleweight. You know what I mean? At the end of the day.
This is what I also think. I don't like fighters going up. I don't like the idea of Shakur Stevenson going up to 147 and cutting his weight and coming back to 135. I don't like when fighters do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, even with Terrence, when he goes up to 168 and he fights Canelo Alvarez, I don't want to see him back at 154. Does that mean he's not going to do it? Hell no. It doesn't mean that. But I find that to be dangerous. You know, shout out to Roy Jones Jr., who I'm sure has a lot to share on the idea of doing things like that. So, So I want, if Shakur's still looking to fight Tank, he's still optimistic about making that fight happen, stay at 135 as long as you can. Don't leave the division. Stay at 135. Lamont Roach is a great fight. That being said, shout out to L Dub, the boxing plug-in, who said something significant, which we always gotta take into consideration. I'm gonna put it back up right here where we at. Dub says the only way Turkey can make Shakur versus Roach is if Tank rescinds his rematch clause. Yeah. I'm not too sure how that rematch clause works, being that it's a draw, right? So it's not a defeat. So I don't know how that rematch clause necessarily works all the way. I do know that Tank hasn't signed his side of the contract to make a fight with Lamont. I don't know if a rematch clause holds Lamont Roach hostage. I mean, we watched what happened in between Raul Venezuela and Usyk Cruz. I'm hearing there's a rematch clause that was put there with Alberto Puello and Subriel Matias. We see clearly, it looks like Dalton Smith is the next fight who's going to fight Subriel Matias. These rematch clauses have been fickle. A lot of things in boxing have been fickle to me, even with the whole the unifications, trumping mandatories have been challenged and moved in a different direction at one point or another. So I don't know, man. I don't know if Lamont Roach is held to that point, being that Tank has not signed or made the fight happen. In all honesty, Tank has tied himself up in legal matters. Does that at some point become something to where it's like, okay, we're not waiting on you? Do you have an obligation to wait on you forever to the point to where I can't take other opportunities? I don't know, right? But I'm going to say this. Worst case scenario, let's just say Lamont Roach is entangled with Tank Davis in a way that would get in the way of a Shakur Stevenson Lamont Roach fight happening. The next one that Shakur Stevenson has talked about, which I'm not surprised, but I am surprised, but it's also a fight that I never thought I wanted to see is until now that I think about it. I know Shakur seems to be intrigued about it. Shakur, Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is up there in the rankings right there. Great fight, cerebral fight. Andy Cruz brings that pedigree. A great fight, in my opinion, stylistically for a Shakur Stevenson. What do you think about that fight?
I see the same thing. Look, you're going to laugh when I make the comparison, but it's 100% going to be the right comparison. I see that fight going the same way as David Morrell, David Benavidez. I think there's too much similarity in David Benavidez and Andy Cruz.
But is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because David Benavidez and David Morrell
it's a good thing because it's always a possibility, but it'll make a good matchup. But I don't think the experience of a professional experience weighs in favor of Andy Cruz. And I think we might just see him dethroned way before he needs to be.
Oh, so you're saying the experience is going to play a factor?
Right. I think the experience plays a part.
You don't think Andy Cruz's amateur background and Olympian background translates into something a little bit different than what David Morrell's background translated into?
Bro, they look like the same fighter, just one bigger and one smaller. They do the exact same thing in the ring. It's like they're not taking it serious enough at this point, I think, with their opponents. I think they dance around too much in the ring. They do a little bit showboating. Even when they get into trouble, they kind of like shell up and back up, and then they, you know what I mean, they have willed their way to victories, but at the same time, you know what I mean, they always have to take a round or two off to recoup. And giving away fight, especially at light heavyweight to Morrell, and at lightweight with what's the name, he only has 6 fights in, so we have yet to see him in besides the Antonio Moran fight. We have yet to see Andy Cruz really in a situation where he had to be on top of his game. I mean, he needed that knockout, bro. He got rocked so hard he literally had to wake up and start boxing for real. So does he have the gas tank at this division without enough fights and not enough activity to get in the ring with somebody like Shakur and with experience? When I mean experience, I mean pro ring experience to withstand and withheld the onslaught that Shakur would bring to him. Absolutely not. I don't think he could beat Shakur. Not a good fight, in my opinion.
I think it's a great fight. I think Andy Cruz is a great boxer, man. I think, you know, his punching power has been in question. But as far as a cerebral fighter is concerned, he would compete with Shakur Stevenson on a high level. Shakur Stevenson, a silver medalist. Andy Cruz, a gold medalist, multiple time gold medalist. I don't know. Is it more than once? Is he 2 times?
Yeah, 2 times.
Right. This is a fight. This is a revisit for Shakur Stevenson to go back to get some redemption for himself personally, just as far as his Olympic career was concerned. Something that he values a lot. I think that fight would be a very competitive fight. I picked Shakur for sure to win the fight, but Andy Cruz can't win. No, I don't think he can. I think he can.
It happen. It's a boxing match, Clay.
Yeah, and 100%. Anything can happen, but it's a great boxing fact. He says, Sheldon says, Claymore, you are tripping. Hey, man, we'll see, right? We will see. I think it'll be a great fight. And I think Andy's a great boxer. I don't know what's happening here. I don't get where. I don't think Shakur Stevenson is shown like, eliminating power, knocking out Andy Cruz. I think he can knock Andy Cruz out, but he's not in imminent danger. Andy's not in imminent danger in that fight. I think he has great footwork. I think he has great understanding of the sweet science. I think team-wise, he has a decent team behind him with Bozy Ennis. Right. I think Shakur has a great team. I think outside of the records on paper, Andy Cruz is a great stylistic fight for Shakur Stevenson. I think it's an opportunity. It's a great dancing partner for Shakur Stevenson.
So let me ask you
what it is.
Let me ask you a question. So do you believe, and now this may change my point, because this is where I would be thinking if I was you, and the way maybe you're thinking. Do you believe that Andy Cruz will fight the fight that he has to fight against the Shakur Stevenson? Like his game, that whole take it seriously or not, that sometimes goofing off stuff in the ring.
I never given Andy Cruz.
I'm not gonna say not take it seriously. I'm trying to use the right word. Yeah, I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Hold on a second. David Morrell plays around in the ring. Andy Cruz does not play around in the ring. As a matter of fact, just to add to what you were saying, I've seen Andy Cruz. What we see Andy Cruz doing is he's at a crossroads right now with two fighting styles. He has Bozy Ennis, who's trying to implement a way that he wants him to fight, very similar to Boots. And then we have what he's brought to the game as far as pedigree is concerned. And what's happened is when he gets in the ring with an Antonio Moran or gets in there with an Omar Salcido, what you're seeing is Andy's fighting one way. And then when he gets hurt from fighting one way, he adjusts and he goes back to what works for him. That's an accolade that I give Andy Cruz because he can fight one way, but when he gets in trouble, unlike what we saw Daniel Dubois go through this weekend against Alexander Usyk, we watch him adjust.
Yeah.
Him go through it, run through adversity, and change up and show that he has wrinkles and tools in his bag that he brings to the table that make it to where if one thing doesn't work, he can go in another direction.
Right.
Fighting against a Shakur Stevenson, what we're going to watch in that fight, what I'm going to be looking forward to seeing that fight is he's going to try to fight Shakur a certain way. Shakur is going to give him issues, and he's going to have to adjust. I think this is a very Peyton Manning, Ray Lewis type of situation. It's going to be a chess match. It's going to be that didn't work, and you're going to watch Andy go into other things that he can do. He's athletic. He's smart. He can see things coming. He can set you up. He's a combination puncher. He has great combination shot selection.
That's what I'm asking. Does he fight to the level of his competition? That's what I'm saying. With Shakur,
100%.
The bar. That's where I was going with. That's my question. That's why I said that's probably what you see. Mm-hmm. So that was my question I was trying to get to you. Because if he's fighting to his competition and you think he can fight to the level of a Shakur Stevenson, then shit, bring the fight on. I'm ready to see it. Buzz Boxing, you've been calling for this fight since last year. So if that's the case, kudos to you, my man, because I think you'll be finally happy. But yeah, that would be interesting. And I think I did see his name in the hat. You know what I mean? So it would be interesting at that point, Clay, if that is. And I don't see it as a Peyton Manning versus the Ravens defense. I will see this as a Peyton Manning versus a Tom Brady in the sense of a shootout. You know what I mean? As like, you know what I mean? Avoiding defenses, throwing big touchdowns from, you know what I mean, deep and getting all these guys running down the field, getting these long score touchdowns and high points on the board. That's how I would see it more so than a defense versus offense type thing.
I see defense as always because both players are on the field at that time. That's why I like it.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. But, you know,
what I mean? Peyton Manning ain't playing against Tom Brady. Peyton Manning playing against the defense.
They stats-wise, they would, right? Because when they put them in the same when they played against each other, that's what they used as the matchup. They didn't put the defense versus quarterbacks. It was quarterback versus quarterback.
Not me. I don't do it that way.
Okay.
I always looked at Peyton Manning playing against Ray Lewis. Those were great fights. Those were great fights. Great for why? Because you saw Peyton Manning calling audibles. You saw Ray Lewis looking at the audible that Peyton Manning called. Then you see him calling audible. You see the defense moving around. And a lot of times that ball didn't get snapped. It was like 1 second left on the clock and that ball was getting snapped because of all the adjustments. So when I see Andy Cruz and Shakur Stevenson getting in the ring with each other in my mind, what I picture is one round, something going on, and not being successful in that round, and I see him adjusting in the next round. And I could potentially see Shakur going back to the corner and having to adjust to something Andy's doing, and we're going to see we're going to see Shakur fight differently. And ultimately, by round 5 or so, 4 or 5, maybe even 6 round, we're going to see all the data processed, and then we're going to see it coming down to, in my opinion, an all-out fight. Why? Because I think that Andy's going to realize that, okay, I'm not going to outbox Shakur necessarily. And I think Shakur is going to get to that point where he understands the best thing I could do against Andy is take away his boxing and turn this into a fight. And I think what we're going to watch is two dudes fight each other. I think you're going to watch it. And I think Shakur comes out on top. You know what I mean? But I think it's a great fight. I think it's a great fight at the end of the day, and it's a they're great dancing partners for each other.
Right. So is it like what I said? Do you think it's based on experience that was Shakur fight? And yes, Rachel, salute. Hey, proud of your boy. This weekend he did his thing, Rachel. He did his thing. He should have won. He should be WBC champ, but it is what it is. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's politics in the game, but for sure. But yeah, Clay, I think so my question again is the experience play a part now for Shakur when he adjusts and make the adjustments for Andy Cruz. That's where it comes down to. That's where I was with it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Experience is going to play a big role in this fight, one way or the other. But once again, I don't think Shakur's been in the ring with an Andy Cruz. I'll be honest with you.
That's true.
He's been in there with it, and I know Andy ain't been in the ring with no Shakur, right? So I think both these guys are going to get tested, man. And I think once again, another notch. Shakur beats Andy Cruz, another notch under his belt. Why? Because once again, we're going to see him adjust. We're going to see him get pushed into, this is one of those fights that, it's kind of like Terrence Crawford versus Victor Posto a little bit, right? Just a fight you didn't know was going to be that until you saw it. You know what I mean?
Right. Or Madonna Floyd, right? Got it. Absolutely.
And just keeps it moving for him, and it's a fight where I don't think either one of those guys have to be worried about getting punched on as bad. So a great fight, 12-round fight probably, and if we see Shakur Stevenson knock Andy Cruz out, well, that adds to the mystique of his power and to the possibilities of what that fight may look like between him and Tank Davis or any other guy.
I think we see a little Yoshino in this fight, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
I just think it's an overwhelming difference in experience, bro. That's my opinion, and I'm gonna stand on it. And I got you. But you made a good argument. I like that part you said though. Andy Cruz adjusts, and he does. So he is a thinker, and he does resort back into the Cuban style a little bit. So I give you that.
Yeah. So that being said, a great fight that can be put together. Potentially, Shakur Stevenson has a lot of options out there. Obviously, you got Lamont Roach, you got Conor Benn, you got Andy Cruz there, and obviously there's some other options there that I'm not so excited about, but still there. As far as Schofield Jr. is still there on the table as a fight. I think shout out to Coach Malachi, True Media Sports. He's really been on Schofield Sr.'s head, man. He's really been not letting him slide. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't let him get away with anything. But I think rightfully so, bro. I think, and we're about to segue into the next part of the conversation before we actually start opening the panel up a little bit here to talk about everything that we talked about with the space. But Schofield Sr. has been, in my personal opinion, I'm at a place with Schofield Sr. where if you don't provide some receipts, he's made so many allegations up until this point, so many that if you don't provide some receipts at this point, you're a liar.
Yep.
I'm past the silliness of it all with this guy, right? So, and yes, if it looks like I'm a little frustrated, your eyes aren't deceiving you. I am.
Hold him like a child. Get him.
Floyd Schofield Jr. coming off of the performance he had with Tevin Farmer, and I feel genuinely bad for Floyd Schofield Jr. Genuinely. Here is a young fighter trying to get his bones in the game, fighting the fight, just coming off of his best performance of his whole career, his best fighter on his resume against Tevin Farmer, but he can't be celebrated the way he deserves to be celebrated because his father is an attention whore. It's pathetic. Even on the back end of what he's saying, having some truth behind it, he shouldn't even be speaking the way he's speaking because it's just taking away from his son. When you look at the decisions that have been made with the Schofield brand, as far as the negotiations with the Abdullah Mason fight, as far as him not making the fight happen with Shakur Stevenson, getting sick, quote unquote, in Saudi Arabia due to quote unquote food poisoning that he's more than insinuated. He's blatantly said that he has proof that this came from Shakur Stevenson's side of the conversation, which is putting Shakur Stevenson in a compromised situation, making that man look like he's out there sabotaging health-wise, could have killed at this point, if you're going to be honest with it, his son, Floyd Schofield, to the point to where he says he'll never fight in Riyadh again. With no receipts, it's one of the most horrible looks. I'm mentally exhausted by the idea that his word should hold so much weight that what he says should carry over into us knowing he's not lying. From flat tires to drugs being planted on him to passports being taken out of his hotel room and pages being ripped out the passport. Brother, if you are telling the truth, put out some receipts at this point, because I'm to the point to where I want to push Shakur Stevenson into a space to where there's a lawsuit put out there. Yep. I think this man should genuinely be sued at this point. I'm tired.
Defamation.
I'm tired. And I don't even want to see his son fight Shakur off the strength of, I don't want to hear Senior at the campaign, at the press conferences, in the interviews, at the face-offs, the way he put himself in a conversation in the face-off between Schofield Jr. and Tevin Farmer. I don't think I could stomach it.
Peace,
I'll be honest with you. I'm that tired. Salute to Blue Blood Sports, my brother in the building.
What's up, my brother?
At this point, if this man is not willing to provide the receipts, even with the lie with Abdullah Mason saying it was multiple rounds. Abdullah Mason just did an interview where him and his father, who I have no reason not to believe, was saying, yeah, even they feel the same way. You keep talking about these receipts you have. Drop the receipts on the video that you have that we fought more than one round. And he said, you're not going to, it because all we fought was one round. So now we have so many people who are blatantly coming out and just calling you out, Senior. Right. You're lying, bro.
Fabricated.
Turki Alalshikh just came out and said, you're lying on us.
Listen, fabrication, man.
Shakur Stevenson's come out and said, you're lying. Abdullah Mason's come out and said, you're lying, bro. Right. Everybody's saying you're lying, and all we have is these fake receipts that you say you have, and you running your mouth on any mic and platform that will give you the time of day to run your mouth on, bro. It is cringe at this point, bro.
Yep. I stopped listening to him like after the Riyadh season. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, do I hear things from time to time, and especially with Coach Malachi, when I hear him say, yeah, absolutely, because I dive into that channel a lot. Salute to Coach Malachi, and shout out to him. But bro, let me tell you something. When you brought up, I mean, what Turki Alalshikh, first of all, said, we don't deal with people that lie on my country. It wasn't the fact that he lied on Turkey. He said the country, like, you lied on my country.
100%.
He said, yo, you were not sick. We checked you out. You were fine. You weren't sick. You lying, right? Then he brought in the fact that it was a $1 million deal he turned down with Abdullah Mason because it was an easy fight. And he said,
wait, hold on, not for nothing, but Bubs, I feel you, but at the same time,
defamation is a big thing, bro.
At the same time, Floyd Schofield Sr. needs to be forced to provide proof.
Right.
The allegations are too much. For him to continue doing all this, it doesn't have to be a lawsuit. But Senior, if you're comfortable enough to put out these allegations, and now you have people on the other side of the conversation calling you out on it, put some receipts out there, bro.
Let me, and I will say this. Look, defamation of character is a big thing, and I'll tell you what. Yes, put the lawsuit out. You know why? Because I guarantee you, he's such a freaking addict of attention that if Shakur said any of these things about him, he would definitely put a lawsuit out. If anybody else said something about him, he would put the lawsuit out. You know why he hadn't put a lawsuit out against Coach Malachi? Because everything Coach Malachi said was true, and he has every receipt to back it up, and he's put it out there. So that's why he hasn't put anything out. But as far as anything else, man, definitely he's a liar. But like I said, that Abdullah Mason $1 million thing, that fight, where everybody knew that was a better deal than taking a five-year, $5 million deal from Oscar. We could have had one fight as opposed to taking a 3-fight deal. He probably fight 3 fights this year on $1 million year, right? So that doesn't make any sense. If he even gets 3 fights this year, because he only had one, he missed one. Then you got the fact that it's him versus the world right now. Everybody in boxing is cringe and not willing to do business with him. He will be fighting probably the lowest of the low over at De La Hoya Boxing over there on the platform. He'll probably fight a Zepeda who just came off a loss. That might be another reason for him to do so. But who else is he going to fight? Who else are they going to move him against? They're not going to give him a championship fight. Nobody in the market. He's got more, and I don't understand. He's getting more hate than the greatest haters in the game right now. He should be getting more hate. And I'm not talking about Schofield Jr. or Kid Austin. I'm talking about the father. He's put his son in a box so bad that you can see in his son's face like he just doesn't want to be there when he's talking. He's like, yo, he's in an interview. Here comes Dad into the side. Whoop, hello. And then he's up in the front. And then Junior's back here. Junior walks away. It's so many different aspects of why this guy is an attention junkie. He likes to seek attention. He likes to just balloon the stories out of position. And it's crazy. I'll land my plane.
Yeah. As far as that, and I don't mean to give it more attention than it needs, because really what I'm segueing into is the Turki Alalshikh interview. But I did want to put that out there as far as I know people are pushing for Shakur to fight against Schofield Jr. And I'll be honest with you, I'm okay with the fight. I don't mind it. I think Schofield Jr. is a good fighter. I don't think he's better. I think he's going to get beat by Shakur, but I think it's a great fight. But Senior, I can't lie to you, bro. I mean, smile, laugh to the bank, whatever it is that you say you're doing or you think you're doing, or I mean, this falls right in the same conversation. This is beginning to fall right into the same conversation as Teofimo Lopez. Just pointless, just cringe, and I don't see how it's helping you. That $5 million 5-year deal that you took, we'll see what that looks like 5 years from now. Damn it, man, Junior, damn it, man. To say that I think it could be better out here for you would be an understatement, brother. To say that I think that you could get better representation and probably your talent should have you, understatement. I see you're clearly satisfied with what your father's doing, and hey, man, good luck to you. Looking forward to see your next fight, and looking forward to see this turn into whatever it's supposed to turn into. But from the outside looking in, I ain't there with you, bro. I think he's destroying. I think he's literally burning the candle from the other side that you're burning from. I think you're literally doing one thing, and I think he's doing something else. Right. We'll see. Time always tells it. Same way I said with Teofimo, I thought the same thing with Teofimo, and look, you know what I mean? Look what's happening.
Wolf in sheep's clothing, bro.
Teofimo thought he was building something up, running his mouth, using racial antics to try to build up fights, doing all this stuff now. Now all his fans are watching him sit on the sideline, and he's aging like milk. He's not aging like wine. It's not working out for him. And that being said, segueing into Turki Alalshikh's interview with the Boxing Voice, with Ness over there, the Boxing Voice. And I said it in the beginning of the show, and I'm going to say it now. Shout out to Ness, man. What, personally, for me, a big needle mover in the American boxing space. That Turki found a platform he was comfortable with, clearly been watching Ness for a long time. Clearly feels like Ness is objectively speaking on boxing enough to where he didn't have to jump into a room and be attacked by certain fans or people who are just on one side of the argument trying to just turn him in Saudi Arabia's infusion into the box game as something toxic and some nationalism nonsense. And just on boxing, Ness maintaining that credibility on his brand enough to where Turki Alalshikh was willing to give him some time and speak to him about a lot of different topics that I thought we all were interested in getting some answers on. I thought Turki answered a lot of questions. Shout out to Ness, Two Tone. Shout out to you. Round one, Edwin was up there as well. But great interview. That being said, I'm assuming you had an opportunity to catch that interview, Ray?
Every single one. From the Turki interview down to the Sean Porter. Absolutely.
right?
Very busy week and a half for Ness, and shout out to Ness for maintaining. Great work.
Yeah. I thought it was a great, man. I thought it was awesome, man. And Turki's getting better with his English. Shout out to Turkey. He's getting so much better with his English.
Let me tell you something. He's getting better with his English because he likes to say, "Let me tell you something." But
he's getting way better at articulating his thoughts. I do feel like Turkey over the past year and a half, 2 years, a lot of the interviews he's done, because how much English was like a second, third, maybe even third or fourth language for him. Because I wouldn't be shocked if somebody like that speaks other languages outside of just Saudi Arabian. I don't know what they speak out there. I'll just say Saudi Arabian. I wouldn't be shocked that man ain't speaking French, Spanish. You know what I'm saying? Who knows, right? But being that English was definitely not his first language, a lot of times words he would say would be mistaken, or responses he would give would be just a little bit of a inability to articulate in the language the way that it needed to be articulated, and people ran with a lot of things that he said in a different direction. I think the Tom and Jerry thing was a misunderstanding, in my opinion. I don't think he meant it as a direct shot as much as motivation. I think when you look at the way Shakur Stevenson performed against William Zepeda, I think the Tom and Jerry played its role, and Shakur admitted it and said, "I ain't gonna lie to you, that kind of lit a fire under me, made me want to, fight in a certain way." So he's getting better with the English, man. And it was interesting, even with Two-Tone, we need to see the rumble, the squabble, and Turkey had to keep up with Two-Tone's.
He's like, I'm not understanding you.
But he did, man. He kept up well, and he spoke on a lot of different things. Things that I had questions on. I'm not sure. I don't think he answered every single question that people wanted out there. Ness asked the questions that he thought were prevalent to his platform and that people on his platform wanted answered. And I resonated with a lot of those questions. One of the big things that we wanted to hear Turkey speak about, which I think he did well, was on the Floyd Schofield and the Teofimo. Basically, on the deals that have gone awry or have gone to the left or been derailed. What was really behind these deals? We all speculated as to what was going on and things like that, but Turkey spoke on it. He spoke on the Brian Norman Jr. and the Devin Haney fight being put together and the role he played in that fight being put together, specifically with the Teofimo Lopez situation and the Floyd Schofield situation. Spoke on the fact that, no, you're not going to discredit my religion and discredit my country when we're giving out opportunities. And he also said, look, we're looking to give opportunities to people who see an opportunity. I don't need you. And he made a great example to say that Floyd Schofield Jr. got sick, walked away from that fight. By the way, never confirmed the toxicology report, never confirmed all this sickness and everything, pretty much was in the dark just like we are, and said, I don't understand 36 hours before a fight, all of a sudden you're in the hospital, right? But said, look, I had no problem. I put Josh Padley in there. Shakur still fought. And the fight still happened. We don't need you. We don't need any one particular fighter to the point to where we're going to allow disrespect to be there and get in the way of, the brand of our country or our religion. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. I thought what he said was right on the nail in the coffin to shut everything down against the naysayers, because a lot of people believe that Turkey is all about the bag and he needs people. And he's put it out there like, yo, I don't need any boxers. I'm here for the entertainment value. I'm here to help and he said it, right? I'm here to help my country build the entertainment value. I'm also here to help the fighters make money. If they want a piece of the pie, I'm willing to give it to them. If they don't want it, scratch it. So I'm all for what Turkey said. I agree with him.
Yeah. He kept it 100 on that, man. And, once again, like I said earlier in other shows, Teofimo was going to burn that bridge, and he did. When he started playing with Turkey, calling him a dictator, playing with the salams, playing with the culture, right, and making that the butt of his jokes, and then trying to give some fake little weak cynical apology that we all knew wasn't genuine, that not everybody's here to play games. So now, look, Teofimo has to make opportunities where he can find the opportunity. I just recently saw a video of him, getting hands put on him again, this time by Sabril Matias, looking stupid, glasses on the tip of his nose, getting clowned, finding it humorous. And once again, I'm watching as another man to another man. You looking like a sucker out here.
Yep.
You're looking like somebody to be played with out here. Nobody's taking you seriously. The money in the sport isn't ready to put no money behind you because you seem like a difficult person to do business with. You think way more of yourself as far as value is concerned than your resume dictates. You've done great things in boxing. You could have done way more if you didn't waste as much time as you have running your mouth. You never made the money you're asking for. And the one guy who's willing to get behind you and help you and put you in fights and pay you these bags, you burnt the bridge with him.
Yep.
So now you resorted to talking about being at a fight, Tank Davis fight, which is not happening right now, which is just another horrible thing that's happening for you because now that fight's not there for you, or at least, I don't know, maybe Tank will fight you next. If Shakur fights Lamont, maybe Tank fights, I don't know, right? But regardless, a financer is off the table if you're in the conversation. So what do I mean by that? If Gervonta Tank Davis chooses to fight Teofimo Lopez, I don't think Turkey gets involved with that fight.
Nope.
I think Turkey legitimately says, make that fight happen over there. And once again, it becomes a fight that Tank's probably not going to be interested in because I don't think the PBC can bring enough money up right now to make it worth Tank's while to fight Teofimo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? For some low guarantee. So you're back in the dark again. And you're still dealing with a contract issue with Top Rank.
Right. And speaking of the 3 of the 4 people you just mentioned, right? So let's just say that Turkey did make a statement prior to Shakur winning his bout that he's willing to put up the money.
SOB, we're going to talk about it.
Oh, we're going to get there? Okay, well, we'll slide into that later. Okay, so let's finish up here then. Yeah, no, Teofimo burnt every bridge in boxing. I think only bridge he has left is Oscar De La Hoya, who actually was supporting the nonsense. And I don't even think he was doing it to a degree. He just thinks that he's another guy that he can put on his platform and make money off of him. I don't think he cares about Teofimo. He's just supporting him for that reason. He knows that no matter what idiotic thing he does, he can actually put him in the ring with somebody, regardless if it's somebody in his own card or he can force him to get a card with somebody else because Oscar does business with a lot of other companies. PBC, he had the PBC hat on. He went to that little convention. It didn't look like he made waves, even though he rocked the hat like he was signed to them. Teofimo's he's another guy that likes to play games, and he plays these games on the fact of disrespect. And it doesn't matter who he's disrespecting out there, Clay. It just, and everybody out there, it doesn't matter who he's disrespecting as long as he feels that it's humorous and it is on the lines that he feels is necessary. At what point and at what cost are you taking boxing seriously? That's always been the question. You claim to be a lineal champion, two division lineal champion. You claim to be undisputed at 2 divisions also. But yet you don't act like a champion. You don't conduct yourself in a realm of I want the big fights. I want this. I want that. No, you conduct yourself as a little kid. Matter of fact, you and Floyd Schofield Sr. are probably the same person as Clay mentioned earlier. You guys act exactly alike, like a bunch of children that just need attention, like some little damn kids on some medication. So it is what it is. Y'all want to be spoiled bastards? Go ahead and do y'all thing. You know what I mean? But boxing doesn't need y'all. I'm keeping it real.
And that's another thing that's relevant. You know what I mean? I think that's what Turkey said. And once again, I've always said these things, you know what I'm saying? But it's true as far as what you just said, as far as boxing is so much bigger than one fighter, man. And no one fighter is going to stop anything going on in boxing. So Teofimo is becoming somewhat of a relic. His fans will speak on him as far as what he's done. You guys will have to continue to live in his past because he has no real future right now until he humbles himself and gets his mind focused back into what boxing needs. You know, you don't sell the consumer. If you make a product the consumer doesn't need, there's argument there to say that the product is not going to sell. It's not going to be successful, right? So if you invent sock warmers, as creative as that is, that you would do that, I'm not buying. I don't need sock warmers. So we'll see how that sells. I don't need it. Great invention. Looks like you put a lot of thought into it, a lot of technology into it. Cute. I'm not in the market for a sock warmer. So yeah, it's gonna sit in your crib as one of those inventions you made, but is that gonna get you out of poverty? Is it gonna feed your kids and take care of your family? I mean, look, I've seen crazy things happening, but you won't get my money.
TikTok.
You know what I mean? You won't get my money. You know what I'm saying? So your product is irrelevant and doesn't make any sense in the time in the times we're in right now. Tszyu needs to get back to boxing. He had an opportunity to make a fight with Devin Haney for good money. He allowed his fake star power that he think he has to carry him over into something to where that fight isn't happening. Subriel Matias is slapping you on the top of your head right now, but guess what? Subriel Matias is now in business with Turki Alalshikh. So is Turki going to get behind Subriel Matias fighting Tszyu? Probably not, right? You're talking about fighting Gervonta Tank Davis. It looks like the PBC is open to getting more and more open, and at this point, it's not even getting open to. They're doing business with Turki. Okay, at this point. The BBC does business with Turki at this point. We've seen Pacquiao over there. We've seen David Morrell over there. We've seen Ryo, Usyk, Cruz over there. We know Golden Boy is over there as well.
Bro.
We know Bob Arum is over there now. We know all those guys are working with Turki Alalshikh right now. And now you have the biggest money source of money in the game having you on the shit list, right? They're not effing with you. You done cross a line that, I don't know, maybe you can grovel, hold his hand, beg, apologize, maybe even shed a little tears, have a private conversation with Turki that puts you back in his graces. I don't know. That's up to you. Doesn't seem like you have a lot of pride in yourself anyway, so I wouldn't be shocked to see you grovel after you finish running your mouth the way you have. But until that gets squared away, the future doesn't look bright. His fans are going to have to continue to celebrate Lomachenko wins, Josh Taylor wins. Shout out to Josh Taylor, who just retired. He gets to celebrate. It's going to be a past thing. It's not going to be a future thing with him. You know what I mean?
Only rematch Jermaine Ortiz. No, he can't. Oh shoot.
I mean, he could rematch Jermaine. He could go ahead and rematch Jermaine Ortiz and give him that. I don't know what kind of money he's going to make on that, but limited fighter, bro. By the way, the clothes is looking crazy. I don't know if that's like your style or if that's what you can afford, but yeah, the swag is not it. The glasses on the tip of the nose thing with the, I don't know what you got going on, brother.
Don't talk about the hat, Clay. Please don't talk. You wear the same hat. Don't talk about
my hat. Looks so much cleaner than that man's hat.
Okay.
That dude looking crazy.
We will fly frequency.
What did he say?
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself, but the left.
Frequent, I see what you did there.
Sock warmers, bro. You sold them.
Africa needs sock warmers, Clay. He got cold feet when he thinking about material. Hey, man. Hey, bro. You got one person. Look, I guess that's what you need.
Gotta sell.
As long as you get a sell, knowing Tszyu, he might make it off the strength of just one person wanting to buy it, because he made his whole campaign for the last year and a half, 2 years has been based off of a small amount of fans celebrating him for doing it. And none of those guys have been able to find him any money to make the fights happen that he wants to make happen. So it is what it is. I mean, continue to do what he does. Listen, don't take my word for it. I definitely don't have no credibility in this conversation. So Tszyu definitely knows more than me, so he should definitely do what he knows he needs to do. We'll sit here, watch, and talk about it as it develops. But let's go into the boots conversation.
Let's do it.
So some light has been shedded over Jaron Boots Ennis and the way he's approaching the transition to 154. Fans across the space of Boots, fans of Virgil Ortiz, fans of Devin Haney have been watching this develop, and some people feel like it doesn't look good for Boots. Some people feel like, there was a narrative out there that Boots tried to make certain fights, and I guess Turki's basically saying, according to the interview, that he tried to make these fights happen and that Boots asked for interviews. And I'll add to it and say that not only did he say that he asked for interviews for
what's the name, fights?
For tune-ups.
Tune-up, yeah.
And Turki said, we're not interested in the tune-ups. You and Eddie can work on your tune-ups on those fights. When you're ready to fight the best, we're going to be here to put you in there to fight the best. What do you think about that?
I think he's crazy for that. Not Turki. I think he could give him a tune-up though, or a light fight. I wouldn't say a tune-up, but something that's challenging, but something that's not like crazy. You know what I mean? I can see him doing that. But what is a tune-up to Turki? You know what I mean? Like, is it a Madrimov? Is it a Taliev? Is it, you know what I mean? I know those are great fighters. Is it a Bakram? You know what I mean? Bakram, Boychuk. Like, any of those guys considered tune-ups. You know what I mean? Because those are good fights. Is it the who's the dude that just lost your boy that just lost the Fundora before?
Well, hold on. Before you go any deeper into that, right?
Yeah.
Turki's saying he's not interested in tune-ups.
Right.
So he's not interested Turki is interested in certain fights, and he's not interested in the other ones. So I think what Turki's basically saying, to keep it very simple and light, is that when you're ready to fight, the fights I want you to fight, holla at me.
Right.
Fight the fight you want to fight under your own budget and with Eddie Hearn.
Right.
If you want to fight Madrimov, I'm not interested in it. You know why? Because I would have offered it to you. If you want to fight Boacek, go ahead and make it happen. I'm not interested. You know why? Because I would have offered it to you. What I have offered to you was Teofimo Lopez or Virgil Ortiz, and what is coming out is that Boots wasn't interested in those fights next.
Right.
The question is, the word duck has been thrown around very loosely in the past 2 years, in my opinion.
Especially
it's been thrown out very loosely. Here's a situation where Jaron Boots Ennis, according to Turki Alalshikh, had fights on the table that, according to Turki Alalshikh, Boots expressed not now energy.
Right.
Is he ducking those fights if he's not taking those fights that are on that table?
Right.
That's the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is, do people have the right to call Jaron Boots Ennis a duck for not taking those fights?
No, because I mean, ducking. We went over this so many times.
49 people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting that like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, I don't know what you're waiting on, man. The boxing talk is prolific over here, man. But definitely hit the like button at a minimum, man. But go ahead. Right.
So no, what I was gonna say is I definitely don't think so, because I think when you're talking about somebody who is a champion coming up and somebody that he should be fighting the best, right? But where did that no tune-up thing come from? Let's just keep it real, right? Forget about Turki for a second. It came from Earl Spence. I don't need tune-ups. I fight the best. I only want the best. I only want belts, right? He's proven that he's willing to fight his mandatories, fight for titles. Look, and no one wanted to fight him. So he's reluctant to say, like, yo, I've tried fighting all these top fighters. They didn't want to fight me. So, if I'm going to move up and I'm going to move a certain way, I'll fight the fights I want now, because I already fought y'all fights. I fought what y'all wanted me to do, right? As far as me being a duck, show me that I'm a duck. Show me that I ran from somebody with the intent of not wanting to fight them because I was afraid, right? Because that's what ducking is. You don't want to fight them because you're afraid. He never showed nobody that he was afraid of them. He showed what it was, right? I outgrew a division. I tried to make a fight before. You guys ran away from this. You guys wanted too much money, but yet, you went and fought another fight for less money right after on an undercard when we would have been the main event. Then you go and fight here, and whatever the case may be. And I try to negotiate the fight before I leave the division, and you told me we want to wait till after. But at the same time, you're in the talks with another fighter that moved up to the division that you feel is a more safer fight, and you're already making plans to make that fight happen. Because remember, Ness touched a lot of points. Shout out to Ness. He touched a lot of points with the Normans, and just to say, it all happened, right? So Butch is on. He probably already had wind of this fight was taking place, so he's probably like, "Look, I'm not going to wait for another fight. I'm moving up." So what does he do? He called it. He did want to fight Virgil when he first moved up. Virgil said he was not available. He wants a fight before he goes into a long layoff to keep himself busy. So as far as him wanting a busy fight, I would say more so than a tune-up. They probably chose the wrong words, but I would say stay busy fight. Yeah, he's more than right to have that fight. Does Turki want to facilitate that fight? No, but him wanting to fight Virgil right off the gate was something that he asked for when he moved up, because everybody called him a duck initially. So he moved up for that fight. Now that fight was not able to be made with the remarks of what's his name, Robert Garcia. It ain't gonna be made. His hand is under, he has some hair surgery. You said you actually confirmed that when you talked to Virgil in New York. So let's move.
Yeah, I spoke to him directly.
Right. Yeah. Right. So so let's move forward. You have fights with Keith Thurman. These are fights that are people calling them out, but nobody wants to see these fights. They want to see him fight the best. So I would say everybody in the top two, maybe the top three, interim and champions only, that's all they want to see Boots fight. He doesn't want to fight for the IBF because the IBF has a weight restriction. He obviously has some issues with that at 147. So why would he go back into that situation? He wants to fight for another title. He wants to fight for what's nearly there. So to keep it 100, I think Boots is doing what he needs to do based on business, and that's it.
Yeah. Shout out to Shelton Moore, said Jaron Boots Ennis equals business decision. Listen, yeah, I think the duck word doesn't fit in this conversation. Same thing with Shakur Stevenson. Same thing. I don't remember I tell you guys all the time. The last person I call a duck that I think is officially a duck is Canelo Alvarez when it comes to David Benavidez situation. And even that has arguments there to say that he didn't duck him, but I think he did personally. But everybody else, I haven't seen a duck since then. This is not a duck situation. Jaron Boots Ennis has every right to move with some strategy behind his movement. First of all, he has Eddie Hearn there, and that's Eddie Hearn's job, right? It's not just to throw him in front of the most dangerous fights possible every single time. It's also a responsibility to build the brand of Jaron Boots Ennis up. It's important. I don't feel like Brian Norman ducked Jaron Boots Ennis when he didn't take the contract he had before. I thought it was a shame. I wanted to see the fight happen. I thought it was enough money on the table. But I also understand Brian Norman Sr. and his management as far as the team he hired, as far as Adrian Clark and his team getting behind Brian Norman to say, yesterday's price won't be today's price. We haven't had an opportunity to build our fighter up in Brian Norman Jr. the way we want to build him up. We don't need that fight to happen right now. We're willing to make it happen, but if the finances aren't there to make it make sense, and we can continue on the plan that we already had on how we were going to build that fighter up so that you couldn't come at him and just give him a deal on some take it and leave it nonsense. It's business. It's always business. Every now and then it's not business. Every now and then it's a duck. But most of the time it's not a duck. And I think the boxing space has a hard time balancing that out. And fans start to turn fighters into ducks just off the strength of finding a new word that they can play with. And right? Now you have a new word and you can't stop playing with it. You're just using it. Duck, 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 duck. Everybody want to call everybody a damn duck. No, it's business. Jaron Boots Ennis has every right to acclimate himself to 154 like anybody else.
Correct.
He has every right to make sure he's ready to fight the best that 154 has to offer. He can be super confident right now and believe I'll beat Virgil right now. But there's nothing wrong with saying, okay, that's cool. If you're super confident being Virgil right now, then you should be even more super confident being Jesus Ramos or Yoenis Tellez or another one of these fighters. It can't hurt you, champ. It can't hurt you.
Right.
It can only show that you've been ready, or it can show that maybe there's something you need to work on and give you an opportunity to work on it before you jump in the ring with a Virgil Ortiz or Bakram Murzakaliev or you know what I mean, a Sebastian Fundora or whatever have you in the division. Right. It doesn't hurt him. It's not a duck. The word duck is used too loosely in boxing. Way too loosely. You guys don't have to call everybody a damn duck, bro. Did Jaron Boots Ennis duck Brian Norman? No, bro. He outgrew the weight division and he made the right decision. Why fight somebody like Brian Norman when you feel you're depleted in the division? Time has passed. When the fight could have been made, it didn't get made. Now I can't make the weight anymore without it compromising me as a fighter.
Right.
My safety, my health. Him fighting Devin Haney. Look, Devin, I'll entertain it because there's big money there, but I can't do 147 no more, bro. I'll give you 152.
I agree.
Just to make a big fight happen for the sake of making some money. And Devin Haney, well within his right to say, that's too much for me. I'm a 147 fighter now.
Right?
I'm going to stay at 147, make the next big fight happen here. When I go up to 154, maybe we'll see each other there. Jaron has, all right, man, I hear you, champ. The same way I can't go to 147 because of my health. You feel like going to 152 is too much? How can I be mad at you? That's not a duck. That's just not a duck. It's ridiculous. So no, Turkey didn't call Jaron Boots Ennis a duck. He simply told the world the truth, which is what Jaron Boots Ennis is looking to do next. I'm not interested in being involved in that.
Right.
I'm very interested in him being involved in the fights that I want to put together for him. When he's ready to get into those fights, we can get it in. Can't wait.
That's it.
It's not about duck music.
Right. And I don't think I don't think Shelton's understanding what I'm saying, Clay. I think he thinks I'm saying that. He thinks I'm saying that Boots is not about business, right? He thinks I'm saying that Boots is ducking. I suppose, because I'm not saying none of that. I don't think I said any of that, but it's cool. I'm not worried about it. Let's keep it moving.
I didn't hear you say he was ducking.
Yeah, the words he's saying.
We've had a lot of private conversations on it, so if it did sound like he was ducking, that's just him not saying it correctly, I guess. But I know I'm pretty confident that's not what he thinks. I know.
I definitely didn't say none of the things I thought he said. I said, but it's cool. Shout out to what it really is. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, Boots really needs to put himself in a position for what he wants and what he deserves, and that's what I've been saying the whole time. Right. I think he has the right to do so, and if the opportunity presents itself, then he should take it. I mean, when I say present, I mean present in a way that he feels comfortable. I know he's not, like I said, I know he's not rolling with the IBF right now because he has that issue. We all know what that issue is. We know he's willing to take the certain fights, but he wants them either now or he wants them later. He doesn't want to wait. He said he wanted to fight in September. You know what I mean? Or well, it was August, right? He wanted to fight in August, which is next month.
He said August or September is what he said.
Right. So he's probably not going to get one of those fights right now because there's nobody lined up for him to fight. So what does he do? He has to take what he can get. He doesn't want to wait till November to fight Virgil Ortiz, and that's what the plan was. That doesn't mean that he's ducking. That just means that he's on a timeline and he's willing to fight now and then fight then. But it is what it is, Clay. So, like I said, it's a matter.
I think what you're saying is right. By the way, as far as that's another thing to be taken into consideration is his activity. He has a schedule. It's like Canelo Alvarez, who wants to fight in May and in September. So, if you try to get him to fight a fight in June, is he ducking by saying, "Nah, bro, I fight in May"? Right. Is he ducking? You know what I mean? No, he fights. When he fights, Jaron wants to be active. He wants to fight now.
Exactly.
He wants to fight as soon as possible based off of the schedule he has of the last time he fought. He's not trying to hang around and drag around and wait till November to get in a fight with Virgil. You know what I'm saying? He's not trying to wait an extra 3 months to make a fight. He wants to fight now. Right. So give me a fight now. Get Virgil to fight me in August. Oh, Virgil don't want to fight in August because his hands need to heal. And okay, that's cool. I'm not waiting on him though. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make my fight happen. And you can look at it as a tune-up. I don't even think Jaron's probably looking at it as a tune-up. I think he's looking at it as staying busy.
Exactly what I said. Right.
He's fighting, not just waiting around for the biggest fights because things happen every day, bro.
Right.
What if Virgil re-hurts his hand and they were supposed to fight in November and now that fight can't happen? Then what?
Right. Now he's got to sit till February. Come on, man. Don't make sense. So, and on top of that, shout out to Roscliffe for what he said. You know what I mean? Just alone, what's the name when he moved up? Our boy Roberto Duran, when he moved up to fight Sugar Ray. Exactly the main point. And Echo touched on this the last live we had. You know what I mean? Yes, he took fights at 147 prior to fighting Sugar Ray. He did because he had to acclimate himself to the division. He didn't just go right in and fight Sugar Ray, which a lot of people like to push that narrative. He didn't. He took on 4 fights. And with those 4 fights, he graduated to that division. He felt comfortable. A lot of people was pushing Devin, and I don't want to say that. Never mind. Let's move on from that part because I'm not even going to go there.
Well, I mean, with the Terrence Crawford fight, what do people
throw shots? Perfect example.
People throw shots to the Terrence Crawford Canelo Alvarez fight every single day. Why? Because he didn't take tune-ups.
Take a tune-up fight. Right. Take a fight up there first. Go fight this guy. Why do you just get to run straight to the title? All those things being said, right? But everybody moves different based on where they are in their careers. And that's it. 100%. 100%. You got to go based on what makes you right for what you need to move forward to. He wanted the Virgil fight, but Virgil's not ready. He doesn't want the fight then. He wants it now. And if he can't get it now, he said he'll take a fight in between. And like I said, he'll take a stay busy fight. Like I said, that tune-up thing got thrown out there. It's not a tune-up fight. It's a stay busy fight. Right. You know what I mean? He can't do nothing else. He's not going to fight another champion because Fundora was tied up with a fight. Bakram is actually engaged with, I think, Erickson Lubin, I was told, in talks with that. So who is he going to fight? Fundora. I'm sorry, I just said Fundora. And then you have the vacant belt from Terrence Crawford, what Tellers has. And I think he's fighting for that belt against your boy Xander Zayas. So where's the opportunity for
the WBO title? Yeah.
Right. So where are we going to see the fights at? You know what I mean? So it's so many pushbacks and nonsense that people are saying. Who else is in that top category? You gonna take a Josh Kelly? That's something that Eddie Hearn could put together. Why would Turkey get involved in that fight when Eddie can put that fight together? It's not going to cost Eddie much money to do so. You know what I mean? It's both two in-house fighters, and they can get going.
And,
you know
and let's keep in mind that that the Virgil fight ages like wine, bro. It doesn't age like milk. It just gets better. If Virgil goes ahead and pursues his fight against Sebastian Fundora, which is what I would think he's pursuing next. You know what I mean? Probably that Sebastian Fundora fight because he's up there with an interim WBC title. Sebastian sitting on a WBC title, so that's probably the fight he's pushing towards. If he's able to beat Sebastian Fundora and collect himself a title, now it's even a bigger fight. You know what I mean? It just gets better. If Jaron is able to go ahead and get himself a title at 154, it makes the fight better and bigger. So it doesn't hurt him, man. Staying busy. We have to also acknowledge that Jaron Boots Ennis comes from a history of being frozen out of boxing, where he was inactive for almost a year and a half, bro. He's never going back. It's like PTSD for him. He's no longer waiting on fights anymore. He's made that decision up for himself. He's no longer. David Benavidez is on the same energy right now. He's like, I'm not waiting for nobody, bro. Don't tell me to wait. Don't tell me be patient. I was patient years ago. Now I'm fighting somebody, and I want to fight for big money, and I'm not waiting. Period.
And the Keith Thurman fight, that don't make any sense. One, the bag that Keith has asked for is too much, and Keith don't really want to fight him. The PBC is not going to put that fight together because it's going to cost too much. So we can forget about Keith Thurman. It's not everything is boxing politics at the moment. We got to look at the politics as well as what the fighters are doing. All this plays a part. Why would you make that fight and it be such a high value? You thought freaking Brian Norman was going to cost a lot. Keith Thurman is going to cost a lot. So, and then you got to make the whole card and things of that nature. Keith Thurman's just selling wolf tickets, y'all. If y'all haven't noticed that by now, I don't know what to tell you. Because right now he's looking to fight everybody else but Boots, right? He said he'll fight Boots. Keith Thurman just talking. Y'all know how he is. You know what I mean? He just running game on y'all. So I'm trying to think. Who else? I
think Keith Thurman's a very realistic fight for Jaron Boots.
I didn't say he couldn't. I didn't say that the fight couldn't be made. I'm saying that it's as a tune-up fight or a stay busy fight. That's not a fight that neither one of them are going to take the pay for. They're not going to pay Keith Thurman $8 million to make that fight, especially Turkey, right? Eddie Hearn's not going to pay that money. PBC's not going to pay that money. And if you pay him $8 million, who the A side?
Right.
Boots. So are you going to pay Boots a 10 to 11 million to make that fight? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It would definitely be, Keith Thurman is not making that fight for less than a lot of money, period. Right. He's stayed retired, damn near inactive for almost 3 years based off of the strength that the PBC couldn't get him a bag that he was interested in. He thought it was going to happen with the Tszyu fight. Tszyu got clipped by Murtazaliev, and then on top of that made his comeback fight and then tried to go ahead and fight Sebastian Fundora instead and got clipped again. You know what I mean? He's not I don't know what Keith Thurman is going to do, to be honest with you. It looks like he's trying to sell a Jermell Charlo fight
right now, right?
It looks like that's what he's trying to sell.
That's not even going to be a bag. That'd probably be a $5 million fight for both.
It's going to be a guarantee. It's going to be a $2 to $3 million guarantee and fake back end money.
Yep.
That's what it's going to be.
Promise $5 million in total.
That's another person who spinned his wheels, overpricing himself and staying out of boxing when he should have been active. Right. His best years are behind him, in my opinion.
Now, another fight that can happen and this is only if this fight does not get signed for September, is he can go out and he can fight Conor Benn at 154 if he doesn't want to fight at 160. Boots.
Keith?
Yeah, no, Boots. Yeah. Boots. Yeah, Boots. That'll be a good fight. Eddie could put that fight together at 154. It makes it's a significant challenge for both fighters. It's a fight that's been talked about at 147. Conor Benn is on the record of calling Boots out. So that's a fight that we can see happen as a tune-up fight or a stay busy fight, as we would say, right? Because I think we have two great opponents, and I think they're both warriors in the ring. They both punch hard. I think Conor Benn gets outclassed clearly because I think his clenbuterol or his egg gate is definitely played a part in his career. But he's a dog. He's always willing to stay in the fight. He showed he had a beard. He got punched on by 168-pound fighter. So he shows that he has a beard. So it'd be a good fight, and it'd be worth it. You know what I mean? And they can both make the money, and they fight in Wembley Stadium over in England. Oh yeah, they'll make the bag for sure. That's a fight we want to have because Boots says he wants to fight overseas.
Yeah, he needs to. It's about getting that international exposure, and I think a lot of these fighters are in denial. But people like Keith Thurman, when you bringing up somebody like Jaron Boots Ennis, you're campaigning to. We know, me personally, I see it for what it is. You're campaigning in Turkey. You're trying to get Turkey. You want Turkey. If you want money, you want to fight with Turkey. I don't care who you are. If you want money in boxing right now, you want Turkey. You want to get his attention. If Keith Thurman's calling out Jaron Boots Ennis the way he just did recently, it's to get Turkey's attention. He wants money.
Did he not call Turkey and say, Turkey, let's make the fight happen? Did Keith Thurman not say, let's make it happen?
Yeah,
Turkey.
He wants money. He knows the way he's at. Ain't no money there right now. Right. That's why David Benavidez is where he's at right now.
Right.
So yeah, man, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else brought something up very interesting here that I also wanted to talk about, which was and we didn't talk about it. I brought it up earlier, but I wanted to talk a little bit about this Diego Pacheco Hamza Shiraz fight that might be in the works a little bit. Eddie Hearn feels like that should be the next fight. One thing I love about Eddie Hearn is, man, he don't run away from the big fights. Sometime at a detriment to his own fighters who suffer losses in these fights, but he doesn't run away from it. And I always felt like that was the next fight. Stylistically, I love that fight on Diego Pacheco versus Hamza Shiraz. How do you feel about that fight?
Love it. Now, Diego Pacheco had a weird win. I'm going to give him credit for the win, but it was a weird one. You know what I mean? It was a weird win, whatever. We'll call it the Fundora curse, whatever, because it was the same night. But at the same time, we have to look at it for what it is. Diego Pacheco is a puncher at range, 6'1", 6'2", almost the same as Hamza.
No, is he like 6'4" or something?
Is he 6'4"? I think he's same size. I thought he's like the same size as Benavidez. Benavidez is like 6'2", right?
I think he's the same height. I could be wrong. Hold on, let me make sure. I could be very wrong. Trust me.
Fundora is like 6'7", 6'6", right? And he's shorter than Fundora.
No, he's like 6'4". Hold on. Yeah. Diego Pacheco is 6'4".
Damn, you taller than Benavidez? That's crazy.
79-inch reach.
Okay, and what's Hamza's like 6'2"?
Yes, Hamza's like 6'4", 6'3", something. Hold on, let me see what Hamza's like 6'3". Hold on,
6'3". That's a good fight. That right there is a good matchup. And they're not heavyweights, y'all. I know
he's 6'3". Yeah, he's 6'3".
There you go. Why not? Why not? Why the hell not?
That is a great fight, y'all. That is a great fight.
Really good fight.
Look at it. We already Shelton gets. He says Diego says 2 cents says Pacheco's a problem. Yeah, man. Shelton Moore says Pacheco gets smoked by Shiraz. That's right there. Those two comments alone make that fight lit.
Right. And you know what's crazy? We don't know that because we living in the moment.
Right.
Living in the moment. And that's why I said boxing is a moment sport. You live in that moment. You live in what you just seen because that's the most recent memory of that fighter. And you bring it up. Everybody forgot what happened with Shiraz in the fight before that, right? Even though he hurt his hand and things of that nature, we forgot about that because it was cooking Shiraz, right? Turkey had to tell me he was behind on the card. We forgot about that. Now we like, yo, Pacheco's the truth. I mean, Shiraz is the truth. He just knocked out Berlanga. Nobody knocked out Berlanga. Like, he dropped him 3 times. Shows
that,
you
that fight moment. Right there. There's a spot right now, 168. There's an open spot right now. Canelo Alvarez is the undisputed 168-pound champion. And who's the successor going to be? There have been conversations about Jamal Charlo. Conversations at one point with Jaime Munguia and Edgar Berlanga. I think those questions got answered a little bit. Christian Mbilli's in the conversation.
Yep.
Diego Pacheco, up-and-coming fighter, who slowly went from prospect. I don't know when it transitioned, but now he's officially one of those guys at 168. Yep. Off of an awkward win against Trevor McCumbee. Regardless, Diego Pacheco has been in the conversation. And then now you got this new guy who came in here, took Edgar Berlanga out and took his place and did it in a way that it wasn't just like, let's say, Caleb Plant versus Armando Resendez, right? Where Resendez looked good against Caleb, but at the same time, you could see him losing to other fighters. Right. No, Hamza took it in a way where it's like, damn, bro, people actually automatically want to see him against Canelo. They like, yo, I think this guy beats Canelo. Like, he did it that way. The Diego Pacheco was right there in that conversation before Hamza Shiraz. Everybody was saying Diego was going to clip Edgar, right? Everybody was saying Diego was the next guy. Naturally, this fight makes sense.
Yep.
Edgar Berlanga took himself out the conversation. Diego Pacheco, Hamza Shiraz, as my England brethren would say, let's have it then. I think that's a great fight to be made next. Right. I think that should go on the Ring Magazine card.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It should go. I wouldn't be mad watching that fight happen on that November 22nd card if they could squeeze it in there. You know what I mean?
A week before or the 2 weeks before.
I mean, listen, man, that card could use a fight on there. It could still have some fights on there. It's already a stacked card, but that fight right there is a nice little fight. Hamza is the golden boy of Riyadh season. Mm-hmm. Get him up in there. Pull Diego up, get him a bag. That's with Eddie Hearn. That's an easy fight to be made. Let's have at it, bro. Let's have at it.
I don't care about Berlanga pressing charges, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm glad you retracted that.
Yeah, bro, that was ridiculous. Berlanga needs to learn and take from that fight, because I think that fight is an opportunity for him to really get the motivation to dial into his boxing. Right. But if he starts making excuses and starts playing with the hand wraps and cheating, and he starts to make it all about that, then his next fight's going to be really bad for him. Because the only way to get back in the conversation is to challenge himself at a high level, unless he goes to pro box. So it's Caleb Plant next for him. I think that's a fight he should be looking to make.
Yeah, I think he's calling him out right now. I think he actually put the fight. Yeah, he putting that fight out there, saying that he's going to knock Caleb out, which I still think that's crazy. Only other fight I can see him making, maybe Trevor McCumbee.
Nah, he'll be going back when he does that. Horrible.
Bro, I don't see him fighting nowhere, bro. Nowhere.
Caleb Plant is the fight for him to make. If he doesn't make that Caleb Plant fight.
No, in all seriousness, moving up. And challenge himself at 175.
Or moving up, exactly. That's it. It's either go up to light heavyweight or fight Caleb Plant. Right. And honestly, if you don't fight Caleb Plant, we might look at you as a duck a little bit, just a little bit, not a lot, but just to knowing that all that ish that y'all talking with each other, knowing Caleb just came up with a loss, you came up with a loss. There's really no excuses for that fight not to happen. Desi Sanchez says Pacheco got booed by his fans because he was terrible against McCumbee. Yeah, styles make fights, man. Styles make fights, guys. You know what I mean? It shows up in the weirdest places, and I think it showed up in that fight. You know what I mean? Just a little more complicated. Yeah, a little bit more complicated than I think he wanted it to look. But styles make fights, and I think Diego Pacheco stylistically matches up well against Hamza, and I think that fight is always interesting. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is what it is. Also, did we talk about because I'm about to put up the link to open up the panel. Did we talk about Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora? I don't think we talked about it.
No, we didn't touch on that yet.
Okay, so Tim Tszyu, Sebastian Fundora, and by the way, shout out to Gary Russell Jr. Man,
yes,
Gary
was that entertaining though?
Super entertaining.
Was not fighting tonight. I was wrong.
I spoke to somebody who obviously was very close to that camp.
You know.
Gary just needs to get in better shape a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. You know what I mean? He did that fight. He beat the brakes off. He showed like what he showed is
grit.
He can go to 135.
Grit, power.
He can fight at 135.
Remember, 4-year layoff, bro.
And he could fight any of the champions at 130, except maybe in Espinosa. Maybe because Espinosa is kind of awkward, but he could fight him too. But he could definitely fight Shushu. He could fight. No, I'm sorry, that's 126. He could fight O'Shaquie Foster. He could fight Stephen Fulton.
That'd be a good fight.
Yeah, he could fight.
That'd be a good fight. O'Shaquie would be a good fight for him.
Yeah, he could fight Emmanuel Navarrete. Right? He can fight Angelo Leo. He can fight any of those guys up there, bro, and beat him. Gary looked good. But yeah, back to Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. Oh man, Tim Tszyu, bro. I always bring it up, and it's hard not to, just to understand that before this and it goes to show you how much the business of boxing. We were just talking about Jaron Boots Ennis, right?
Yeah,
we're just talking about business. Man, when you want to look at an example of bad business gone extra bad, look at Tim Tszyu, bro. Look at Tim Tszyu. When you want to talk about bad business going extra bad, look at Tim Tszyu. Tszyu, March or February of last year, 2024, was on top of the world, Ray. When it came to 154, once Jermell Charlo made his exit by losing against Canelo Alvarez and going to his hiatus, Tszyu was the marquee 154-pound fighter.
Remember, they stripped him in 23. They stripped Jermell Charlo and gave him the belt in November.
He was the guy.
Right.
He was the guy. Beat Brian Mendoza, beat Tony Harrison, right? Was hunting Jermell Charlo down. There was even an argument out there to say that Jermell Charlo ran from Tszyu and went to go fight Canelo to get the free bag.
Yep.
I don't think that's what it was, but there was arguments out there. There was rumbling in the streets. Oh, you ducked Tszyu. Then we go into March of 2024. He's supposed to fight Keith Thurman. He was in negotiations. Keep in mind, he was in negotiations to fight Terrence Crawford for a big bag because Terrence Crawford was working with Turki at the time. And I think we're looking in, and we saw Turki have issues with Tszyu and the team because we saw Turki also try to make the Virgil Ortiz fight happen. But I think the primary fight that rubbed Turki the wrong way, in my opinion, was the Terrence Crawford fight. I think it was like, oh, bro, you went ahead and fought Keith Thurman, bro. I was gonna get you with Terrence. You let the PB. He became a company man. Tszyu, who fought for No Limit, allowed the No Limit powers that be to convince him that his loyalty should be to Al Heyman. Had him talking about loyalty and jumping from one promotional company to another promotional company. I remember the interviews, Tim. I remember the interviews. And I put out the video and I said, the company man thing was not going to age well for you, brother. Mm-hmm. I said it. The company man thing was not going to age well for you. You're a boxer. You're a prize fighter. You're looking to fight the best fights out there for the most money. How in the world are you going to turn away from Terrence Crawford just to save the PBC's card that Gervonta Tank Davis, the actual face of the PBC, said, get out of here. I'm not doing it. You saw he wasn't no company man. He said, you ain't going to get me up in there without the right money, without the right business. I'm not going to get it done. Gervonta Tank Davis has stood on that type of business for a large part of his career ever since he left Floyd Mayweather. Right. And it blew up in his face in its own way, but he wasn't willing to be a company man. But Tszyu was going to be the company man. I fight whoever. I don't turn down no smoke. I don't care who it is. You let them convince you to fight a catch-weight fight against Keith Thurman. Your title, you had nothing to gain from it except for a little bit of money. Why? So No Limit could come out there and take half the bill for that first event that they wanted to put on Amazon. Mm-hmm. And what happened in the last minute, the boxing gods cursed you. Keith Thurman gets a bicep injury, and they slide Sebastian Fundora, a 6'4", 6'5", I don't know what 6 foot forever, towering inferno. I keep bringing it up, and I'll always saying it. Southpaw, towering inferno.
6'6".
6'6", towering inferno, southpaw puncher. Your team allowed that guy to get slid in there nonchalantly into a fight.
Without an agreement for a rematch, by the way.
In that fight, with no rematch clause. Then you get your head split to the white meat in the second round of that fight. And instead of your corner stopping the fight and saying, listen, my fighter's hurt. Let's go to the cards, or let's call this a no contest, and saving you and finding a blessing inside of the misfortune. The blessing would have been that you escaped losing your title, losing your leverage, and now you would have had a camp to get ready for. You wouldn't even have old Sebastian Fundora fight, a rematch. You could have been right back in the conversation of fighting Errol Spence next for big money. An Errol Spence who was inactive, who just came off of a fight with Terrence Crawford and got knocked out or got stopped. But instead, he moved forward and fought 12 rounds of nonsense with Sebastian Fundora just to have his title taken away from him and have Errol Spence walk inside of that ring. No respect from the PBC to Tszyu, in my personal opinion. No respect. Didn't allow him to get his rematch that he deserved, knowing that he saved that card. And sacrificed everything and had every right to walk away from that fight from Sebastian Fundora because you don't fight no 6'6" southpaw towering inferno with days' notice. You just don't do it. But he did it.
Yep.
Then he loses his fight with Sebastian Fundora. Errol Spence dragged Sebastian Fundora through the dirt, doesn't fight him, waiting on that money to come from the PBC that never came across. And then you get in the ring inside of a hotel wedding hall.
Forgot about the 2 fights that were offered to him.
Oh, yeah. Then you were offered Virgil Ortiz.
Twice
by Turki Alalshikh, and you walked away from it and started talking about loyalty and all that type of nonsense. Once again, company man talk. Once again, company man talk. You allow No Limit to put you inside of a hotel wedding room, press conference room.
Right. Ballroom.
Right? The same room where they host the self-help classes, right?
Stop.
Where they bring people in. No production. You let them put you in front of a fighter that the whole division's been ducking. He gotten paid more in step aside money than you've been paid in your top fight that you fought again, right?
No. Crazy.
And you let that dude beat the brakes off you in front of your daddy. You bring that man from Russia to get your ass whooped in front of him, go through a PTSD moment, get clipped 1 million times, and get knocked out and stopped easily.
Checking that skull.
Right? And then you have an opportunity to make a fight happen with Keith Thurman. They give you a tune-up fight against Joey Spencer. And you stop Joey Spencer, to your credit, even though it's a fighter that we all know got pulled up from 147 to fight you at 154. It is what it is. You made it happen. Then you had your opportunity finally to do you, to get your money, to fight in Australia in front of your fans against Keith Thurman and make your money and continue to get better. Once again, the company man had to come save the PBC and agree to go fight Sebastian Fundora. Jesus Christ, bro. On an undercard of Manny Pacquiao, Mario Barrios, just to get your ass clipped again.
First round.
By Sebastian Fundora. By the same towering inferno, you allowed them to trick you out your position, and here you are again. Please, Ray, wherever you felt like I dropped the ball a little bit, please add to it. I'm not claiming to have grabbed everything, but if you want to see bad business, if you want to see a fighter's career get played with, watch the last 1.5 to 2 years of Tszyu's career.
Yo, I'm mad because I thought he was on to something, man. I respected him taking the fight, but I didn't honor it because I like you said, I thought the Tszyu versus Keith Thurman would have been a better fit. It was in his own country. I thought that was the way to go. You know what I mean? He probably would have made a bag there because it would have been a sellout crowd against a guy who just beat one of your guys down there. You know what I mean? So everything made sense right there. Here's where getting in there with Fundora, I thought he had a chance. I thought he would have landed the overhead right more. I was like, yo, that overhead has been knocked. You know what I mean? He caught Fundora with that, but then I started seeing the after that knockdown in the first round, I was like, yo, he's really PTSD with this guy, bro. He really don't want to be in the ring with him. Another fighter quitting in the ring. Call it what it is.
Let's not call it quitting. We got the word for it now, right? Checking out.
Checking out. Yeah, we're gonna change. We're gonna change it.
The quit word is a bad word. I agree with you with the quitting.
Look, Jay Buck said it too, right? Because that's what we look. Because you like I said, we have to not look at the word as sitting down, quitting, or we talking about putting your hand in your pocket, trying to get through the fight, do whatever you got to do, keep the guy. You know what I mean? You knew he was a guy. You went in there and battled though. Mentally, he went in there and forced himself to fight, but it wasn't his fight, bro. He just was not. He just not ready. I mean, the corner stopped the fight. Why did they stop at this time, Clay? Why did they stop at this time with no blood gushing out the head?
PTSD. He went back in time, bro. He went back. The problem in the fight, from what I can tell, be honest with you, is Tszyu was scared to cross the void.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
he was scared to get in that mid-range. He was scared of that elbow. The PTSD, right. He was trying to stay away from that elbow.
Exactly. So to me, that was all the disappointment I already needed to see in that fight. And I was like, yo, he had the tool to do it. It still landed overhead right at times, but he just He just, like you said, he didn't want to get in that firebox, bro. He didn't want to get hit with the elbow. He was very cautious of it. Eyes wide open when he got inside. You could see it. And it was just a terrible look for him. Yeah. He blew everything for this fight. Bad business all the way around. You've been calling this for 2 years now. And it shows that.
Salute, Ross Scott.
Yeah, it shows that loyalty is loyalty, man. It is what it is.
The company man thing aged like milk.
It
aged
worse,
like
bro.
milk, Ray. It aged like milk. And Sebastian Fundora, let me let you know something, brother.
Same thing to him. He lost the title for it.
Getting ready to happen to you if you don't take your career into your hand. If
Right.
you don't take your career into your hand, you about to get that Tszyu treatment. I can see it written on the wall, bro. You're just showing out right now. You're a great fighter, and it's showing out. But if you don't take your career into your own hand and start pursuing your personal legacy and the things that make sense to you, you don't start building your brand up and start making the moves that make sense for you, not just for the company you represent, you're getting ready to head down the same road, brother. They already got you and tricked you out your WBO title. They already got you there. It's coming. It's coming. If you don't start making some real decisions like David Benavidez did, shout out to David Benavidez, who I got so much respect for. He's moving like such a boss. David, he moving like such a boss right now. He moving like such a David. He moving like such a boss right now, bro. If y'all don't start following suit and start moving with y'all careers and moving the way y'all need to move, that's going to benefit you guys. And you keep on turning away from opportunity to continue to be company men, because that's what all you dudes are doing. They're being company men, Ray.
Right.
They're being company men. They're 100%. Being loyal to who they feel has been loyal to them. And there's no loyalty in this game that run that deep. Look at Canelo Alvarez. Look how he moved like a boss. Look at Terrence Crawford. Look at these guys that y'all want to throw shots at, however y'all want to look at it. Those dudes move like bosses. They go where the money's at, and they go with who can facilitate the biggest fight, legacy, and money-wise for their careers. There is no company man in this game, bro. That's why Bob Arum smartened up and opened up the conversation and said, I'm going to get with it before they leave me. So what you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to allow Ring Magazine to come in and make ambassadors. I'm going to let them work with Shushu, let them work with Abdullah, let them work with Keyshawn. I'm going to be part of the movement. I'm not going to be an obstacle for them, because ultimately he knows what the hard decision is that's going to be made. They're going to pick their careers. He doesn't have them. Al Heyman has built a relationship with his fighters, and I give him props for it. Much respect to Al Heyman, because he does have their loyalty. Like, they won't move without him. Like, those fighters, a lot of them. Shout out to the Russells. Shout out to the Jamel Charlo, Errol Spence, Gervonta Tank Davis. All these fighters who are not active. Gervonta's been more active. I don't want to put him in the same, but at the same time, he played his company man role as well. That's why he's kind of wanting to retire from the game. That's company man talk. That retirement talk, that's company man talk. That's loyalty to the soil. You know what I'm saying? But
moving with Al, right? Then
but these guys who are just being loyal to the PBC and Al, and ultimately now what we're seeing, in my opinion, is you're watching the PBC call on that favor, right? Call on remember the loyalty I showed to you? Remember when I grabbed you and nobody was put money in your pockets? Remember the house you got off the strength of me? Remember the car you got off the strength of me? Remember the lifestyle that you live in, Caleb Plant? You know what I'm saying? Cousin me? Well, now we want to rebuild, and we need you guys not only to stay loyal to us in as far as fighting for us, but we also need you to fight the fights that we can afford to put you in. And that's where Gervonta's drawing the line and saying for him, right? That's where he's having an issue, and he's entertaining the retirement thing. Because for him, it's like, no. Yes, but no. Yes, but no. Loyal, yes. No to fighting whoever you want me to fight for low amounts of money. Nah, we're not doing that. But this vacating your WBO title, how they threw it in your face the night that you fought and beat Tszyu. Oh, yeah. Y'all were ready to vacate the WBO title then to fight Harold, just to keep it on PBC. And you saw Fundora looking crazy on the stage. What? I'm not vacating my what? Yeah, interview had to let him know. Yeah, you are, bro. They talking about putting you there with Errol. The cost is going to be that WBO title. He was like, what? Right. Samson, what? Hey, Errol is a big fight. Texas, Dallas Cowboys Stadium. Right? And then ultimately, they end up getting you anyway, didn't they? because you had an opportunity to defend your title against Xander Zayas and then make your next fight the big. You were talking the right talk. At the end of fighting Chordell Booker, you were talking the right talk, which is what? I'm going to defend my title and I'm going to pursue unification. I'm looking to move. We knew that was the way we wanted to see you talk. But what ended up happening? You end up vacating that title and fighting Tszyu again. You got the victory. Stopped him. Listen, we removed all doubt. You kick the can down the road. And that's what you'll be doing if you don't now tell Samson, hey, bro, that's the last one. That's the last one. I'm not doing it again. The next one, I'm not doing it no more. I did that. I'm not doing it no more. Now I want big fights, big money, and I want some of that Turkey money too, by the way. You let David go over there. David told him.
What's up?
It is what it is.
Clay,
right?
It's still crazy because, like you just said, right? Now let's look at the champions across the board. Which one of them are the PBC going to allow him to go fight? You know what I mean? First of all, Terrence Crawford's up at 168 right now. They're about to fight Xander Zayas for he's about to fight for the belt, and he's calling already out Xander Zayas again to unify the titles, like he already beat Tellez. So we're looking at a whole I'm sorry, no, it's Garcia Perez. Excuse me. Let me correct myself. He's Xander Zayas and Garcia Perez. Let me correct
George Garcia Perez.
Yeah. So let me correct that. Whatever. So he's already given him the accolade of winning that fight. So he's saying he's going to unify. They're not crossing the street unless Turkey is involved. Let's be clear on that. So we don't even know if Fundora is even going to get that opportunity. They may set him up with in-house fights. They may ruin their own fighters like a Jesus Ramos. They may ruin their own fighters like Eric Shalubis is going to be. He's getting ruined anyway. He's about to fight Brockman. I don't think they're going to send Fundora over there to try to take the title from Brockman. They may, but that's just a crazy fight in its own. You got Kalen Walsh. He's probably going to. That's another fight that'll be ruined because I think he already beat Kalen Walsh, I believe. So where is he really going to go for these fights, Clay?
Fundora has an opportunity to. I'm telling you right now. I've said it from the beginning that Sebastian Fundora is probably the most dangerous fighter at 154 outside of Bakram. I think he can unify. I think he can beat Bakram. I think he can beat everybody at 154. I think there's people in there who can beat him too, though, without a doubt.
Right.
But as tall as he is, I don't care what nobody tell me, Ray. His time at 154 is limited.
Yep.
He can only maintain and continue to fight in that weight class for so long. He needs to make his time there count.
That's where I was going with.
He needs to maximize.
Exactly.
He doesn't have time to fight no tune-up fights, no regular fights. He shouldn't be. He should be fighting other champions. Dead ass.
Yep.
That WBO vacating that WBO title, Sebastian. If you watch my show, it was a step back, bro. It was a step in the wrong direction, bro. The Tszyu fight might have been more money. I get it, but you okay, bro. I see the way you live with your father and your sister. You guys are humble people. You homestead. You didn't need the money that bad, bro. You should have defended your title against Xander Zayas, and you should have pursued a Bakram fight for money. That would have intrigued. That could have potentially intrigued a Turki Alalshikh because that's the best fight in the best. He loves that kind of fight. Or if not Bakram, it should have been against. No, it should have been Bakram. Period. That's the fight it should have been because that's the only title left outside of Terrence Crawford. You know what I mean? And then after that, you should have either been like, yo, I'm gonna be lineal, or I'm going up to 160, and because that division is waiting on you, brother. 160 is right there. You're going to take Hamza Shiraz's spot. He left and went to 168. You'd have been at 160, beating up on Erizlandi Lara, beating up on Carlos Adames, and having a big fight with Janabek. It would have been great fights up there and big money in a division that has nobody dominating it. But now you played company man politics. You took a step back. Fine. Listen, I'm telling you, you showed out against Tszyu. You showed out. You did the work. Congratulations. Salute to. Here's a horn for you. Because the last thing I want is anybody to say that I'm taking away from that man's victory in Tszyu. That celebrates you for that. But now at this point, bro,
business time.
At this point, bro, that was it. That's the last freebie that you should give to Samson and the PBC. They're either going to rock with you and ride with you on the wave you're on right now and what's going to be good for your career, or you might have some hard decisions to make. Once again, shout out to David Benavidez, bro. who said, I love you, bro, and I'll take you with me, but don't get it twisted. You're going to be coming with me because you guys tried me with the Jesse Hart fight. You almost got me there to fight a stupid fight that meant nothing to my career. And I had to jump in front of it, make the David Morrell fight happen. Then you almost played me again. You almost played me again and tried to get Caleb Smith and try to lowball the kid. And Caleb was like, yo, you didn't lowball David. You lowballed Caleb. We know what happened, bro. You paid David because David wasn't going to play no games with you, but the amount of money you paid David, you ain't have enough money to afford Caleb. So Caleb told you, I'll get up out of here. And then David was like, listen, I'm not doing it because I'm sure you brought him some fighters like, look, we can't do Caleb. Let's do another fight. And they were like, nah. David was like, nah, bro. You know what we need to do? Let's open up the lines of communication, bro. Turkey's talking about putting up them. Caleb, let's see with Anthony. And we going to get shout out to David Benavidez who made the power move, bro. And Samson, you're a smart man. You're going to make a lot of money following David Benavidez because we know what it is. We know David Benavidez is bossing it up over there and you walking with the face of your company right now and you're not getting in the way of it, but you talked heavy, crazy about Turkey. So we know that wasn't your first move that you were trying to make happen, but David had to make it happen, bro. And David, and the next move that David's going to move, the next boss move is going to be, he going to bring it home to Vegas, bro. David going to bring it home to Vegas and Turkey going to pay for it. He going to play. He played ball and he's doing big business. He made the money happen. He's going to fight in Saudi Arabia. Now the next move is going to be, we heading back to the States like I wanted to do. Turkey,
and headlining.
And because Turkey, contrary to popular belief, ain't got no problem putting fights on in America.
Yep. Right. Well, I'm glad you took the words out of my mouth. Pause.
He ain't got no problems doing it, bro. He gonna do it, bro. He gonna come back and he gonna come back with David. He gonna be like, David, I'll rock with you. Don't let these people fool you, David. I got no problem putting on a big event for you, headlining, putting a bag behind it, a Ring Magazine event. You know what I'm saying? In America, bro. I love America. What are you talking about? I just did Fatal Fury in Times Square, and I just did Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz, my fighter, in New York. What are you talking about, bro? We ain't got no problem putting no fights on in the States. What are you talking about?
What they said, the LA fight was going to be the last fight? That's crazy. Diabolical. Anyway,
right?
Anyway,
then,
right?
Same thing for Abdullah Mason.
Four fights since then. But let me get back to what you were saying, right? And I'm glad you cut me off, but I'm mad you did because I was getting to that point of him moving to 160, and I think you're 100% right. That will be the next move. If he can't get and facilitate none of these fights, because I don't think anybody's going to fight him. You know what I mean? Unless these belts become vacant. Well, obviously we know Xander Zayas is fighting for a title, but you'll Nennis Tellez is going to be the next champion, right? If Terrence abandons the title, so. I don't think any of these fights make sense for him because no one's going to make these fights across the streets unless Turkey's involved for unification. Bakram's probably the most successful one or most easy one to make, not because he's he can make that fight easy because he fought on PBC before, so it's an easy fight for them to facilitate. They worked with him before, but I don't see anything outside of that. And if those fights don't make sense, he's got to move up. There's no reason for him to stay there, and that's where I was going to go with. So I was actually even one step behind you on him unification because I don't think any of those fights happened. I don't think none of them happened except for Bakram, which, again, Turkey will probably facilitate or the PBC will due to the fact that the significance of the fight. Now, once it gets to the
fight, that Bakram's going to be cheap.
Right.
I think that's a realistic fight, but I think he does what he can. He has to go the boots route. He has to do what he can. Not worry about if he can't become undisputed, then he can't.
Thurman is ranked. That's the third time he asked. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know what I mean? He has to unify where he can. But Sebastian, bro, you got to unify. You got to maximize your stay at 154. Right. You can't play no games and just make like Tordell Booker. That fight shouldn't have happened, bro. But I understand you was on you were a year out the ring because of the Errol Spence thing. Fine.
Right.
That's it, man. This fight with Tszyu was fine. Okay, that's one of those fine factors. I get it. There's a little story there. There was a gray area there with the head cut from the elbow and with the with all that. Fine, okay, but that's it. You had the price wasn't worth it for me. The vacating that WBO title was ridiculous, bro. It shouldn't have happened, bro. Now you're gonna have to go ahead and unify with Bakram, and then maybe make a fight with the winner of Xander Zayas. Try to make that fight happen and get that WBO title back, and then hopefully that gets you there enough to be lineal, maximize, and maximize on that, leverage that status at 160 and get right into a title fight with the Erislandy Lara or a Carlos Adames and move your career, bro. Move your career forward, bro. Your sister is already undisputed, bro. Gabriella's already undisputed, bro.
Yep.
Stop playing. We know what y'all think over there. I'm looking at your family, bro. Respect to their father, bro. Respect to Gabriella. Respect to that whole homestead. I love it. What I see going on over there with that Fundora family, bro. Vacating that WBO title is not Fundora energy, bro.
Nope.
That was something else, bro. Get back to y'all, man. Gabriella is a undisputed champion, fighting significant fights, bro.
Right. 100%.
It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But that's how I feel about that. What I am going to do is I'm going to throw that link up there. Anybody in the building want to come up and build over the fights that happen this weekend? If we miss something, definitely bring it up.
Yeah.
The panel is open. I can't wait to have these conversations. Ray, hold it down for a second. While.
So I've been just circling through the chat just to come through with some things. Salute to Nick J in the chat. Salute to you, Queen. Thank you for showing up. But I wanted to circle back on some of the things you guys were saying about Boots didn't fight nobody as well as Shakur didn't fight nobody. I disagree with both those statements. Boots was challenged in some of his fights. A lot of people didn't want to fight Boots. He made it hard. He beat a champion. So he beat Stanionis, which a lot of people thought Virgil Ortiz may miss weight or played sick to get out of that fight. Remember, Virgil Ortiz didn't fight Boots at 47. Whatever the reason was, he didn't fight Bud at 47. He moved up. He did. And Virgil didn't call out Boots. It was Turki Alalshikh that called out Boots. So that in its own right, Boots said, I'm staying here to unify. Once I unify, we'll see where we're going to go. He did what he had to do. Case closed there. As far as Shakur has fought more than enough champions in the ring. He actually beat most champions for his belt besides the WBC, which he was in a championship fight for that belt. But he did win it in the ring. So I don't think he's ever been awarded a belt. He's never been upgraded a belt outside of him boxing in the ring. So Shakur, assalamu alaikum, Adele. The link's in the chat too, y'all. So when Clay gets here, he will put y'all in. And let's read the super chat here because Clay's going to read it anyway. But assalamu alaikum for my family. Salute. Wa alaikum assalam. But yeah, let's keep it buzzing. You know what I mean? For real. Shakur has fought nothing but champions. He took the belt off of champions. Doesn't matter how you weigh out the interest in those fights. He did it. There's a lot to be said. Gervonta, I know you're a fan of him. I don't want to keep speaking on Gervonta because Gervonta has beat champions, but he only beat 3 champions. We're not counting Barrios, who was a secondary champion. We're not counting what's the name, who was a champion. And he fought a lot of those championship fights at catch weights or outside of his division. And it was that one fight he fought with homeboy for the WBA, Gamboa. He missed weight on that fight. I don't even know how that fight even took place, and he won that fight. So and won the belt because he was overweight on that fight. But it's cool. It is what it is. And I'm not knocking him. I'm saying there's other fighters that have been through the same situation. But Shakur has won all his titles. He has not been received a title. Tank received his title the last fight. Here's a super chat here. Let's read from Nick J. Gabby doesn't have the same hurdles as Sebastian. He clearly has other things going on in his life. We don't know what his plans are for the future in boxing or how he wants to achieve them. That's a good point. You're absolutely right. We don't know, but the point is he going to let Sampson run his career, or is he going to step up like Clay was saying with Benavidez, and he's going to go make the fights happen? He's going to pursue the fights that he wants to be the best champion that he can be at 154 or even moving to 160 to unify and bring that charisma back to the Fundora family instead of being a fighter on his own. Because if we sit there and say that we're going to let other people run his career, he's going to stay with either let the PBC do it or he's going to let Sampson run it. Then he's going to be fighting fights that we don't want to see him fight, and he's going to just be wasting time because we already know that the 154 division is not going to facilitate a lot of these fights. PBC is not going to facilitate a lot. The only fight, like Clay said, is the most dangerous one, which is Bakram, and the reason why they'll facilitate that because they can get him for cheap. But Bakram has to also get past his next fight. And then if he moves up to 154, he has three PBC champions up there, or 2 PBC champions. It's a very good chance that he can move up and get a title or 2 there, and then unify and become a lineal champion at 160, making the debut even at a 168, because I think the more weight he puts on, the better fighter he becomes. He already showed that he has a beard. He stays in the pocket. He fights a lot. He's now starting to use his jab. All he has to do is work on footwork a little bit and get that defense going. Other than that, I think he's fine. Now we're going to just sit here, and I'm going to let Clay welcome the panel to the chat. Shelton did have some words for me. He's going to explain what he had to say, so I didn't misunderstand him. And shout out to Antoine Echo in the building, and thank y'all for joining. Clay, it's up to you. You got it, kid.
Yeah. Salute to everybody on the panel right now. And shout out to Nick J. What you said, Nick, I agree with you 100%. You know, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the personal ambition of these fighters, right? What they want to get done. Now, why am I saying what I'm saying about Sebastian Fundora? Where am I getting it from? Where I'm getting it from is if you go back in time to when Sebastian Fundora beat Chordell Booker. Now, I would pull it up right now. I just don't want to get copywritten for it or any nonsense like that. But Sebastian Fundora made a legitimate argument as far as what he wants for the future of his boxing career. He spoke on it. He said he didn't want to vacate any belts. That's what he said. I don't want to vacate any belts. He says, I'm going to defend the fight against Xander. Xander and him almost had a face-off. Gabriella got in the middle of that happening. Almost had a face-off, a little makeshift face-off. That was going to be the next fight. Everybody knows that fight was a negotiation. He said he wasn't vacating no titles, and we know that Xander Zayas was the mandatory for his WBO title. So if he's saying that he wasn't going to vacate any titles, he's letting you know right now what he wanted for his own career. Then he said he wanted to pursue unifications. I'm making an assessment from the outside looking in to say that family is not hungry for money like everybody else. They're well-to-do off the strength of the work that they've done as a family, not in boxing, outside of the business, a homestead. They're a more humble family. They're not caught up in the money that much. Everybody wants some money. They're prize fighting. But watch how Gabrielle Fundora and Sebastian, when they do interviews together, how Gabrielle been like, yo, I got to Undisputed before you did. And Sebastian will be like, yeah, but I'm on my way. But I want to. You can tell they celebrate those things. You can tell they care about those things. For him to do those interviews and all the interviews that he's done to end up vacating that WBO title, for me personally, it doesn't look like a move that Sebastian would do. I could be wrong. Maybe Sebastian is chasing money and prize fighting, and he's looking to, buy a new house with a Rolls Royce, and he's looking to, become richer. And maybe that's what his aspiration is. I'm okay with that, but I'm clearly misreading him. I'm clearly misreading him if that's the case. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody in the building right now, man. Hold on here. Let me go. I got some of my guy, Coach Eddie, in here too. Yo, Coach Eddie, is that you? Okay, cool. Because I just saw. Okay, cool. No, I didn't see your insignia, so I'm
on my other phone today. I left my other phone at home, man.
Okay, perfect. I just didn't want a dildo to end up on the damn screen or some shit.
Yeah. I think Antoine Teddy in there too.
Yeah, Antoine in there, and my guy Adele's in there, man. Salute to everybody in the panel. Echo in the building. Echo, you all right again? You're all right again. Once again, your calls aging like wine. Alexander Usyk made short work of Daniel Dubois. Can't wait for you to give us your what you saw and what you saw happening, and I want to know if what you saw happening actually happened. But salute to everybody in the building, man.
Yep.
Walaikum salam, man. Thank you for the love, man. In the chat, man, in the super chat. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, man.
No problem.
Well, right. I wasn't disagreeing with what you were saying. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that since Boots is supposedly asking for tune-up fights, Thurman makes perfect sense. He can't ask for a whole lot of money.
Right.
He can't ask for a whole lot of money because he ain't been active. He's the big name. Thurman.
Thurman's asking for a lot of money.
He can't ask for a whole lot of money. Hold on. He can't ask for a whole lot of money because he ain't been active. He didn't get a whole lot of money for Brock Jarvis. I don't care what he says.
Right.
He's a big name. If you ask him for tune-ups, he's a little bit more than tune-up, I believe. And if you beat Thurman, that'll shut a lot of people up. Because people think you have problems with movers based off the 2 Karen fights. Beat Thurman shuts a lot of people up. So I don't know why people thinking that's not a viable fight. Plus, like I said, he can't ask for no $8 million. He ain't been active enough to ask for that kind of money. He can't do that.
And that'll be his first legacy fight.
Right. He asked for a bag too.
The Keith Thurman fight is a great fight.
It is.
For Jaron Boots Ennis. It's a perfect fight. I love that fight. But the reality is Keith Thurman thinks he's worth a lot of money. And I'm gonna tell you why we know that, because how inactive he's been. The whole reason he ain't been fighting is because of money. He's been wanting money that nobody's willing to pay him. This is who he is. So what I'm saying is it's very realistic that Keith Thurman can very well price himself out of that fight because he wants all his fights to be for a lot of money. He knows he's at the end of his career. That's why he was trying to make the Tszyu fight happen, because No Limit was going to give him a big bag of money. Now he's trying to make the Jamel Charlo fight happen. If somebody's willing to get behind Jaron Boots Ennis versus Keith Thurman and pay the money that Keith Thurman wants, yes, that's logically that's the next fight. But also, I also want to restate that I don't believe Jaron Boots Ennis is looking for tune-up fights. People are putting that word into Jaron Boots Ennis' vocabulary. I think Turkey may even be putting that word in the vocabulary. I think I think Turkey's
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Claymore. Turkey's the one that said that. Nobody else said it. Turkey said it.
He's misreading Jaron Boots Ennis' intentions. I think there's a mistake between activity and tune-up. Jaron wants to fight now. You feel me? He wants to fight next month. He wants to fight next month, no later than September. Virgil's not ready until October. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a November fight. He wants to be active. He's not trying to wait on Virgil. He wants to fight. If Virgil was ready to fight him next month, that's what fight he would take, or September. He's not looking for tune-ups. He's looking for activity because he has PTSD, bro. He's like a dog who's been hit a lot. And as soon as you raise your hand like this, the dog goes like this, even though you were trying to give him a treat. That's where Jaron's at. Jaron's in a place now, when he hears wait, it makes him nervous. When he hears not now, 3 months later, he has allergies with it. He doesn't want to hear that shit. He's like, I'll just fight him next after I'm wanting to fight. Me and Eddie have spoken about it. August, September, that's when I'm fighting. I will never be an inactive fighter again in my life because of what I went through with Terrence and Errol. So that's where I personally believe there's a misunderstanding, a miscommunication. I think that language barrier shows up in weird ways with Turkey. And I think Turkey looks at it as not ducking, as tune-ups and things of that nature. When you don't want to fight the fight he has on the table for you, and you're like, yo, I don't care, I just want to be active. He's like, oh, you want tune-ups. And that's why Jaron is like so caught up on like, yo, ain't no tune-ups, ain't no scared, I don't think nobody's lying in that whole thing. I just think there's a different interpretation behind people making business moves for themselves. That's what I believe personally, but I could be wrong. I'm just speculating.
Can I just say something real quick? Go ahead, Ray.
I was going to just say, with an Earl Spence fight, but we'll get back to that. Would an Earl Spence fight make a difference? That would also be a big name, and Earl needs to come back to the ring, because I heard that mentioned as well.
Earl ain't fighting nobody, man. Cut that out. Earl is kind of chicken. Earl ain't fighting nobody.
I agree with you, Sheldon. We got to stop bringing up Earl like that.
I'm asking because I've seen it out there. I've seen people talking about it.
I'm done with that. I don't want to hear nothing.
Hey, Ray, you got to remember, that's them, what they call them? That's them aerosexuals putting that out there, man. Errol is not fighting nobody.
Until a fight is announced with Errol Spence, or at least Errol Spence, until Errol Spence come out and say, yeah, y'all get ready. I'm about to. I don't know. So I'm done. I'm not. No.
Just let him ride. Just let him ride his horses and all that.
I believe Jamel coming back before Errol. Like, you bring up Jamel, those kind of guys.
Okay, and that's another fighter. Jamel, right.
I'm not doing Errol.
I just want to say one thing.
Go ahead, Anton.
Go ahead.
One thing. So earlier, Ray, I don't know if you and Clay is in unison with this. I didn't hear Clay speak on it. You have determined after the Williams and Payne fight, or was it before that Shakur is the number one fighter at 135, right?
He is. I'm on the same page as Ray on that.
Okay, cool. So how did y'all get to that equation?
Because
Wait, let me explain, and then y'all can go. How
Okay.
did y'all get to the equation based off of after the Williams DePater fight, when we all had questions about his previous 2 or 3 fights at 135 that weren't really too good? So after the Williams DePater fight, that just propelled him to 135. And I would ask you to Ray, just change the name. We just put Tank Davis. That's Devin Haney. This is Shakur Stevenson. The same exact things happen. We're not talking about Devin's accolades, undisputed and nothing like that. He has the same resume as Tank. Everything that happened throughout Tank's career. That's Devin. Is Shakur still the number 1 fighter at the 135?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would have to think about everything you're saying right there, but I'm gonna tell you why I think he is, though.
Yeah.
In the sense of what's taking place and the same thing going on at 135, yes, absolutely.
This is how I feel about Shakur. This is how I feel about it. To me, Shakur was already one of the top dogs in 130. He was number 2 behind Tank, just based off of the dancing partners he had. That he couldn't get the right dancing partner so he could show out. And I had to give Tank the respect because Shakur had the injuries on his hands and he had those lackluster performances against Edwin De Los Santos. I understand. To me, Shakur just needed a dance partner to get the questions answered as to whether or not his hands were going to hold him back in his career. I think skillfully, as far as what he does inside the ring, I thought Shakur was already the more decorated fighter and on paper, just a better fighter. It was injuries and his ability to perform based off of his injuries that, for me, the boxes I need to check for me. Tank Davis fought Frank Martin. That was cute. That was cool. Good fight. He fought Lamont Roach and got put into a draw with arguably the first fighter to really test him. Right? And I want to be clear. He's had good opponents in front of him, but they didn't test him. He was able to do what he wanted with them. He was able to have a good time, backflips off the top rope. He was able to just have a great time during the press conference. When he got in the ring with a fighter like Lamont Roach, who, by the way, was a cherry pick gone wrong, according to Vegas. Lamont Roach turned out to be a fighter who can push those buttons that Calvin Ford spoke about all the time. And when those buttons got pushed, he took a knee. He ran over to the corner and got his eyes wiped. You know what I'm saying? When he finally got challenged like that, it didn't work out that way. He went to a draw. Most people felt like he lost that fight. Am I about to throw Tank away? Hell no, I ain't dumb. But am I about to say that Shakur Stevenson has a legitimate argument to say the only reason why he wasn't dominating the way that you guys want him to dominate was because of his hands being injured? Yes. Based off that fight, we see that Shakur's hands was an issue. Once those hands got out the way, that somebody like Williams DePater, who was ranked number 1 in every single sanctioning body across his space.
And had an interim title.
Right? And had a WBC interim title. And fought Tevin Farmer twice. We saw how he fought Tevin Farmer. Him getting dominated by Shakur Stevenson showed that Shakur Stevenson is what I thought he was.
Right.
So, I say that because there's an argument out there or a narrative being pushed that I thought he wasn't that until Williams DePater. No, I thought he was all that going into the Williams DePater fight. It's just we needed the Williams DePater fight to show it to be true that my eye test wasn't lying to me. So yeah, man, Shakur Stevenson is the number 1 lightweight in the division right now for me.
Right, and not to mention, Clay. Not only is he number 1 for that reason, he fought Williams DePater, and the fact is, no one fought Williams DePater. Remember, Gervonta Davis has been there for a long time. Williams DePater has been at Division 1, 2, 3, and 4 for a long time at the WBA. I think he was number 1 for like 2 or 3 years when Tank was there. Right? He never opened the option to fight in Williams DePater. We talk about other fighters and things like that. We could talk about what has Gervonta done at 135. He had a lot of fighters call him out, and let's say the least. And I'm not going to use this guy's name, so we'll skip that. But he had a lot of fighters call him out, including Vasily Lomachenko, and those things didn't happen. Now, when he waited for Vasily to move up in age and maybe had rumors of Vasily not being able to carry out the torch because of injuries or whatever the case may be, he chose to fight him then. Vasily has later left the division. there's been no top 10 fighter at 135 that I have seen Gervonta fight besides Frank Martin. And I'm keeping it real. Ryan Garcia was not a top 10 fighter. A lot of people led him to believe because they pushed him to this 4 King category. And he didn't even fight him at 135 before him at a catch weight coming down from 140. So that right there settles that. Who has he fought at 135 to really solidify? Rolly Romero. Rolly Romero has just been lucked into, in my opinion, championships. I give him credit for beating Ryan, but he beat a Ryan, like the Ryan that we knew he was, right? No steroids, no none of this, none of that. No catch weights, whatever the case may be. He brought Ryan man to man at the division he should have been at. He beat him. Hands down, I'll give him that. But who has Rolly fought? He lost to Barbosa. He lost to freaking basically fought his twin, and that was the only guy. And he struggled in that fight against his twin. If I'm not mistaken, Abdullah Mason turned around and knocked his twin out. So at a lower division. So here's to say that how has that grown, right? You want to say, oh, he moved up before Barrios? Barrios was an interim champion. He was not even a real champion. And then he went on to struggle in his fights with 2 draws, 2 questionable wins, and a loss to Keith Thurman. So as far as you guys saying it aged well, it hasn't. Shakur's fights have pretty much aged well, except for Oscar Valdez. Oscar Valdez is the only guy to sit there and legitimately take it down. When he fought Pacquiao turned around and beat Ashaki Foster, regardless of how we call it. He won the championship. So he has a guy that won the championship as he moved up in weight. Yoshino was a questionable fight because nobody could fight him at 135. He called out Pitbull, he called out Vasily, called out other fighters. He didn't call out Devin yet at that point when he first moved there, and no one wanted to fight him. And so when he got the fight, he fought Yoshino. That was the highest ranked guy on the WBC, and that was for the interim tower. For the interim, then or number 1 spot. Excuse me. Then he moved into the position to fight Devin. He went to call Devin out. That negotiation went south, wherever the case may be. However you want to look at it, I'm not questioning it. Whatever. That's how that went. Shakur has always been moving and looking for the best fights, and he went back on the circle train, calling out Vasily, calling out Maritala, calling out Pitbull again, calling out De Los Santos, who actually De Los Santos was seeking him out. He went and fought De Los Santos. He didn't duck the smoke. He went and took the fight. Where other fighters have, I'm not going to say duck, but they have moved away from the fights that have been calling them out because either the money wasn't there or you're disrespecting me or whatever the case may be. This guy has stayed for it. He still stood on his ground. He has made every fight. I am giving him number 1 based on his resume, based on his will to fight everybody. Yes, Frank Martin, another fighter that fought him and pulled out the fight and went and fought Tank. Here you go. I'm good.
Let me just wait. Hold on, Anton. Let me just talk to Nick J a little bit. I'm not going to speak. No, I'm not going to speak to that. I'm going to let you. I already respond to that, so you'll be able to respond to it. I'm just going to speak to Nick J real quick. Queen, we love Errol Spence. We can't wait to see Errol Spence return. He can't come back soon enough. You understand what I'm saying to you? But we have to acknowledge that he's not interested in coming back, is what I'm saying. Putting his name in conversations until somebody's able to check the boxes he needs checked. I'm not talking about Errol Spence fighting nobody. Because until somebody can check the box, whether it's, I think it's the money. Personally, I could be wrong. I think he wants the money and they haven't gotten it for him yet. Until those boxes are checked, Queen, respectfully, I'm not talking about Errol Spence in no damn fight, bro. I'm just not doing it. It's messing with my emotions. It's messing with my intelligence. I'm not doing it. I'm not throwing him away, Queen. We're not throwing him away. We're not saying he's done. Yes, he's only been out for a little over 2 years, and great examples. Manny Pacquiao was out for some change, and he came back, and yes. But I'm not talking about that man in no fight until that man lets me know he's ready to come back and fight. I don't care about rumors. I don't care about, he's shot Errol. Keep kicking it with your daughters, your son, your family. Every time you see Errol Spence on social media, he's doing great. He's in a great space. One thing I know, if I don't know nothing about Errol Spence, is he's in a good place right now. He's financially well off. He doesn't have to come back unless he wants to come back. And when he decides to come back, we're going to hit him with the, you know what I'm saying? And we're going to bring him back, and we're going to be ready to see Errol Spence fight, and we're going to be ready to see the match made up. But if we're talking about 154 business right now, nah. he ain't in the conversation for me. I can't do it. My emotions can't take it. I'm only a human being, man. I can't deal with it. Sorry about that. Anton, please tear up our whole theory up and make Gervonta Tank Davis the number 135 pounder again.
Hey,
Get him back up there, man. Get him back in the throne where he's supposed to be.
Please forgive my background. My AirPods is not connected for some weird reason. I'm just going based off of the entirety at 135. I'm not going based off what Shakur did at 126, 130. I'm just going off of 135. We got the Edwin fight, we got the Hartunian fight, we got the Zepeda fight, and we got the Josh Padley fight.
Yoshino.
Right.
No, Yoshino was not at 35.
Yes, it was. First
Yeah, it was. That was his first.
I mean,
second fight at
okay, yeah, I'm thinking about Conceição, my fault. Yoshino was his first fight. So with all of those fights.
No, wasn't that his second fight? Or was it his first?
That was his first.
Yeah, it was. It was after Conceição fight. You're right. Yeah, go ahead.
So we can compare that to just Gervonta's time at 135, right? I would argue that Keyshawn Davis has had a better resume of fighters at 135 than Shakur. Even though he moved up now, he's supposed to be going to 140. He fought better competition than Shakur at 135.
Name the last 5.
No, I agree with him. I think Miguel Bueno. I think
hold on. He fought better competition than Tank as well.
Yes.
But
Keyshawn.
Within the last 2 fights, he fought better competition.
Because I was definitely going to say that as well.
But before that, go ahead.
He said I didn't hear what he said.
He said Keyshawn also has a better resume.
That Keyshawn Davis has fought better competition than Tank Davis at 135 as well.
What fighter did Keyshawn fight that's better than Frank Martin?
Frank Martin is not a let's see.
Baranchyk. How many titles? Hold on, brother. How many titles has Frank Martin won? From anybody, anywhere. I'm Baranchyk.
Dennis Baranchyk?
He was a champion.
He's a champion.
Wait, that just means that you're better?
Yeah.
Or does that mean that you had an opportunity?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Michelle Rivera Ali.
The Muhammad Ali looking dude.
Michelle Rivera Ali.
Yeah.
Right.
How many titles has he won?
How many titles has he won? We know was on steroids, right?
How many titles has he won?
How many?
What has he done since?
Wait, a champion, just because you have a belt, that does not mean that you're better than another fighter. That means you had a different opportunity. The best in that section. What do you mean? That means you had an opportunity.
Okay.
That does not mean you're a better fighter.
So Frank had an opportunity, right?
Wait,
Frank had an opportunity. He lost. Did he not?
God.
And he got knocked out.
So you think Dennis Baranchyk could beat Frank Martin?
Yes. Based on what I see.
Why not?
Oh,
I don't.
That's significant. That makes you think he's just going to beat Dennis Baranchyk, an Olympian. You know what I'm saying? Right. Who was undefeated until Keyshawn beat him.
Because we looking at the product that he put in the ring.
What are you talking about? He became a champion.
Before Baranchyk fought Navarrete.
Hold on.
Who the hell has Frank Martin fought? Who are you talking about? Who the hell has Frank Martin fought? Frank Martin ain't fought nobody.
No, who did Frank Martin beat? Seriously. Come on, bro. Who did he beat?
And I respect Frank. Y'all know I rock with Frank.
I rock with Frank too, by the way. Salute. I swear I do. But come on. What did Frank do that significant? He was just a black athletic fighter. That was on it. Let me tell you something, Anton. You know what's
he won a title. He won the WBO lightweight title.
Let me say something, right? Hold on, Anton. Hold on, everybody. Listen, right? Let me tell you how crazy it is. Tank's resume, right? Frank Martin became like, "Are you happy now?" That just to show you how much little respect the resume was getting up until that point. Frank Martin was a fighter whose first big opportunity was going to be Shakur Stevenson, and he priced himself out of that fight, right? Ducked him for all argument's sake, being that they were legitimately in negotiations and agreed upon a fight and walked away from it because he wanted more money.
$200,000.
He fought a bigger fight, right?
Yeah, he fought a year later. A year later. Don't act like he turned away the Shakur fight for the Tank fight. That's not what happened.
We don't know when they was in negotiations. I'm not saying that, but we don't know.
That's all I know. Okay. I don't know that they were. I don't know they weren't. But I'm going to say this, right? he gets in the ring with Tank Davis and runs around the ring like Jermell Charlo and Canelo Alvarez and gets ultimately chased around until he gets cornered and clipped and put to sleep. Now, shout out. I'm just being raw with the truth, right? Because I like Frank Martin, and I think he's going to do way better in 140 than he did at 135. And I still give Gervonta Tank Davis respect for beating Frank Martin. But does that fight against Frank Martin go over Keyshawn Davis beating Dennis Baranchek, Miguel Medueno, and my other guy from Argentina? I can't remember his name right now, Gustavo Limos. The year that he had, becoming a WBO champion? No, I don't think so. Not as far as 135 business is concerned. As far as boxing business is concerned, as far as making money is concerned, as far as being the big show, packing out the building, selling pay-per-views, I will forever celebrate Tank Davis for being that fighter. But there's a reason why people are always calling Tank out to make certain fights. It is what it is. And people got to understand that. Don't tell me this man can get on the microphone and tell you he has no respect for belts. He has no respect for legacy. But we're going to sit here and argue that people who are about belts and legacy should somehow take a second step to this man who's fighting for money. We give him respect.
No, that was never my take.
Respect for the money. We respect him for the money. But that's it.
That was never my take, because as a Tank Davis fan, there has been moves that, as a fan, I'm disappointed in. And there's moves that he hasn't made or fights that he hasn't fought that I do want to see him fight. But naturally, that doesn't mean just because anybody fights a Joe Smo that means they're ranked number one. That does not mean that.
Okay, so
William Zepeda was never a champion.
Across
William Zepeda has never been a champion.
He was number one across.
He's never been a champion, though.
Brother,
y'all just said the same thing about Frank Martin.
Here's a question for you.
Wait, I'm gonna land my plane here.
Real quick, just answer this question.
Also, y'all said earlier that Lamont Roach should move on, fight Shakur, and not wait for Tank. We killed David Benavidez on the same show for not waiting for the undisputed title.
No.
Yes, we did.
Wait. I don't want to talk everybody. Listen, David Benavidez moved up to another weight class and left the division. We didn't say David Benavidez should not be active. We're saying Lamont Roach can still fight Tank, but he should not sit there and be inactive waiting on Tank to iron out his own personal issues that he's got going on outside the ring.
Turkey wanted David Benavidez to wait for the trilogy to fight.
Okay, so he moved on.
Oh, yeah.
Right, but we said that he should have waited. He played himself.
No, we said he should have fought Caleb Smith.
We should have fought Caleb.
I'm talking about months before that. I'm talking about
we didn't say he should have waited. We said he should have fought Caleb. Activity.
No, I'm talking about way before that. This was months ago.
Are you talking about the Canelo Alvarez conversation right now or the Dimitri Bivol conversation? Which one?
I'm talking about what was that, February? Or what was that when they had the car?
You talking about the Dimitri Bivol?
That was February, right?
Yeah, March.
When David Benavidez flew to Saudi Arabia.
It's March.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
February or March, whatever.
Right. We said he should have took that Caleb Smith fight.
They didn't start negotiating with Caleb until the end of June.
Wait. Hold on. What happened was he went over to Saudi Arabia and Turkey offered him the Caleb Smith fight there. They offered it to him. They said, if this fight goes to a trilogy, Dimitri Bivol wins this fight, we're going to give you the Caleb Smith fight. We got that confirmed not only from David Benavidez, but from Samson Leakowitz, who said he was offered a lucrative fight to fight Caleb Smith. Instead, he walked away from the fight because he wanted the fight to happen in Vegas. And then Mauricio Suleiman jumped into his politics, which is what I really think drove David Benavidez to leave in Saudi Arabia, because he knew that he was going to get that belt upgraded. He knew that he was either going to get the fight with Dimitri, which wasn't going to happen.
I think Eddie Hearn had something to do with that, getting his fighter a shot at maybe possibly undisputed.
You talking about Caleb?
Yes, with the winner of Beterbiev and Bivol.
No, what happened was the fight, Dimitri Bivol, show me. Turki Alalshikh was trying to put the fight together between Caleb and David. Right. He offered the fight to David for a lot of money. That's what Samson said. Once David walked away, and we know that Turkey had a little bit of smoke with Mauricio Suleiman, and Turkey put out a statement saying, I'm no longer interested in coordinating anything with David Benavidez. He put that out there. At that point, Samson got on his high horse and was talking about how he doesn't need this. They don't do big shows, this, that, and the other. And then Samson Leakowitz put out the offer to Caleb Smith. Actually, they sent an offer to Dimitri Bivol as well. Dimitri didn't take that one. Then they went to Caleb Smith. Caleb Smith was waiting on Eddie Hearn to come back because at the time we were going to watch Nunes go and fight for that IBF title across the ocean in Japan, right? So when he got back, Eddie Hearn was doing multiple interviews saying, like, listen, we got an offer coming across the table. I'm bringing it to Caleb. As soon as I get back to the UK, Caleb confirmed I'm waiting on Eddie to come back to show me what this offer is. When they saw the offer, Caleb was like, nah, I'm straight. I could do that over here. I'm going to go do something else. I'm not interested in going to Vegas to fight when I can make that money fighting Joe Schmo here in England. I'm not a big star, but I'm a big enough star to get more money than what they guarantee me. So that's when you see David have to go ahead and tell Samson, I'm done doing it your way. We're going to go to Turkey and we're going to fight Anthony Yarde now for the bag, right? So David's been, just to land my plane and say, David's been doing the right thing. He's been moving. He's not stopping for nobody. He even told everybody if the light heavyweight division didn't treat me right, I was getting ready to go fight Zerto to become a undisputed a unified champion up in the cruiserweight division. So the same thing for Lamont Roach. If Lamont Roach doesn't have a fight signed with Tank Davis and he was planning on fighting in August, he has every right to be like, well, if I ain't fighting in August, bro, I'm going to move away from that fight right now since clearly you guys are not comfortable making a fight right now, and he should make another fight. And the next big fight, I would think, outside of Tank Davis, would be against Shakur Stevenson. I think that's a logical fight. There's no problem with that. Why should he wait on Tank? For what?
Because they have a fight that they agreed to.
No, they don't have no fight.
But Shakur, hey, Clay, what's up, man?
What's up? What's up, my dude Dub in the building?
Yo, what you wearing, bro? Whoa.
Dub, what you was about to say, Dub? What you was about to say?
Oh, Shakur not fighting until next year. So that's why Lamont gonna stay active. He's not gonna wait for Shakur because Shakur not fighting until next year. Shakur suffered an injury. They already was in talks. That's already been. You know, I
didn't say that was gonna be next fight. I just said matchmaking wise that would make sense if they wanted to fight. I know Shakur. I didn't know Shakur was gonna come until the 26th, but I have no problem with that.
Shakur said he, you know what I'm saying, he trying to at least be out to February. He's trying to fight in February.
He was talking about fighting. He was talking about fighting Conor Benn in November.
Man, I'm telling you, listen. I'm telling you, and look, it's crazy. Listen, wallahi, right? You know why I just got the phone?
Like
who I was talking to? Who I was just talking to, Clay. You heard me, Clay?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right, so I was talking to my man who you know who I talk to all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
And he said that, you know what I'm saying, they was talking to Slim, and he said that he's not trying to fight till February. He said he suffered. He hurt his hand again, and he hurt his hand and his shoulder, and he's not trying to fight till February. So they did come
back up. Now the
shoulder.
His hand and his shoulder. He said his hand and his shoulder.
Been from all the punches that he took on his shoulder. Could that be why he hurt his shoulder? From getting
I don't know why. I didn't even know he hurt his shoulder. I actually didn't know he hurt himself until I just heard it today.
I didn't know either.
William Zepeda hurt that shoulder.
You said
body shots to the shoulder when he was hitting him on the shoulder, catching all them shots. Hold on a second. Let me get some organization back on you real quick. Everybody, hold on 1 second. I do want to bring up some of the fights that happened.
Let me unhook my truck, Clay.
People on the panel. All right. I definitely want to get Echo because Echo called the Dubois Usyk fight, right? Now going into the fight, I was rooting for Dubois. Thought he could do it. I thought that he could do it, man. I thought that he could bring that energy. I thought he could bring that pressure, and I thought he kind of knew the cheat code a little bit, just based off the experience he had with him. But we didn't see that. We saw Usyk just show the world that he's special, bro, and he is. He's a special fighter, bro. I have nothing left to say. I always thought he was a special fighter, but the way he was able to stop Dubois that early, he started punching early. He turned up. Echo, what did you see happening going into this fight? I don't think you've seen Usyk turning up the way he turned up that early in the fight, but you let me know what you thought.
Well, I predicted a knockout, so.
Yeah, you did.
So, like I said to you before, Dubois doesn't move his head much, and all those wins he had, before 3 wins, that built his confidence up. but he's still the same fighter.
Right.
Yeah. And I always knew that he wouldn't be able to avoid the jab because Usyk, what he'll do, he'll jab on the inside, jab on the outside, but he'll always move his head back to the outside or spin off. When he throws his left hand, okay, he does that on the outside of the jab.
Mm-hmm.
And what he'll do also, he'll slide to the left as well and throw the left hand over the right, just like when he knocked him out.
Mm-hmm.
But what Usyk don't do, he'll never slip to the outside, then go back on the inside, give somebody a chance to use that right hand. He'll never do that. You watch him. He's only moving his head like this side to side when he's out of range.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And what happened? And the reason why this is difficult for a lot of fighters is because he's going up and down. His hand is making circles and all sorts of stuff. Because if you put your finger in front of your eyes and you got someone to do that and they were to do this, and you were to follow it with your eyes, when they stop, your eyes will carry on.
Right. Right.
And that's the illusion of feinting. And also he varied his feint, the length of the feint, the speed of the feint, the angles and everything. And I predicted he'd knock him out probably between 6th and 8th. I did. So
you were wrong. He knocked him out in the 5th. Just want to go.
But I thought it'd be 6th and the 8th. I thought it'd last a bit longer. But but what he was, I think he just got pissed off. All the bad talk and whatever. And I think he just had. And also, he looked like he had more power as well. And he was sitting down in the shots a lot as well. He'd take a step back. So what he was doing, he was taking a step back with his back foot and throwing that left hand. And Dubois was leaning over the front foot too much. And he always does that anyway. He always reaches for his shots. So to me, it was just I'm good at reading fights. Usually I get about 80% right anyway. So I could just see it. Like I said, Crawford would beat Spence easily.
Does Crawford beat Canelo?
No.
Damn you. Okay, Anton. I mean, not Anton. Adel, man. Going into that fight, were you surprised or you picked Usyk too?
Yeah. I mean, I thought the boy was kind of, on the spectrum as we hear his interview. So I always saw him as let me just say about this era. This era, since the last 10, maybe 10 plus years, we've seen like the worst heavyweights. I mean, they have no fundamentals. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Maybe everybody started playing rugby and football and basketball, but we just lost all the fundamentals in America, at least with our heavyweights. It's just been a slugging. How big can you get contests? And I want to blame that on the media, because the media, they don't like tennis games. Going back to that analogy, they like ping pong fighting. And Usyk is not ping pong. Usyk is tennis, man. He got a game plan. He gonna use the real estate. And people claim they hate fighters that use real estate, but look at Usyk. He's not gonna stand there and allow you.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? And then we boo the guys in America who fight like Usyk, and it's like, all right, you got to figure out what type of boxing culture are we going to have, because everybody else is using the culture that wins, and that's a beautiful artistry of foot movement, head movement, and teasing a target that's no longer there.
Right.
And so Usyk, man, he would dominate this era. He'll be known as the best heavyweight of this era. But the caveat is, he'll be known as the best heavyweight of an era that we had the worst heavyweights. So that's just, we had Tyson Fury, a guy on Smack who just got off the couch and decided to do something. We had a reject wide receiver, who just was fighting to keep his children, out of the poorhouse. I mean, we didn't have that grit from a lot of heavyweights, and Usyk is wiping the floor with these guys, and he deserved it because he's the only one that got real fundamentals. But that's what I'll say about that. Other than the other fight, I mean, Gary Russell, I mean, God, hey man, he was playing with his food. You know, I didn't appreciate it. I wanted him to get him out of there because that's how people get hurt. He could have got hurt, or he could have added more damage to the other guy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Gary Russell, man, he was on another level. I just appreciate just his work. I know El Tigre was, you know, an up-and-coming guy. And I think everybody wanted El Tigre to go higher, you know what I'm saying, because that's just the name, you know what I'm saying, the Tiger, you know. They was going for him. But Gary Russell was like, yeah, I know y'all going for him. Excuse me. I know y'all going for him, but it's not going to happen. So he played with his food, and it was a real good one.
He showed levels to the game. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like I was telling Dub yesterday when I was told, I'm like, he really just showed like you said, boxing is different today. And he brought a little bit of that old school energy just to show you that I could sit out the ring and really these guys ain't on the level. Like they look good in front of who you got them in front of, but when you jump in front of certain talent and certain IQ, it's just gonna be bad. And he sat there and just beat that boy in the submission, bro. It was I mean, he beat him into like, you know, when you take somebody's like, that guy's thinking differently about himself. You know what I'm saying? When you get beat like that, you start to revisit yourself as a fighter and start to be like, damn, he just did whatever he wanted to do with him. Bro. Like you said, he could have hurt him. He took his time and he took it away from that dude.
And that type of style is what we like. You know, he did a little bit of shoulder roll, let the guy, you know what I'm saying, get winded and things of that nature. But when he wanted to get on his front foot and walk him down, you know what I'm saying, he walked him down. And so I think a little mixture of ping pong and tennis was at that match, you know what I'm saying? But when you got a flat footer, you know, guy, I mean, the Russell family gonna eat people up like that. But I definitely compare.
What did Gary Antoine said? He said, I got all the tools in my bag, but I ain't pulling out a hammer when all I need is a screwdriver. Like, I'm just not doing it. I'm not bringing the hacksaw out when you know what I mean? So he just gave him.
And I think that's how Usyk was fighting also. I think if you compare those, they were very similar fights. Like, Usyk could have really hurt Dubois, you know? And what's scary about Usyk is it looked like he getting stronger than me. You know what I'm saying? It looked like he can really, you know what I'm saying, start willing these guys out because he's learning more and he's getting bigger and he's getting stronger. So it's like, if all these guys, you know what I'm saying, come and mess with Usyk, you know what I'm saying, they gonna really get their head rocked. But Gary Russell and Usyk, man, hats off, man. They were the best ones. What was it? Is he Korean or Japanese? Is it the Japanese guy? What's his name? Wado or?
I didn't even see the card, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, I like the Japanese guy. He's like a 130 kind of like a gatekeeper. You know what I'm saying? And that was a good test for the Latino brother. You know what I'm saying, coming up. And that was really a ping pong type of game. You know what I'm saying? So if you like that type of rock'em sock'em, you know what I'm saying, that was on y'all level right there. You know what I mean? But I think Gary Russell was really different, my type of fight, and Usyk was my type of fight. So, I mean, get my hats off to them two guys for planning and moving around and using all the real estate. Appreciate it.
Appreciate that, Smith and West. Thank you. All right, so I want to get at I wanted to talk about another fight as well, but I also want to give a chance. I want to hear Ant McQueen kind of give his perspective a little bit on the Usyk fight, but also, you know,
what you my perspective.
Well, I'm gonna come back to you, man. Hold on, man. I just got some. I got some people.
What about his, Clay? What about his perspective right there? What about his perspective?
No, but I want to hear Ant. I want to hear Ant right now. So, I want to hear Ant's perspective on it. We can come back full circle. Certain people I've been waiting on to come on so I can hear how they felt about this particular fight. So Usyk and Daniel Dubois, man, going into it, I'm interested in what you thought was going to happen in comparison, and then going, you know, in comparison to obviously what actually happened. If that's what you thought was going to happen, or was there anything that caught you off guard a little bit where you like, damn, did Usyk show you he was extra special, or was it just another day at the office?
It pretty much went the way I expected it to happen. And not that soon. I didn't expect it to happen that soon. But it happened the way I expected it to happen. There was two things that I noticed when I rewatched the first fight. This dude Usyk has phenomenal vision. Phenomenal vision. Like Daniel Dubois, if you look at his technique, his mechanics, when he's shooting his jab, he's a little bit more upright. Whenever he throws his right hand, there's that slight squat whenever he's throwing his right hand. And if you go watch, every time he throws his right hand, Usyk is able to read it and he's able to brace for it. Another thing that stood out to me too from the first fight compared to the last three fights that he's had was the effectiveness of his jab. When he fought against Hrgovic, Joshua, and Jarrell Miller, the efficiency of his jab was damn near through the roof versus those guys. But with Usyk did a great job of taking away the jab. For the most part, he never landed more than one jab per round versus Usyk in that first fight. I think a lot of it has to do with it being an open stance matchup. You got Usyk out there. He's a southpaw. He's out there in a long guard. He's able to monitor Daniel Dubois' lead hand. So if you take away the lead hand, then you pretty much cut the man in half. He's operating in a deductive fashion. So everything else, it becomes gravy. If I could take away your lead hand now, it makes it so much easier to defend the right hand or whatever other punches that you may have in your arsenal. So I think that's the other thing. Another thing that I liked about Usyk is not staying on the line too long. Like bro said, using the real estate. But I think the difference is the way a guy like Usyk uses the real estate is he moves with a lot more purpose. You see some guys where they just moving just to move and they take themselves so far out of range that they can't mount their own offense. Usyk is going to use his legs, but he's still going to be in range to where when he makes you miss, he could step over or he could pivot and he can come back with something. I mean, look at the shot that he got Daniel Dubois up out of there with. It was a counter shot. So I think that to me, that's the fine line of boxing and moving with purpose and just excessive moving. And some guys, they just move to where they can't get their own offense off. And Usyk, he's right there. You know what I'm saying? He's right on the cusp of moving and boxing. Daniel Dubois, I didn't expect him to press the issue that soon. So I think that's what contributed to him getting up out of there that soon. He pressed the issue, got walked in the shots. Another thing that played a factor too was the ring. I'm not sure if you ever paid attention, but the first fight, them dudes were slipping all over the place. There was a lot of sweat on the decals, and just Usyk just seemed like he had better footing. So where his movement was a little bit more efficient. It was just, man, just a great performance from him. So I'm seeing a lot of the talk about him being an all-time great.
I believe wait, don't go in there. Don't go there, because that's gonna be the next conversation. I want to go ahead and let Dub go ahead and tap in on this one, because that is gonna be the next conversation. Because what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do about this conversation? It's gonna be interesting. Go ahead, Dub. What do you think?
Man, first off, I knew that it was going. I ain't think we going like knock him out that early, but I knew he was gonna stop him though. I think Daniel Dubois is too stiff. Like he too stiff. He ain't got enough upper body movement. He ain't mobile enough to fight up Usyk. Like I believe that a person to fight Usyk, and you know who I y'all probably not gonna agree with me, but who I think would give Usyk like the most problems or whatever. Even though I think Usyk still beat him because of just because of experience and stuff, but I think he'd give him a good fight. The dude Moses Atama.
Right.
I ain't saying he would beat him, but I'm just saying I believe that he'd give him a better fight than a lot of guys.
No, not even Moses.
I don't think Moses beat him. But
I don't think he'll beat him either, but I think it will be a competitive fight.
But I think he'll give him a better fight than them guys. Them guys is like big and stiff like that. Like you gotta look at it like the guy was saying. The first guy that was talking or whatever, with the black tank top, he was saying that A lot of people don't know about that, but when he doing that circular motion with his hand, he doing feints. He's fainting. You know what I'm saying? So when he constantly fainting and he constantly moving, like it's throwing them dudes off track. You know, they big, stiff. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for them. He you know, he started at cruiserweight, so he moved. You know what I'm saying? He more mobile. You know what I'm saying? He move around a little bit more. Like a dude to fight Usyk, it got to be somebody that's like, you know, that's mobile and that, you know, they don't just go for all type of feints, and then they can get out the way once if they do get caught by a feint, they can kind of recover real quick. Them dudes like Tyson Fury and Daniel Dubois. I think Joseph Parker can put up a fight. I think he probably can put up a better fight than Daniel Dubois. You know what I'm saying? But I just think like I think them dudes is too stiff. They too, you know what I'm saying? They too big and stiff. So I think, man, anybody like that, I think Usyk gonna easily run through. Like even with the what's big boy name? Big boy that Joseph Parker beat.
McCauley.
Yeah, I think that now Usyk might not stop him as early just because he's big, but I think that just because he being big and stiff like that, like Usyk will make him like a fool. You know what I'm saying? Because them dudes, they don't have that, you know, they don't have that mobility with them. So yeah, I felt like the fight went like how I thought. I ain't think we were gonna stop him in the 5th. I probably would have thought about the 8th.
Were you guys shocked? Were you shocked that he started so early? That he went in, he was really like throwing them heavy shots really early.
Yeah, I was shocked he stopped him that early.
Yeah.
I was shocked when I first, like I said, I knew he was gonna beat him. I knew he was gonna eventually stop him. You know, everybody was talking about, man. Well, that was you, wasn't it? That said Daniel Boys might beat him.
I thought Dubois beat him, bro. I ain't gonna
lie. And you started talking about that body shot. And I kept telling you.
And I'll talk about it too in a second. Trust me, because I was you
did.
I gotta give Usyk so much respect, bro, because I slept in a bad way, bro. And this was a fight that I got all the way wrong, bro. On multiple levels, I got this fight wrong, man.
I told you that day, but another fight that we had talked about or whatever, and that happened this weekend. Remember, we was debating about a fight, right? And you said that you feel like this dude will whoop the other dude, and I said I don't think so, right? Fundora, right? You remember when you felt Fundora will destroy Baccarat?
I ain't say destroy, but I think he'll beat him. Yeah.
Yeah, and I went. So I seen, okay, even though he stopped Tszyu and Tszyu quit, whatever. He ain't come out of the corner. I seen a lot of like mistakes. I seen a lot of mistakes, a lot of sloppiness with Fundora. Like every win don't look the same. Like even though a person might stop a person early like that, it wasn't impressive to me. Like that wasn't an impressive stoppage.
Styles make fights, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Just like the way he fought Tim is not the way he's gonna fight Baccarat. Baccarat is taller. Baccarat is a little bit more of a threat. There's different things to be taken into consideration with the strategy that's going to be implemented. But I do think Sebastian Fundora, without a doubt, is a work in progress. And what does that mean to me? That means who you see today ain't going to be who you see tomorrow, because we see him evolving fight to fight. He's trying to fight longer. He's trying to use those physical attributes. He's trying to change and get better. He's not tapped out. So I don't know. I think Baccarat could beat him, but I think Sebastian could definitely beat Baccarat. Well, hold on. I don't want to get too far off track. I want to keep this where it needs to be, because we have an all-time great conversation that's here on the table constantly with Alexander Usyk.
My man Gary. I ain't talking about my man Gary, man.
Wait, we'll come back to Gary. Go ahead. Real quick, Addo, because I want to bring this up. Go ahead.
I just thought, wasn't that weird of a quit from Tszyu? I mean, was that weird to you guys?
No, we're gonna get on there. We're gonna get on that next. Trust me, I got it. Trust me. We're gonna talk about that too, because I think when you talk about bad business for a fighter, Tszyu is a great specimen of an example. To how you don't manage a fighter who had everything going for him 2 years ago to be where he's at today is a damn shame. I think it was very avoidable. But that being said, staying on this topic right now, we have an all-time great topic on the table that constantly keeps on coming up when it comes to this fighter Alexander Usyk. It constantly keeps coming up, and I get it. Am I ready to give him all-time great? I'll be honest with you guys. I'm up and down with it. I'm there sometimes. Most of the times I'm not, but I understand because sometimes I'm just there. And I wonder if something that Addo said earlier, he just ain't got the fighters there. It's the worst era to be a heavyweight boxer and the best era to be a skilled heavyweight boxer. And I don't think Usyk can gain it. I don't know if he can get all-time great accolades because of the competition he has. But at the same time, he deserves to be acknowledged in some kind of way because he is definitely the heavyweight of this era. But I'm interested more importantly in what you guys think more than what I think. And we can start off with Echo, because Echo has the historian pedigree. He has that scholarship that can really put this in some real perspective. Echo, how do we deal with this Alexander Usyk conversation? He's doing everything he can, beating everybody twice at times. What do we do about Alexander Usyk in this conversation?
So you're asking me, is he an all-time great or is he just a generational great?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking me?
You simplified it, yes.
Well, the thing is, all he can do is beat the people that are out now.
Right.
And the standard of the boxing now is not as great as it was in the 70s, in the 60s, even the 50s. That's a fact. Even the 90s. However, the opponents that other people beat that were great, we can. I mean, I saw a debate about Ali. I did. He's as great as Ali, blah, 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 blah. But we've got to look at Ali as well because he started basically his all-time, what you could call it, Hall of Fame run when he beat Archie Moore. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But Archie Moore was a light heavyweight, really. And that was, that was in 62. Then he fought Cooper. He did in 1963, and he got dropped in that fight. And then he fought Liston. That was in 64. That was February 25th, 1964. And he beat him. Then he went on a run, but he beat some people that weren't that great, like Brian London, Carl Mildenberger. A lot of people that hardly anybody even knows who they are. You know what I mean? Ernie Terrell is not an all-time great. Zorro Foley is not an all-time great, but they were very, very good fighters. And many of the fighters I've mentioned there, a few of them, would have beaten a lot of the guys today. But the guys today would have beaten Cole Mildenberger and Brian London, for sure. So it's unfair to rank anybody, as an all-time great, like put them back, because you can't put people back in time. All you can do is beat who you can beat. Joe Louis had 25 defenses, right, as a heavyweight.
Mm-hmm.
But how many people were really great on that resume?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Right.
Yeah, you've got Jersey Joe Walcott, great fighter. Ezard Charles, another one, right? Ezard Charles beat Joe Louis. And he was a middleweight. So it's difficult to decide who can beat who. So you can say, well, could Usyk have gone back in time? And I think it could have been competitive, for sure. But it's unfair to do this. It really is. It's like Jack Johnson. I mean, he won the title in 1908. He lost it when he was 37 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He had 7 defenses. But, he wasn't fighting that often because they wouldn't let him fight. So I don't think it's fair, to put Usyk with these guys. We've got to wait until he finishes his career.
So let me ask you this, Echo.
Yeah.
What's a solid criteria of some sort to kind of like what criteria do we go through to make a decision like this, right? Because
you cannot.
So
you cannot, because all you can beat is the people all you can do is beat the people that are there. It's not his fault that the people now are substandard.
So can he become an all-time great then in his era? In this era
in this era, yeah, for sure. He's the best of his era.
Can he be in the conversations with the what they call the all-time greats? And can he be in that conversation?
He can be in the top 15 or 20 for sure. The heavyweights, for sure.
Top 15 or 20, yes.
Whether
top 15 or 20.
But the thing is, you've got to look at it like this, right? I mean, like, for instance, Muhammad Ali, when he fought Henry Cooper, right? He fought him in 1963. There was a fight before he fought, what's his name, Liston. He was dropped in that fight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Henry Cooper, like I said to Rascott earlier, I mentioned it in the chat, they only had a 55% knockout ratio. So he wasn't a big puncher. So it's very difficult to say who could beat who. You don't know until they fight. You just don't know.
Here's the difference with that argument. See, when you bring up Ali, you got to remember something. You're talking about a guy who cleaned out the heavyweight division in the 60s. Was exiled for 3.5 years.
But who did he beat?
Let me finish. Was exiled for 3.5 years. He came back and he cleaned it out again.
In the 70s, yeah. He came back in 1970, yeah.
He did it twice. Yeah. Beat everybody.
I'm talking about the era that he reigned. What I'm trying to say, his undefeated record, you know, like the 10 defenses, right?
Right.
Where a lot of the guys that he beat weren't that good, right? Now, I'm not saying Ali wasn't the I think Ali's the greatest heavyweight of all time. Right. That's my opinion.
Hey. No, I'm not arguing that point. Some of those guys weren't that good. But I'm saying I can't see somebody putting a guy with 8 fights at the heavyweight division up against these guys.
Okay.
Who were heavyweights their entire careers. Now, if you want to put both the career, both the divisions, hold on. Now, if you want to put both of the careers together,
wait.
We're getting off topic. So
wait. Hold on, Ray. Wait. I just don't need everybody talking over everybody because I want to hear. This is a great conversation.
So Leon Spinks beat Ali in his 8th fight,
and then Shelton, and then
when he was 36,
and then once we're done, we can get back because this conversation in particular is a history versus present time conversation, right? We're talking about what Muhammad Ali was able to, and I emphasize on able to accomplish in his era of boxing versus what Alexander Usyk is able to accomplish in his era of boxing, and we're comparing them. And I don't want it to turn into a Alexander Usyk versus Muhammad Ali conversation because
that's not fair.
Yeah, it's not. That's not what it is. What the name of the conversation is: where does Alexander Usyk get a space to exist in as an all-time great or as a fighter who accomplished as much as he accomplished? Can he be in a conversation with the best heavyweights that ever did it? Right? One way or the other.
But the thing is, though, Clay, Usyk's had 24 fights, right?
Right.
And he's not finished yet.
Right.
Ali had 62 and he lost 5, right? But he fought longer than he should have done because of his wars with Frazier and all the other guys. He fought some great fighters, you know, that were really tough guys, right? This is something that Usyk's not done yet.
Hey, can I say something? What about the lead, Clay? I want to say something before I leave, though. I got run the store real quick. But look, I just want to say one thing about that right there, right? The conversation we have. If we take Usyk, right, and my best year as far as at the heavyweight division, I'm saying that not just with one fighter dominate or two, but when it was stacked was in '93, right? Because that's when you had the Tyson, you had the Holyfield, you had the Lennox Lewis, you had Riddick Bowe, you had all them guys, right? Now you take Usyk and you put him in '93 with them fighters. Do you think he would I'm asking everybody on the panel. Do y'all think he would dominate?
No.
If you take Usyk and you put him in there with the Lennox Lewis, the Mike Tyson, the Holyfield, the what was the dude's name? The dude with the dreads. Big
Oh,
Bullet dread.
you talking about my guy, man. You talking about
That
Let's
had
Go
asthma.
Champ. You talking
Let's
about
go, champ.
You talking about Let's Go Champ. You talking about Shannon.
Yeah,
Shannon
Briggs.
Shannon
You
Briggs.
take him and you put him in there, right? And I don't think it's the worst. And I don't think it's the worst era for the heavyweight. I think the worst era for the heavyweights was when Chris Cross was the champion. When Chris Cross was champion, that was the worst year ever for heavyweights. But if you take him, you take Usyk and you put him in 93, do y'all think he would dominate?
No.
He wouldn't dominate, but I think he'd compete at a high level.
Right.
No.
That's my question. That's my answer.
He compete, but he wouldn't dominate.
Right.
No, he wouldn't dominate. No, but I think he'd compete at a high level. I think he'd fight. He'd be good. He'd be part of some good fights. I think he'd beat some of those guys for sure.
Definitely be a name to be reckoned with.
Yeah. I think he's a great fighter, man. I just think he is. But I mean,
brother Tua. Tua was
you're talking about
I figured all of them. Even Michael Grant, even though he suffered some
Razor Ruddock. You forgot about Razor Ruddock. Ruddock was it.
Hasim Rahman too. All those guys.
Frank Bruno.
And last thing, Gary curried that dude. So everybody watch that fight. He was just trying to get the round there. He could have been stopped the dude long time
ago.
ago.
That's what we're saying.
He said that from the beginning. He actually said he was going to stop him in the 8th round, but he didn't stop him in the 8th round. But he said he would stop him in the 8th round or whatever. But he carried him for the rounds, though.
Yeah, that's what Otto was saying. Otto was saying he was playing with his food. He didn't like the fact that he was playing with his food. He could tell. Yeah. Nah, he was. He had a good time in there, bro. He really did. Yo, I would love to.
I'm gonna hit y'all. I'll let y'all later on. I'm about to leave.
All right, we'll talk later about that because I want to talk to him too. But man, he had a good time in there, bro. You could tell he had a good time in there. But that's hold on. Before we go any deeper, because I'm going to step off for 2 seconds and let y'all have at it. I do want to, because we're going to segue into the Tszyu Sebastian Fundora fight as well. But I just want to know, can we celebrate Alexander Usyk? Can we celebrate? And I need Ant McQueen on this one, on this next one right now, because he didn't get a chance to speak on it. But what do we do? I want a final decision by each person on this panel on what do we do with Alexander Usyk, because he is accomplished and he's special. I like, he's special, man. Even if it's for this era, but what do we do with him, man? And I like Echo's approach to it as far as, and I felt the same way. Can he be in an all-time great conversation without fighting 60 fights? You know what I'm saying? Can he do it just by accomplishing what he did in his own era, what was available for him? Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys have that. I'm gonna step off for 2 seconds. I'll be back.
So really quick, I do want to say this, and I know Ian, he wanted you to address this real quick, but I wanted to say the question to me is not how he is an all-time great. If you take the top fighters from, let's say, the last 10 or let's say 100 years, right? You take the top fighters. How does Usyk rank against the top fighter? Not head-to-head, but just as we see him in his own time fighting the fighters he has, right? I mean, we have everything from Klitschko's. We have everything, like you guys mentioned, Lennox Lewis. We mentioned Mike Tyson, all these guys. I think he definitely is top 10, top 15. I don't go no lower than top 10. The reason for that is I think there's a lot of fighters that we were missing. And as I said and alluded to earlier, the fighters back then fought 5-6 fights a year for 15 rounds. So those fights back then were a lot more exclusive and a lot more wear and tear, but they stayed busy because the pay was different back then. So with that being said, I am gonna pass it along. I'm gonna let Ant go, and then we can go to Echo because Echo wants to respond to that. But my point is that I do think he survives. I think he is a all-time great in that aspect. But as far as the era in the last 10 to 20 years, I think he is. I would say from 2005 and up, I think he is one of the, if not the best, definitely top 5, top 3. He's definitely in that category. But go ahead, Ant, my bad. I ain't gonna step on your toes.
No, so good, man. Honestly, I felt like Echo, he said it perfectly, man. He said it perfectly. I'm in a line with him. I don't know if you've seen earlier, but in the chat, I was asking a question about the first half of George Foreman's career before he went on a hiatus. Outside of Ali and Frazier, who does he really have on his resume like that? Right. You look at the back half when he fought Evander Holyfield and Dwight Muhammad Kwawi and Alex Stewart and Michael Moore and all those other guys. I feel like the back half of his career when he came back, older Foreman, I feel like his resume is better then.
That was much better, yes.
The rest of it is no disrespect to Big George, but it's, bunch of fringe guys, and then you got 2 all-time greats in Holyfield and Ali and Frazier. But outside of that, those really good fighters were at a premium.
Right.
And I do think what Usyk does have on his side is quality over quantity. It's not like he stepped up to heavyweight and was fighting all of the guys on the back 15 of the division. He went straight to the champions or the guys who were right there, contendership, ranked number 1, or just, and handled them in emphatic fashion. And that's all he can do is handle the guys that he's got in front of him. And I think from a skill perspective, I definitely think he's one of the best heavyweights I've ever seen because he's one of the most unique. We didn't have a southpaw heavyweight champion until Michael Mora. So that's another thing that we got to take into consideration. He would be somewhat of an anomaly. If you dropped him back off in 1970 as constituted, this dude would be looked at as a damn sorcerer. Like, what is he doing? Nobody was fighting the way that he's fighting right now.
All right.
And then just the intelligence that he moves with, the way that he applies his skill set.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's one of the best. As far as one of the greatest, that's up to debate. Because as Echo pointed out, he's not done yet with his career. Some people who love the accolades, you can say, well, look, he's 2-time undisputed at heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? And wiped out them guys who are all the way at the top for the people who love the accolades. But me, when I just look at his skill set, pound for pound, man, he's definitely one of the best heavyweights I've seen. Me personally, I'll probably say my favorite heavyweight in terms of like all-around skill, I'll probably say Dwight Muhammad Qawi. Because this guy's 5'5". He had no business competing with these guys. And you see his fights with like Matthew Saad Muhammad and all these other dudes as he moved up from like 175 and then competing at heavyweight. He had no business being up there. But the dude was so skilled that he was able to do it. You know, win, lose, or draw. That to me is a testament to a guy's skill. It's like how he's able to navigate. And I feel the same way with Usyk. And to the brother's point about him getting stronger. I mean, the guy came in at 215 and worked his way up to 227. So he's gradually grown into being a heavyweight. And despite the fact that he's growing into being a heavyweight and acclimating himself, he's able to pick these bigger guys apart. And look how these guys look compared to other guys. Philip Hrgovic was highly touted. Just last year, he was looking like very promising. And Dubois was able to get him up out of there. Anthony Joshua appeared to be on a resurgence. You see the way Anthony Joshua dealt with Otto Wallin.
Mm-hmm.
Tyson Fury had a tough time with Wallin. Arguably should have been stopped on a technical knockout based on that nasty gash that he suffered.
Mm-hmm.
Joshua took him apart, but then look at the way that Dubois was, not Dubois, but Usyk was able to deal with him. I look at the guy's durability. The guy went 24 with Joshua. We know Joshua can punch. That man got dynamite in his gloves. He was able to withstand that. Went 24 with Tyson Fury. He was able to withstand that. Went another 14 with Dubois. He was able to withstand that. And then just his ability to disarm guys. So I definitely feel like he's one of the best I've seen just with my eyes. But as far as resume, yeah, you may have an argument there to leave him off a top 10 or a top 15. But you can only fight who's in front of you.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like it, man. I think did we get everybody on here to speak on that? I think we did, right? So I wanna move
not yet.
Who don't I have?
Not yet.
Shelton,
but the only thing I say is if you want to compare, you want to combine the cruiserweight run and the heavyweight run, you got to give him at least top 10, maybe even top 5, because he did it both places. But the heavyweight run, I can't call this guy an all-time great heavyweight when he only got 8 fights in heavyweight. I just can't do it. I mean, you can if you choose to. I just can't do it. I need to see more now.
So you put him in a conversation with like a Holyfield and things like that, but you're not ready. Okay, go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I see that. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't do it like that. For me, you can't do it like that. Now, I agree with Ed on this premise. He can only fight the guys that are there, and it's not his fault that the guys that are there are trash. That's not his business. He's beating the guys that he got to beat. So you got to give him credit for that. He's 2 times undisputed. You got to give him credit for that. He went right to the smoke, as Ray said. You got to give him credit for that. But we're gonna put him over a Cleveland Williams with 71 fights, 59 knockouts. We're gonna put him over a Sonny Liston, a Ali, a Norton, a Frazier, a Foreman. No, I can't put this guy over those guys. Not with 8 fights, I can't do it.
I think it's a fair argument. Well, hold on, let Echo tap in right quick.
No, cruiserweight was in existence though.
See, we've also got to realize that Usyk started his career as amateur, very low weight, where Ali was like a light heavyweight, and all the other guys we're talking about Foreman, they were heavyweights. So that's another thing you've got to take into account. Also he's gone from cruiserweight, right from to heavyweight. Obviously, Michael Spinks went from light heavyweight to heavyweight as well. So that's another guy. Where do you put him? He beat Larry Holmes. It's very difficult to judge this, and to put people back in them times. Also the gloves were different in certain times. Joe Louis was fighting 6-ounce gloves. 6.
Ali fought 8-ounce
10-ounce gloves.
Ali fought 8-ounce gloves. So
yeah, I know, but I'm on about Joe Louis when he fought. He was fighting 6. And same as our Charles and Rocky Marciano, 6-ounce gloves. It wasn't 8-ounce or 10. So it's different. Because also them days you couldn't block as many punches because the gloves were smaller. So that's why a lot of the boxers them days they had better footwork and better bobbing and weaving and slipping and whatever. But they're going to get through because of the smaller gloves. So that's another thing people have to take into consideration.
So
also same day weigh-ins.
Right.
That's another thing.
Another era. So let me ask this though. Let me ask this then. So all-time great criteria. Is it fair to say that an all-time great criteria, it's only fair to judge that based off of the era that the fighter's in? To put them in an all-time great conversation, is it not necessarily up against the all-time greats? It's more of if you're in the conversation or not. It's like the Hall of Fame. It's like you're in it based off what you were able to accomplish. You're not in it based off of your predecessors from multiple years before you who had different adversity, different factors, different intangibles that played into who they were and how they were able to be in comparison to the era that you're in and who you're able to be. So the all-time great conversation. The all-time great conversation can be a conversation where Usyk is an all-time great in all actuality because in his era, he was able to do what all-time greats did in their eras with whatever they were dealing with, whether it was 60 fights, 100 fights in a year, or whether it was 24 fights from an Alexander Usyk. It's about accomplishing everything in front of you in a certain way. An undefeated, 2-weight class undisputed champion, three-time undisputed champion in his own era, finishing his career today. If he would have stopped boxing today, would Alexander Usyk, would it be fair to put him in an all-time great conversation as far as the heavyweight fighters are concerned?
Yeah, yes, of course. Looking at it that way, of course, because you can't compare the old era to this era because the rules are different, the gloves are different, the rounds are different, the weigh-in is different. Everything is different. You can't compare eras. I tell people that all the time. He can only fight the guys that are here, and for this era, he's the best, hands down, no question.
The thing is, though, boxing is subjective as well. It's not like, like for instance, we know Usain Bolt holds a world record, doesn't it? Was it 9.58 for the 100 meters?
I'm not sure.
Do you think if we brought Jesse Owens forward now?
9.5, that's the record. That's the record, yes.
Yeah, if we brought Jesse Owens forward to fight, to run against Usain Bolt, is he going to beat him? No, he's not. Because we've got quantifiable evidence that, it's objective. You know what I mean? It's not subjective. Boxing is very subjective. That's why it's very difficult to compare people. It is.
Right.
So let's tap into
this.
We
know there's no doubt that Bob Beamon did the long jump 29 feet, and that stood for God knows how long, right? Because nobody else came anywhere near it, and that's why it's very easy to to quantify that and say we know for a fact that this is what it is. So like Florence Griffiths Joyner still holds the world record for the 100 meters for women.
So
there's no gap. There's no dispute. She's the fastest woman ever. But boxing's not like that. Same as MMA and kickboxing and all these other sports that are subjective.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
So
I have a point to make to what you guys are really referencing, and I'm trying to explain because when we talk about Joe Louis, we talk about Muhammad Ali, we talk about Joe Frazier, we talking about Liston, or we talk about guys all the way back, Rocky Marciano. All these guys get bottled up as all-time greats, even though they were all in different eras. So why is it a difference when Usyk is fighting in his era and we put him in the same category as him fighting in his era as an all-time great? I think there's room for him to be said that he can be put in this era in this conversation because of the things he accomplished. I mean, Lennox Lewis is known as a great heavyweight boxer. Mike Tyson is known as the most ferocious boxer from the 80s, late 80s to the 90s. So we put him in the category also. So all these guys are all mentioning with each other. I think Mike Tyson moved to number 2 when he was at the top of the game, if I'm not mistaken, and they were telling him that it's between him and Ali being number 1, and no one had a problem with that back then.
Yeah.
Now we have Usyk, who's actually doing the same thing Mike Tyson's doing, just dominating the division, dominate everything at light heavyweight, cruiserweight. Excuse me. And remember, cruiserweight wasn't even a division, but for so many years, in years' times, right? So
it started in 1979. He did with Marvin Camo, the first fight.
Right. So let's take that into consideration that 200 pounds was a heavyweight back when Muhammad Ali and these guys were fighting back then. So that was heavyweight. So if we want to give him the accolades or take that away from him, we still have to look at what he has done in the ring and everything throughout. And I think what we're looking at is this guy has beaten everyone in front of him, all the tough fights, all the people that people thought that all the things that people thought that were going to be costly to him. He surprised everybody and went and beat everybody in front of him, including people that we totally thought that he would lose to, even in rematches. So I got to give him credit to where credit's due, and it's been all the best fighters, from what I can say. So he definitely gets a check in my box for all-time great. Where he lands, like I said, top 10, top 15, but I don't go no higher than that because there's so many.
It's too difficult, Ray.
Yeah,
I
think that's a separate conversation as well, right? I think people don't acknowledge that placing him in the rankings of it is a different conversation than placing him in the conversation, right?
The conversation is there.
Yeah, like putting him as an all-time great is one thing, and it's separate from putting him number 5 or number 10 or number 9 or number 15 or wherever you want to put him. Now we're comparing his peers to him, and now we're putting him where he needs to be accordingly. And I agree. If that's the conversation, I'd have a hard time. It'd be hard pressed to find me putting him top 10, maybe top 15.
May I say this though, Clay? I believe it's important for us to go back, do some research, and audit. Do an audit, because you got a lot of people who make their points based on nostalgia and sentiment.
Yeah,
they've been told all their lives that so and so is the greatest, so they just regurgitate it without going and doing their own research.
Absolutely.
You tell me this guy was this, that, and the third, but you only can mention the big fights that he's had.
I like that. I like it, man. Maybe we need to do that. Maybe we need
more comprehensive, detailed, thorough investigation of this person's resume and who these people were that they were fighting.
The thing is, though, all the all-time greats who are considered great fighters have cross-referenced all their careers. That's why I can give you the dates and how many titles they've won and whatever when they won it, because you have to do that. Like somebody mentioned, Cleveland Williams, Muhammad Ali knocked him out. You know what I mean? So, and that was probably Ali's best performance during the 60s. All
right. So look. We I got one more topic that I want to talk to, and then we out of here because we're going on 5 hours. And I don't want the panel to go away without talking about Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. Real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
You know what I mean? I don't want to go away without that happening, man. This conversation has to happen, man. What's up with Tszyu, man? What are we doing with Tszyu, and what are we doing with Sebastian Fundora? We just saw the
He
performance.
needs to take a break or get a job.
Oh, damn it. That was a little harsh.
I think his interview said a lot. I don't know, or his FaceTime. It says a lot. I'm not going to say speaking on his interview because I didn't see the interview. Clay was telling me about that, but his FaceTime says a lot. He said it himself. You know what I mean? I think he's known that he's made the mistakes he made in the ring, and to put Clay's point, looks like he even knows that he made the mistakes outside the ring based on business where he should have took different options. And he's starting to see that. He's starting to call it stepping into the fire, right? That's what he was mentioning, stepping into the fire and taking the chances. No, he didn't step into the fire and take chances. He stepped out of bounds, and he made the fire the high risk, low reward, and he was the recipient of the low reward every single time. And I think he's realizing that. And I think if he can go back in time and kick himself in the, you know what, he will. I think moving forward, I think he moves up to 160. I think he starts trying to campaign there. I think there's no reason for him to stay at 154 anymore. He definitely is a shot fighter, in my opinion. And I think if he stays there, he becomes a journeyman or somebody's punching bag. I think him moving up gives him a new life. There's a lot of young or fights there that can be made that he can compete.
A few seconds.
Oh, that he can compete with, and with those being with that, I'm not saying at the championship level, but just enough to keep him going, keep him getting some good wins, and he can actually move into that spot, and maybe he can spark that fire again, as he would say, right? That's the only way I see it, and that's how I see him moving forward. Other than that, I land my plane. I think Tszyu is had his time, and it was a quick time, and it passed quickly. That's it.
Echo.
Yeah.
What do you think?
What about Tszyu?
Yeah, man.
He needs to take some time out, and he needs to get different coaches.
Yeah, that's an easy way to put it. Shout out to who's this right here, bro? Is this Addo? Is that Addo? I think that's Addo. Is that Addo? I don't know. Who's this right here?
Hold on. What's the name on it?
It doesn't. I got it. You know what? It was Addo. It's Addo. Addo. What do you think about Tszyu? No, he might not be on here right now. Okay, so let's go to who is this? Lord have mercy. I gotta put this.
Be careful, Clay, because there's somebody in here.
And McQueen.
Oh no, that's not Ant. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you who it is.
Oh no, you got Anton Ziegler in there too, I think.
Is that Anton? No, that's Pop Shop.
Oh, Pop Shop's up. Okay.
Okay, he's tied up. What's up, Ross? Ross Scott.
Hey, Ross Scott, how you doing, man?
Is he muted? Is he not? No, you're muted, Ross Scott. We don't hear you.
You know his phone.
Okay. Yeah, I want to hear what he's got to say.
All right, Pop Shop's back. Go ahead, Pop Shop.
Well, I think he got an unlucky draw from the first fight because Fundora is going to be a tough out for anybody, regardless. He's not really sloppy with his technique. He's gotten better, but for him to have to show up or Tszyu have to fight someone, a replacement like that, how do you? It's hard to prepare for him, knowing you got to fight him, but then he's a replacement you got to fight, and you coming in. I mean, that's just something that is very hard for him to have to overcome, and some unfortunate incidents on top of that. He lost his belt. Then he just fell down a long road of disappointment and unfortunate. He tried to come back. He just never was the same fighter. But I still think that in some other fights, he probably can still give you some action. You know what I'm saying? Whether his chin is good or not, that's a question. But he will come to fight. We won't have an issue with that. And I think that by Fundora coming back, he came back better. And that's going to be proven in other fights that he does fight. Because I don't see anybody that really is going to overpower this guy if he's going to stick that jab in your face like he stuck it in Tszyu's face. Because that guy, if you look at the last round, right before they called it, he stands up in the corner. and the camera's in his face, and that look in his face was of exasperation, and you knew that was the last round. I caught that live. You right before they threw, when he sat down.
Pop, you're breaking up. I think you're in a bad area, brother. I know you're driving, so we're just gonna let you kind of chill out for a second. Shelton, what do you feel? What do you feel? Tim's at?
You're still broken up.
Yeah, you're bad. You're bad.
I think he needs to take some time off, or maybe find another profession. Because the look I saw at the end of that 6th round, the 7th round, when he was standing in the corner for like 30 seconds, that didn't look good. That was kind of scary.
Yeah.
He had no idea where he was. He had no idea where he was. And that's not good. And I heard my man Ray saying, move up to 60 for what? They hit harder up there. Don't go up there. You can't handle the power down here. Why would you go up there? That makes no sense. You need to either A, get a new team, work on your fundamentals, maybe work on some head movement. B, take a break, come back after about a year. Or C, go find a job, man. Be a construction worker, a bricklayer, do something. But what you're doing right now, what you're doing right now gonna get you hurt. What you're doing right now gonna get you hurt.
Yeah, he somehow he threw. I don't know. He seemed more fundamentally sound when he was fighting Tony Harrison. When he was fighting, you know what I mean? When he was fighting, he seemed more fundamentally sound. He seems a little. I don't know, man. You might be right though. Just the whole idea. He might be punchy at this point. Maybe he's a little punchy or something like that.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you, Ray, at the whole panel. Did he not look like a punching bag with feet last Saturday?
Yes. He looked bad. It looked like
he looked like a punching bag with feet.
Yeah,
he looked like anything Sebastian wanted to hit him with, he could have hit him with. It looked like Sebastian could have did him worse than he did him.
Right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I don't know, man.
Who do you think could come in? Who do you think could?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think could come in and give Sebastian a better fight than what Tszyu gave?
Bakram.
I think Boots can beat him.
Everybody's ducking him.
Murtazalia will run it with him. Hands down, will run it with him. I think Sebastian beats him, though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I think Virgil will give him a good piece.
I hope Virgil can, but let me tell you, none of these guys have nobody on their resume that brings those intangibles that Sebastian brings. It's just we just got to see what they do. We got to see what they do. But as far as Sebastian Fundora is concerned, please, Sebastian, my little old channel, bro, don't let people move you in a weird way, bro. Fight for your legacy, fight for your money, fight for, don't get tricked out of your position and become some weird company man. Look at the guy you were just in the ring with. He was a company man, and look where he's at right now. Fight those fights, man. Make your time at 154 count. Make your time at 160 count. You're a tall fighter. You have attributes that nobody else has. You have attributes that nobody has. Use those things and do what you can. Make the best out of your career.
I don't see that happening to him because what we all are not mentioning is that Sebastian has other options. Yep. Remember, he's going to Harvard in the fall.
Right. Okay, I got you. I see what you're saying. He might be
engineering. He got accepted to the engineering school. So he has other options. A lot of things that some fighters will do, Sebastian won't do. He don't have to. And he thinks differently. His thought process is different because he has other things on the table. So we got to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't match what he said before, but things can change, obviously. So he could be seeing things differently now that he got accepted to Harvard. Maybe he's seeing things a little differently for himself. I don't know.
But didn't something happen with his sister going to college too after she got undisputed? And they was questioning that, or right before she got undisputed?
I don't know. They're a smart family. That's why I know. I know one thing about the Fundoras as a family unit. They're unique in comparison to other family units in the sport. And just being honest, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, guys. Look, I appreciate all you guys being in the building, man. Ant, I don't know if you want to tap in on the conversation, but we're heading on the 5-hour mark.
I'll speak on it real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know if he bounces back because I think with him it's more psychological than anything. And the reason why I say that is he's been pretty vulnerable since early on in his career. You go back to 2017. He got dropped by Wade Ryan early in that fight. You go to the what's the name fight? Terrell Gausha. He got dropped early in that fight in the first round. Then you fast forward to the Sebastian Fundora fight. The first one had the gruesome cut on the top of his head, bleeding profusely all over the place. Then you fast forward to the Bachman fight. He gets touched. He's grabbing his head to make sure he's not bleeding. Then he gets blitzed and he gets stopped early in that fight. Then you fast forward to Saturday night. First solid punch he caught on the chin, that left hand, got dropped in that fight. And then he pretty much looked like he was sleepwalking through the rest of that fight, especially that last exchange. He didn't like he knew where he was. So I think psychologically it's gonna be tough for him to overcome all of that stuff. I do feel like there was once upon a time where he was able to push through adversity. Like I mentioned, the Wade Ryan fight and the Terrell Gausha fight, he was willing to get up and fight through that. But I don't know if he's going to be willing to do that anymore. It seems like that threshold is kind of dissipated. So whatever he does psychologically, he got to get himself right, man, because he's been a tad bit chinny, and he's a very rugged, come forward guy. Guys with that style, they usually don't really last but so long, you know. They burn out quick. They like comets. You see them, they flash, they look brilliant. And then also I just feel like that veil, that cloak of invincibility has been lifted at this point. This guy is a dude who calls himself the soul taker. So how the hell can the soul taker operate when he gets his soul taken from him? How can you operate after that?
Wow. That's crazy.
And that's my thoughts on Tszyu.
Yeah, I love it. I love the breakdown. Yo, the panel has been exceptional today, man. Great historical going back in time in real good perspective on this whole entire Alexander Usyk topic. I think it's a topic that's resonating through the space right now, and it just always ends up in argument, or it always ends up in a way that I think I always feel like it takes away from Usyk. I think he deserves to be celebrated for what he's been able to accomplish, and throwing in his face what Joe Frazier or Muhammad Ali, throwing that in his face and making him accountable for something he had no effect on. He can't do nothing about it. It's like, how does a fighter be great in his era, man, and get acknowledged for it without getting fighters that weren't in his era thrown in his face? It seemed unfair. So I think we got to a good place in that conversation. Yeah, Tszyu, hey man, yeah, bro. I don't like the way his business was ran. I think the management, the training, the corner, horrible, letting him continue to fight for 10 rounds with his face gushing blood when he didn't have to. There's certain decisions that were made, I think, affected him in a horrible way. It is what it is. I'll be coming on tonight, guys. I think I'm gonna pop off about 9:30-ish. I'm probably gonna come back on, if not 10. I'm gonna put the thumbnail up soon. I'm figuring out whether it's gonna be 9:30 or 10. Tomorrow I'm not going to be on because I got to run to New York, and I got to run to New Jersey. I got a bunch of stuff to do, so I might pop up for a live real quick while I'm driving, like I see Blue do it. But I ain't going to do it in this capacity. That's for sure. I won't be home. But I want to talk about the Xander Zayas and George Garcia Perez, or George Perez Garcia. I can't remember how his name goes. And I want to talk about the Tszyu. I want to talk about that card. That card is a pretty good card in general. There's good fights on that card. So we'll be talking about that tonight. Looking forward into the fights coming up this weekend. Please feel free to pop back up. Got some perspective to share on that, and definitely be opening up the panel later in the evening for that one as well, man. I'll give you guys an opportunity to say your last words, and then we out, man. We at the 5-hour mark, man. It's another marathon. You know what I mean? Echo, if you feel like speaking, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say what I'm going to say. It's unfair to do this with Usyk and whatever. And with Boots, it can't be ducking because he's not moved to 154 first. Mm-hmm. So that's a stupid comment anyway. What people are saying, he's ducking. How can you?
Oh yeah,
we're not even in that weight. But as far as everything else is concerned, there's been some good boxing that's happened over the last few weeks, and I'm glad to be watching it. I'm looking forward to some more stuff. So, and Bam did a good job, by the way. I thought. Well.
Oh yes, I mean, we didn't talk about this, and we talked about it during the show, but not on the panel. Bam Rodriguez special, man. Yeah,
anyway,
I appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me come on and whatever, and hope all of you have a good day. Bye. Bye.
You too. You too. Yeah, Pop Shop, you want to say anything? Are you good? Addo, you want to say anything?
I'm good, brother. Hopefully I can pop back up and check you out tonight, man.
All right, no doubt, man. Shelton, anything you want to say?
Yeah, brother. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate the time, man. And I'll see you soon, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Salute, salute, salute.
All right, Ray.
All right, brother. And yeah, I be hearing you cooking out there, man. I be hearing you in them streets. Cooking. Tearing them up. Hot toss.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Shout out to Just Do also. I think Just Do about to go on. I think he about to go on if he's not on right now.
Yeah.
Around the time I think he goes on. So, yeah, Ray, another one, man. This was a good one, man. I'm glad we were able to kind of figure out this Usyk conversation a little bit. I don't know if it'll ever be figured out. People will always have their opinions on it, but I think we got some good context to it. What do you think?
There's a 3-part question to that, and that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like, is it this era? Is it all time? Is it champion? Like, there's so many different ways you can rate it, and rating it in the perspective of what people are doing is how to each their own. It's a matter of opinion. There's no bar. There's no, you know what I mean? Everyone's going to have a different conversation about it. They're going to have a different point to make. So there's really nothing but open discussion. So as long as it stays what it is, you know what I mean? Culture and keeping it real. I don't think nobody really, you know, barbershop talk, right? Nobody really has no pushback on anybody's comments because everything has its place in time, Clay. You know what I mean?
I agree, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We're fading to black. Make sure you hit that like button on the way out, man. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that. Once again, the thumbnail will be popping up. We'll be up and at it, or I'll be up and at. I'll be up and at it this evening. Building a little bit on this fight card tomorrow. This weekend with Xander and Bruce and the undercard there. And then we good to go, man. Probably catch me tomorrow, maybe as I'm on the road driving. We'll see what we're going to do about it. But I appreciate all you guys, man. It's at ATP. It's your boy Clay. It's your boy Ray. And at this point,
we out.
We out.